Welcome back to Audible Archives. I'm Rob, your host and narrator, and tonight, we return to the tangled web of the Moonstone. The diamond's disappearance still haunts the Verinder estate, and as new voices take the stage, the mystery deepens. Secrets shift hands, loyalties bend, and every account brings us closer to a truth no one dares to face. This is part 2, the second and third periods of the Moonstone by Wilkie Collins. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, because in this tale, every detail hides a revelation. Second period, the discovery of the truth, 1848 to 1849. The events related in several narratives. First narrative, contributed by Miss Clack, niece of the late Sir John Verinder. Chapter 1. I am indebted to my dear parents, both now in heaven, for having had habits of order and regularity instilled into me at a very early age. In that happy bygone time, I was taught to keep my hair tidy at all hours of the day and night, and to fold up every article of my clothing carefully, in the same order, on the same chair, in the same place at the foot of the bed, before retiring to rest. An entry of the day's events in my little diary invariably preceded the folding up. The evening hymn, repeated in bed, invariably followed the folding up, and the sweet sleep of childhood invariably followed the evening hymn. In later life, alas, the hymn has been succeeded by sad and bitter meditations, and the sweet sleep has been but ill exchanged for the broken slumbers which haunt the uneasy pillow of care. On the other hand, I have continued to fold my clothes, and to keep my little diary. The former habit links me to my happy childhood, before Papa was ruined. The latter habit, hitherto mainly useful in helping me to discipline the fallen nature which we all inherit from Adam, has unexpectedly proved important to my humble interests in quite another way. It has enabled poor me to serve the caprice of a wealthy member of the family into which my late uncle married. I am fortunate enough to be useful to Mr. Franklin Blake. I have been cut off from all news of my relatives by marriage for some time past. When we are isolated and poor, we are not infrequently forgotten. I am now living, for economy's sake, in a little town in Brittany, inhabited by a select circle of serious English friends, and possessed of the inestimable advantages of a Protestant clergyman and a cheap market. In this retirement, a Patmos amid the howling ocean of popery that surrounds us, a letter from England has reached me at last. I find my insignificant existence suddenly remembered by Mr. Franklin Blake. My wealthy relative, would that I could add my spiritually wealthy relative, writes, without even an attempt at disguising that he wants something of me. The whim has seized him to stir up the deplorable scandal of the Moonstone, and I am to help him by writing the account of what I myself witnessed while visiting at Aunt Verinder's house in London. Pecuniary remuneration is offered to me, with the want of feeling peculiar to the rich. I am to reopen wounds that time has barely closed. I am to recall the most intensely painful remembrances, and this done, I am to feel myself compensated by a new laceration, in the shape of Mr. Blake's cheque. My nature is weak. It cost me a hard struggle, before Christian humility conquered sinful pride, and self-denial accepted the cheque. Without my diary, I doubt, pray let me express it in the grossest terms, if I could have honestly earned my money. With my diary, the poor laborer who forgives Mr. Blake for insulting her, is worthy of her hire. Nothing escaped me at the time I was visiting dear Aunt Verinder. Everything was entered, thanks to my early training, day by day as it happened, and everything down to the smallest particular shall be told here. My sacred regard for truth is, thank God, far above my respect for persons. It will be easy for Mr. Blake to suppress what may not prove to be sufficiently flattering in these pages to the person chiefly concerned in them. He has purchased my time, but not even his wealth can purchase my conscience too. Note, added by Franklin Blake. Miss Clack may make her mind quite easy on this point. Nothing will be added, altered or removed, in her manuscript, or in any of the other manuscripts which pass through my hands. Whatever opinions any of the writers may express, whatever peculiarities of treatment may mark, and perhaps in a literary sense, disfigure the narratives which I am now collecting, not a line will be tampered with anywhere from first to last. As genuine documents they are sent to me, and as genuine documents I shall preserve them, endorsed by the attestations of witnesses who can speak to the facts. It only remains to be added that the person chiefly concerned in Miss Clack's narrative is happy enough at the present moment, not only to brave the smartest exercise of Miss Clack's pen, but even to recognize its unquestionable value as an instrument for the exhibition of Miss Clack's character. My diary informs me that I was accidentally passing Anne Verander's house in Montague Square on Monday, July 3, 1848. Seeing the shutters opened and the blinds drawn up, I felt that it would be an act of polite attention to knock and make inquiries. The person who answered the door informed me that my aunt and her daughter, I really cannot call her my cousin, had arrived from the country a week since, and meditated making some stay in London. I sent up a message at once, declining to disturb them, and only begging to know whether I could be of any use. The person who answered the door took my message in insolent silence, and left me standing in the hall. She is the daughter of a heathen old man named Betteredge, too long, tolerated in my aunt's family. I sat down in the hall to wait for my answer, and, having always a few tracts in my bag, I selected one which proved to be quite providentially applicable to the person who answered the door. The hall was dirty, and the chair was hard, but the blessed consciousness of returning good for evil raised me quite above any trifling considerations of that kind. The tract was one of a series addressed to young women on the sinfulness of dress. In style it was devoutly familiar. Its title was, "A Word with You on Your Cap Ribbons. My lady is much obliged, and begs you will come and lunch tomorrow at 2. I passed over the manner in which she gave her message, and the dreadful boldness of her look. I thanked this young castaway, and I said, in a tone of Christian interest, "Will you favor me by accepting a tract?" She looked at the title. "Is it written by a man or a woman, miss?" "If it's written by a woman, I had rather not read it on that account. If it's written by a man, I beg to inform him that he knows nothing about it." She handed me back the tract and opened the door. We must sow the good seed somehow. I waited till the door was shut on me and slipped the tract into the letter box. When I had dropped another tract through the area railings, I felt relieved in some small degree of a heavy responsibility towards others. We had a meeting that evening of the Select Committee of the Mother Small Clothes Conversion Society. The object of this excellent charity is, as all serious people know, to rescue unredeemed father's trousers from the pawnbroker and to prevent their resumption, on the part of the irreclaimable parent, by abridging them immediately to suit the proportions of the innocent son. I was a member, at that time, of the Select Committee, and I mention the society here because my precious and admirable friend, Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite, was associated with our work of moral and material usefulness. I had expected to see him in the boardroom, on the Monday evening of which I am now writing, and had proposed to tell him, when we met, of dear Aunt Verander's arrival in London. To my great disappointment he never appeared. On my expressing a feeling of surprise at his absence, my sisters of the committee all looked up together from their trousers. We had a great pressure of business that night, and asked in amazement if I had not heard the news. I acknowledged my ignorance, and was then told for the first time of an event which forms, so to speak, the starting point of this narrative. On the previous Friday, 2 gentlemen, occupying widely different positions in society, had been the victims of an outrage which had startled all London. One of the gentlemen was Mr. Septimus Luker, of Lambeth. The other was Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. Living in my present isolation, I have no means of introducing the newspaper account of the outrage into my narrative. I was also deprived, at the time, of the inestimable advantage of hearing the events related by the fervid eloquence of Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. All I can do is to state the facts as they were stated on that Monday evening to me, proceeding on the plan which I have been taught from infancy to adopt in folding up my clothes. Everything shall be put neatly, and everything shall be put in its place. These lines are written by a poor weak woman, from a poor weak woman who will be cruel enough to expect more. The date, thanks to my dear parents, no dictionary that ever was written can be more particular than I am about dates, was Friday, June 30th, 1848. Early on that memorable day, our gifted Mr. Godfrey happened to be cashing a check at a banking house in Lombard Street. The name of the firm is accidentally blotted in my diary, and my sacred regard for truth forbids me to hazard a guess in a matter of this kind. Fortunately, the name of the firm doesn't matter. What does matter is a circumstance that occurred when Mr. Godfrey had transacted his business. On gaining the door, he encountered a gentleman, a perfect stranger to him, who was accidentally leaving the office exactly at the same time as himself. A momentary contest of politeness ensued between them as to who should be the first to pass through the door of the bank. The stranger insisted on making Mr. Godfrey precede him. Mr. Godfrey said a few civil words, They bowed and parted in the street. Thoughtless and superficial people may say, here is surely a very trumpery little incident related in an absurdly circumstantial manner. Oh, my young friends and fellow sinners, beware of presuming to exercise your poor carnal reason. Oh, be morally tidy. Let your faith be as your stockings, and your stockings as your faith, both ever spotless, and both ready to put on at a moment's notice. I beg 1,000 pardons. I have fallen insensibly into my Sunday school style, most inappropriate in such a record as this. Let me try to be worldly. Let me say that trifles, in this case as in many others, led to terrible results. Merely premising that the polite stranger was Mr. Luker of Lambeth, we will now follow Mr. Godfrey home to his residence at Kilburn. He found waiting for him in the hall a poorly clad but delicate and interesting-looking little boy. The boy handed him a letter, merely mentioning that he had been entrusted with it by an old lady whom he did not know, and who had given him no instructions to wait for an answer. Such incidents as these were not uncommon in Mr. Godfrey's large experience as a promoter of public charities. He let the boy go and opened the letter. The handwriting was entirely unfamiliar to him. It requested his attendance within an hour's time at a house in Northumberland Street, Strand, which he had never had occasion to enter before. The object sought was to obtain from the worthy manager certain details on the subject of the Mothers' Small Clothes Conversion Society, and the information was wanted by an elderly lady who proposed adding largely to the resources of the charity, if her questions were met by satisfactory replies. She mentioned her name, and she added that the shortness of her stay in London prevented her from giving any longer notice to the eminent philanthropist whom she addressed. Ordinary people might have hesitated before setting aside their own engagements to suit the convenience of a stranger. The Christian hero never hesitates where good is to be done. Mr. Godfrey instantly turned back and proceeded to the house in Northumberland Street. A most respectable though somewhat corpulent man answered the door, and, on hearing Mr. Godfrey's name, immediately conducted him into an empty apartment at the back, on the drawing-room floor. He noticed two unusual things on entering the room. One of them was a faint odor of musk and camphor. The other was an ancient Oriental manuscript, richly illuminated with Indian figures and devices, that lay open to inspection on a table. He was looking at the book, the position of which caused him to stand with his back turned towards the closed folding doors communicating with the front room, when, without the slightest previous noise to warn him, he felt himself suddenly seized round the neck from behind. He had just time to notice that the arm round his neck was naked and of a tawny brown color, before his eyes were bandaged, his mouth was gagged, and he was thrown helpless on the floor by, as he judged, two men. A third rifled his pockets, and, if as a lady I may venture to use such an expression, searched him without ceremony, through and through to his skin. Here I should greatly enjoy saying a few cheering words on the devout confidence which could alone have sustained Mr. Godfrey in an emergency so terrible as this. Perhaps, however, the position and appearance of my admirable friend at the culminating period of the outrage, as above described, are hardly within the proper limits of female discussion. Let me pass over the next few moments, and return to Mr. Godfrey at the time when the odious search of his person had been completed. The outrage had been perpetrated throughout in dead silence. At the end of it some words were exchanged, among the invisible wretches, in a language which he did not understand, but in tones which were plainly expressive, to his cultivated ear, of disappointment and rage. He was suddenly lifted from the ground, placed in a chair, and bound their hand and foot. The next moment he felt the air flowing in from the open door, listened, and concluded that he was alone again in the room. An interval elapsed, and he heard a sound below like the rustling sound of a woman's dress. It advanced up the stairs and stopped. A female scream rent the atmosphere of guilt. A man's voice below exclaimed, "Hullo!" A man's feet ascended the stairs. Mr. Godfrey felt Christian fingers unfastening his bandage and extracting his gag. He looked in amazement at two respectable strangers, and faintly articulated, "What does it mean?" The two respectable strangers looked back, and said, "Exactly the question we were going to ask you." The inevitable explanation followed. "No, let me be scrupulously particular." Sal volatile and water followed, to compose dear Mr. Godfrey's nerves. The explanation came next. It appeared from the statement of the landlord and landlady of the house, persons of good repute in the neighborhood, that their first and second floor apartments had been engaged on the previous day, for a week certain, by a most respectable-looking gentleman, the same who has been already described as answering the door to Mr. Godfrey's knock. The gentleman had paid the week's rent and all the week's extras in advance, stating that the apartments were wanted for 3 Oriental noblemen, friends of his, who were visiting England for the first time. Early on the morning of the outrage, 2 of the Oriental strangers, accompanied by their respectable English friend, took possession of the apartments. The third was expected to join them shortly, and the luggage, reported as very bulky, was announced to follow when it had passed through the custom house, late in the afternoon. Not more than 10 minutes previous to Mr. Godfrey's visit, the third foreigner had arrived. Nothing out of the common had happened, to the knowledge of the landlord and landlady downstairs, until within the last 5 minutes, when they had seen the 3 foreigners, accompanied by their respectable English friend, all leave the house together, walking quietly in the direction of the Strand. Remembering that a visitor had called, and not having seen the visitor also leave the house, the landlady had thought it rather strange that the gentleman should be left by himself upstairs. After a short discussion with her husband, she had considered it advisable to ascertain whether anything was wrong. The result had followed, as I have already attempted to describe it, and there the explanation of the landlord and the landlady came to an end. An investigation was next made in the room. Dear Mr. Godfrey's property was found scattered in all directions. When the articles were collected, however, nothing was missing. His watch, chain, purse, keys, pocket-handkerchief, notebook, and all his loose papers had been closely examined, and had then been left unharmed to be resumed by the owner. In the same way, not the smallest morsel of property belonging to the proprietors of the house had been abstracted. The Oriental noblemen had removed their own illuminated manuscript, and had removed nothing else. What did it mean? Taking the worldly point of view, it appeared to mean that Mr. Godfrey had been the victim of some incomprehensible error, committed by certain unknown men. A dark conspiracy was on foot in the midst of us, and our beloved and innocent friend had been entangled in its meshes. When the Christian hero of 100 charitable victories plunges into a pitfall that has been dug for him by mistake, oh, what a warning it is to the rest of us to be unceasingly on our guard. How soon may our own evil passions prove to be Oriental noblemen who pounce on us unawares. I could write pages of affectionate warning on this one theme, but alas, I am not permitted to improve. I am condemned to narrate. My wealthy relative's check, henceforth, the incubus of my existence, warns me that I have not done with this record of violence yet. We must leave Mr. Godfrey to recover in Northumberland Street, and must follow the proceedings of Mr. Luker at a later period of the day. After leaving the bank, Mr. Luker had visited various parts of London on business errands. Returning to his own residence, he found a letter waiting for him, which was described as having been left a short time previously by a boy. In this case, as in Mr. Godfrey's case, the handwriting was strange, but the name mentioned was the name of one of Mr. Luker's customers. His correspondent announced, writing in the third person, apparently by the hand of a deputy, that he had been unexpectedly summoned to London. He had just established himself in lodgings in Alfred Place, Tottenham Court Road, and he desired to see Mr. Luker immediately, on the subject of a purchase which he contemplated making. The gentleman was an enthusiastic collector of Oriental antiquities, and had been for many years a liberal patron of the establishment in Lambeth. Oh, when shall we wean ourselves from the worship of Mammon? Mr. Luker called a cab, and drove off instantly to his liberal patron. Exactly what had happened to Mr. Godfrey in Northumberland Street now happened to Mr. Luker in Alfred Place. Once more the respectable man answered the door, and showed the visitor upstairs into the back drawing-room. There, again, lay the illuminated manuscript on a table. Mr. Luker's attention was absorbed, as Mr. Godfrey's attention had been absorbed, by this beautiful work of Indian art. He too was aroused from his studies by a tawny naked arm round his throat, by a bandage over his eyes, and by a gag in his mouth. He too was thrown prostrate and searched to the skin. A longer interval had then elapsed than had passed in the experience of Mr. Godfrey, but it had ended as before, in the persons of the house suspecting something wrong, and going upstairs to see what had happened. Precisely the same explanation which the landlord in Northumberland Street had given to Mr. Godfrey, the landlord in Alfred Place now gave to Mr. Luker. Both had been imposed on in the same way by the plausible address and well-filled purse of the respectable stranger, who introduced himself as acting for his foreign friends. The one point of difference between the two cases occurred when the scattered contents of Mr. Luker's pockets were being collected from the floor. His watch and purse were safe, but less fortunate than Mr. Godfrey. One of the loose papers that he carried about him had been taken away. The paper in question acknowledged the receipt of a valuable of great price which Mr. Luker had that day left in the care of his bankers. This document would be useless for purposes of fraud, inasmuch as it provided that the valuable should only be given up on the personal application of the owner. As soon as he recovered himself, Mr. Luker hurried to the bank, on the chance that the thieves who had robbed him might ignorantly present themselves with the receipt. Nothing had been seen of them when he arrived at the establishment, and nothing was seen of them afterwards. Their respectable English friend had, in the opinion of the bankers, looked the receipt over before they attempted to make use of it, and had given them the necessary warning in good time. Information of both outrages was communicated to the police, and the needful investigations were pursued, I believe, with great energy. The authorities held that a robbery had been planned, on insufficient information received by the thieves. They had been plainly not sure whether Mr. Luker had, or had not, trusted the transmission of his precious gem to another person, and poor polite Mr. Godfrey had paid the penalty of having been seen accidentally speaking to him. Add to this that Mr. Godfrey's absence from our Monday evening meeting had been occasioned by a consultation of the authorities, at which he was requested to assist, and all the explanations required being now given, I may proceed with the simpler story of my own little personal experiences in Montague Square. I was punctual to the luncheon hour on Tuesday. Reference to my diary shows this to have been a checkered day, much in it to be devoutly regretted, much in it to be devoutly thankful for. Dear Aunt Verinder received me with her usual grace and kindness. But I noticed, after a little while, that something was wrong. Certain anxious looks escaped my aunt, all of which took the direction of her daughter. I never see Rachel myself without wondering how it can be that so insignificant-looking a person should be the child of such distinguished parents as Sir John and Lady Verinder. On this occasion, however, she not only disappointed, she really shocked me. There was an absence of all ladylike restraint in her language and manner most painful to see. She was possessed by some feverish excitement which made her distressingly loud when she laughed, and sinfully wasteful and capricious in what she ate and drank at lunch. I felt deeply for her poor mother, even before the true state of the case had been confidentially made known to me. Luncheon over, my aunt said, "Remember what the doctor told you, Rachel, about quieting yourself with a book after taking your meals." "I'll go into the library, Mamma," she answered, "but if Godfrey calls, mind, I am told of it. I am dying for more news of him." After his adventure in Northumberland Street, she kissed her mother on the forehead and looked my way. "Goodbye, Clack," she said carelessly. Her insolence roused no angry feeling in me. I only made a private memorandum to pray for her. When we were left by ourselves, my aunt told me the whole horrible story of the Indian diamond, which, I am happy to know, it is not necessary to repeat here. She did not conceal from me that she would have preferred keeping silence on the subject. But when her own servants all knew of the loss of the Moonstone, and when some of the circumstances had actually found their way into the newspapers, when strangers were speculating whether there was any connection between what had happened at Lady Verinder's country house and what had happened in Northumberland Street and Alfred Place, concealment was not to be thought of, and perfect frankness became a necessity as well as a virtue. Some persons, hearing what I now heard, would have been probably overwhelmed with astonishment. For my own part, knowing Rachel's spirit to have been essentially unregenerate from her childhood upwards, I was prepared for whatever my aunt could tell me on the subject of her daughter. It might have gone on from bad to worse till it ended in murder, and I should still have said to myself, the natural result. Oh dear, dear, the natural result. The one thing that did shock me was the course my aunt had taken under the circumstances. Here surely was a case for a clergyman, if ever there was one yet. Lady Verinder had thought it a case for a physician. All my poor aunt's early life had been passed in her father's godless household. The natural result again. Oh dear, dear, the natural result again. The doctors recommend plenty of exercise and amusement for Rachel, and strongly urge me to keep her mind as much as possible from dwelling on the past, said Lady Verinder. Oh, what heathen advice! I thought to myself, in this Christian country, what heathen advice! My aunt went on, I do my best to carry out my instructions, but this strange adventure of Godfrey's happens at a most unfortunate time. Rachel has been incessantly restless and excited since she first heard of it. She left me no peace till I had written and asked my nephew Ablewhite to come here. She even feels an interest in the other person who was roughly used, Mr. Luker or some such name, though the man is, of course, a total stranger to her. Your knowledge of the world, dear aunt, is superior to mine, I suggested diffidently. But there must be a reason surely for this extraordinary conduct on Rachel's part. She is keeping a sinful secret from you and from everybody. May there not be something in these recent events which threatens her secret with discovery? Discovery? Repeated my aunt. What can you possibly mean? Discovery through Mr. Luker? Discovery through my nephew. As the word passed her lips, a special providence occurred. The servant opened the door and announced Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. Chapter 2. Mr. Godfrey followed the announcement of his name, as Mr. Godfrey does everything else, exactly at the right time. He was not so close on the servant's heels as to startle us. He was not so far behind as to cause us the double inconvenience of a pause and an open door. It is in the completeness of his daily life that the true Christian appears. This dear man was very complete. Go to Miss Verinder, said my aunt, addressing the servant, and tell her Mr. Ablewhite is here. We both inquired after his health. We both asked him together whether he felt like himself again, after his terrible adventure of the past week. With perfect tact, he contrived to answer us at the same moment. Lady Verinder had his reply in words. I had his charming smile. What, he cried with infinite tenderness, have I done to deserve all this sympathy? My dear aunt, my dear Miss Clack, I have merely been mistaken for somebody else. I have only been blindfolded, I have only been strangled, I have only been thrown flat on my back, on a very thin carpet, covering a particularly hard floor. Just think how much worse it might have been. I might have been murdered, I might have been robbed. What have I lost? Nothing but nervous force, which the law doesn't recognize as property, so that, strictly speaking, I have lost nothing at all. If I could have had my own way, I would have kept my adventure to myself. I shrink from all this fuss and publicity. But Mr. Luker made his injuries public, and my injuries, as the necessary consequence, have been proclaimed in their turn. I have become the property of the newspapers, until the gentle reader gets sick of the subject. I am very sick indeed of it myself. May the gentle reader soon be like me. And how is dear Rachel? Still enjoying the gaieties of London? So glad to hear it, Miss Clack. I need all your indulgence. I am sadly behindhand with my committee work and my dear ladies. But I really do hope to look in at the Mother Smallclothes next week. Did you make cheering progress at Monday's committee? Was the board hopeful about future prospects? And are we nicely off for trousers? The heavenly gentleness of his smile made his apologies irresistible. The richness of his deep voice added its own indescribable charm to the interesting business question which he had just addressed to me. In truth, we were almost too nicely off for trousers. We were quite overwhelmed by them. I was just about to say so, when the door opened again, and an element of worldly disturbance entered the room, in the person of Miss Verinder. She approached dear Mr. Godfrey at a most unladylike rate of speed, with her hair shockingly untidy, and her face what I should call unbecomingly flushed. I am charmed to see you, Godfrey, she said, addressing him, I grieve to add, in the offhand manner of one young man talking to another. I wish you had brought Mr. Luker with you. You and he, as long as our present excitement lasts, are the two most interesting men in all London. It's morbid to say this, it's unhealthy, it's all that a well-regulated mind like Miss Clack's most instinctively shudders at. Never mind that, tell me the whole of the Northumberland Street story directly. I know the newspapers have left some of it out. Even dear Mr. Godfrey partakes of the fallen nature which we all inherit from Adam. It is a very small share of our human legacy, but, alas, he has it. I confess it grieved me to see him take Rachel's hand in both of his own hands, and lay it softly on the left side of his waistcoat. It was a direct encouragement to her reckless way of talking, and her insolent reference to me. Dearest Rachel, he said, in the same voice which had thrilled me when he spoke of our prospects in our trousers, the newspapers have told you everything, and they have told it much better than I can. Godfrey thinks we all make too much of the matter, my aunt remarked. He has just been saying that he doesn't care to speak of it. Why? She put the question with a sudden flash in her eyes, and a sudden look up into Mr. Godfrey's face. On his side, he looked down at her with an indulgence so injudicious and so ill-deserved that I really felt called on to interfere. "Rachel, darling," I remonstrated gently, "true greatness and true courage are ever modest." "You are a very good fellow in your way, Godfrey," she said, not taking the smallest notice, observe, of me, and still speaking to her cousin as if she was one young man addressing another. "But I am quite sure you are not great. I don't believe you possess any extraordinary courage. And I am firmly persuaded, if you ever had any modesty, that your lady worshippers relieved you of that virtue a good many years since. You have some private reason for not talking of your adventure in Northumberland Street, and I mean to know it." "My reason is the simplest imaginable and the most easily acknowledged," he answered, still bearing with her. "I am tired of the subject." "You are tired of the subject? My dear Godfrey, I am going to make a remark." "What is it?" "You live a great deal too much in the society of women, and you have contracted two very bad habits in consequence. You have learned to talk nonsense seriously, and you have got into a way of telling fibs for the pleasure of telling them. You can't go straight with your lady worshippers. I mean to make you go straight with me. Come and sit down. I am brimful of downright questions, and I expect you to be brimful of downright answers." She actually dragged him across the room to a chair by the window, where the light would fall on his face. I deeply feel being obliged to report such language, and to describe such conduct. But hemmed in, as I am, between Mr. Franklin Blake's check on one side and my own sacred regard for truth on the other, what am I to do? I looked at my aunt. She sat unmoved, apparently in no way disposed to interfere. I had never noticed this kind of torpor in her before. It was, perhaps, the reaction after the trying time she had had in the country. Not a pleasant symptom to remark, be it what it might, at dear Lady Verander's age, and with dear Lady Verander's autumnal exuberance of figure. In the meantime, Rachel had settled herself at the window with our amiable and our too forbearing, Mr. Godfrey. She began the string of questions with which she had threatened him, taking no more notice of her mother, or of myself, than if we had not been in the room. "Have the police done anything, Godfrey?" "Nothing whatever. It is certain, I suppose, that the three men who laid the trap for you were the same three men who afterwards laid the trap for Mr. Luker?" "Humanly speaking, my dear Rachel, there can be no doubt of it." "And not a trace of them has been discovered?" "Not a trace. It is thought, is it not, that these three men are the three Indians who came to our house in the country?" "Some people think so." "Do you think so?" "My dear Rachel, they blindfolded me before I could see their faces. I know nothing whatever of the matter. How can I offer an opinion on it?" Even the angelic gentleness of Mr. Godfrey was, you see, beginning to give way at last under the persecution inflicted on him. Whether unbridled curiosity, or ungovernable dread, dictated Miss Verander's questions I do not presume to inquire. I only report that, on Mr. Godfrey's attempting to rise, after giving her the answer just described, she actually took him by the two shoulders and pushed him back into his chair. "Oh, don't say this was immodest. Don't even hint that the recklessness of guilty terror could alone account for such conduct as I have described. We must not judge others. My Christian friends, indeed, we must not judge others." She went on with her questions, unabashed. Earnest biblical students will perhaps be reminded, as I was reminded, of the blinded children of the devil, who went on with their orgies, unabashed, in the time before the flood. "I want to know something about Mr. Luker, Godfrey." "I am again unfortunate, Rachel. No man knows less of Mr. Luker than I do. You never saw him before you and he met accidentally at the bank?" "Never." "You have seen him since?" "Yes. We have been examined together, as well as separately, to assist the police. Mr. Luker was robbed of a receipt which he had got from his bankers, was he not?" "What was the receipt for?" "For a valuable gem which he had placed in the safe keeping of the bank." "That's what the newspapers say. It may be enough for the general reader, but it is not enough for me. The banker's receipt must have mentioned what the gem was." "The banker's receipt, Rachel, as I have heard it described, mentioned nothing of the kind. A valuable gem, belonging to Mr. Luker, deposited by Mr. Luker, sealed with Mr. Luker's seal, and only to be given up on Mr. Luker's personal application. That was the form, and that is all I know about it." She waited a moment after he had said that. She looked at her mother and sighed. She looked back again at Mr. Godfrey and went on. "Some of our private affairs at home," she said, "seem to have got into the newspapers. I grieve to say it is so. And some idle people, perfect strangers to us, are trying to trace a connection between what happened at our house in Yorkshire and what has happened since, here in London. The public curiosity in certain quarters is, I fear, taking that turn. The people who say that the 3 unknown men who ill-used you and Mr. Luker are the 3 Indians, also say that the valuable gem—" There she stopped. She had become gradually, within the last few moments, whiter and whiter in the face. The extraordinary blackness of her hair made this paleness, by contrast, so ghastly to look at, that we all thought she would faint, at the moment when she checked herself in the middle of her question. Dear Mr. Godfrey made a second attempt to leave his chair. My aunt entreated her to say no more. I followed my aunt with a modest medicinal peace offering, in the shape of a bottle of salts. We none of us produced the slightest effect on her. "Godfrey, stay where you are. Mamma, there is not the least reason to be alarmed about me. Clack, you're dying to hear the end of it. I won't faint, expressly to oblige you." Those were the exact words she used, taken down in my diary the moment I got home. But, oh, don't let us judge. My Christian friends, don't let us judge. She turned once more to Mr. Godfrey. With an obstinacy dreadful to see, she went back again to the place where she had checked herself, and completed her question in these words. "I spoke to you a minute since about what people were saying in certain quarters. Tell me plainly, Godfrey, do they any of them say that Mr. Luker's valuable gem is the Moonstone?" As the name of the Indian diamond passed her lips, I saw a change come over my admirable friend. His complexion deepened. He lost the genial suavity of manner which is one of his greatest charms. A noble indignation inspired his reply. "They do say it," he answered. "There are people who don't hesitate to accuse Mr. Luker of telling a falsehood to serve some private interests of his own. He has over and over again solemnly declared that, until this scandal assailed him, he had never even heard of the Moonstone. And these vile people reply, without a shadow of proof to justify them, he has his reasons for concealment. We decline to believe him on his oath. Shameful! Shameful!" Rachel looked at him very strangely. I can't well describe how, while he was speaking. When he had done, she said, "Considering that Mr. Luker is only a chance acquaintance of yours, you take up his cause, Godfrey, rather warmly." My gifted friend made her one of the most truly evangelical answers I ever heard in my life. "I hope, Rachel, I take up the cause of all oppressed people rather warmly," he said. The tone in which those words were spoken might have melted a stone. But, oh dear, what is the hardness of stone? Nothing, compared to the hardness of the unregenerate human heart. She sneered. I blush to record it. She sneered at him to his face. "Keep your noble sentiments for your ladies' committees, Godfrey. I am certain that the scandal which has assailed Mr. Luker has not spared you." Even my aunt's torpor was roused by those words. "My dear Rachel," she remonstrated, "you have really no right to say that. I mean no harm, Mamma. I mean good. Have a moment's patience with me, and you will see." She looked back at Mr. Godfrey, with what appeared to be a sudden pity for him. She went the length, the very unladylike length, of taking him by the hand. "I am certain," she said, "that I have found out the true reason of your unwillingness to speak of this matter before my mother and before me. An unlucky accident has associated you in people's minds with Mr. Luker. You have told me what scandal says of him. What does scandal say of you? Even at the 11th hour, dear Mr. Godfrey, always ready to return good for evil, tried to spare her." "Don't ask me," he said. "It's better forgotten, Rachel. It is indeed." "I will hear it," she cried out fiercely, at the top of her voice. "Tell her, Godfrey," entreated my aunt. "Nothing can do her such harm as your silence is doing now." Mr. Godfrey's fine eyes filled with tears. He cast one last appealing look at her, and then he spoke the fatal words. "If you will have it, Rachel, scandal says that the Moonstone is in pledge to Mr. Luker, and that I am the man who has pawned it." She started to her feet with a scream. She looked backwards and forwards from Mr. Godfrey to my aunt, and from my aunt to Mr. Godfrey, in such a frantic manner that I really thought she had gone mad. "Don't speak to me. Don't touch me," she exclaimed, shrinking back from all of us, I declare like some hunted animal, into a corner of the room. "This is my fault. I must set it right. I have sacrificed myself. I had a right to do that if I liked, but to let an innocent man be ruined, to keep a secret which destroys his character for life. Oh, good God, it's too horrible. I can't bear it. My aunt half rose from her chair, then suddenly sat down again. She called to me faintly and pointed to a little phial in her workbox. "Quick," she whispered. 6 drops in water. Don't let Rachel see. Under other circumstances, I should have thought this strange. There was no time now to think. There was only time to give the medicine. Dear Mr. Godfrey unconsciously assisted me in concealing what I was about from Rachel, by speaking composing words to her at the other end of the room. Indeed, you exaggerate," I heard him say. "My reputation stands too high to be destroyed by a miserable passing scandal like this. It will be all forgotten in another week. Let us never speak of it again." She was perfectly inaccessible, even to such generosity as this. She went on from bad to worse. "I must and will stop it," she said. "Mama, hear what I say. Miss Clack, hear what I say. I know the hand that took the Moonstone. I know," she laid a strong emphasis on the words. She stamped her foot in the rage that possessed her. "I know that Godfrey Abel White is innocent. Take me to the magistrate, Godfrey. Take me to the magistrate, and I will swear it." My aunt caught me by the hand and whispered, "Stand between us for a minute or two. Don't let Rachel see me." I noticed a bluish tinge in her face which alarmed me. She saw I was startled. "The drops will put me right in a minute or two," she said, and so closed her eyes and waited a little. While this was going on, I heard dear Mr. Godfrey still gently remonstrating. "You must not appear publicly in such a thing as this," he said. "Your reputation, dearest Rachel, is something too pure and too sacred to be trifled with." "My reputation?" she burst out laughing. "Why, I am accused, Godfrey, as well as you. The best detective officer in England declares that I have stolen my own diamond. Ask him what he thinks, and he will tell you that I have pledged the Moonstone to pay my private debts." She stopped, ran across the room, and fell on her knees at her mother's feet. "Oh, Mama, 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 I must be mad, mustn't I, not to own the truth now?" She was too vehement to notice her mother's condition. She was on her feet again, and back with Mr. Godfrey in an instant. I won't let any innocent man be accused and disgraced through my fault. If you won't take me before the magistrate, draw out a declaration of your innocence on paper, and I will sign it. Do as I tell you, Godfrey, or I'll write it to the newspapers. I'll go out and cry it in the streets. We will not say this was the language of remorse. We will say it was the language of hysterics." Indulgent Mr. Godfrey pacified her by taking a sheet of paper and drawing out the declaration. She signed it in a feverish hurry. "Show it everywhere. Don't think of me," she said as she gave it to him. "I am afraid, Godfrey, I have not done you justice hitherto in my thoughts. You are more unselfish. You are a better man than I believed you to be. Come here when you can, and I will try and repair the wrong I have done you." She gave him her hand. Alas, for our fallen nature! Alas, for Mr. Godfrey! He not only forgot himself so far as to kiss her hand, he adopted a gentleness of tone in answering her which, in such a case, was little better than a compromise with sin. "I will come, dearest," he said, "on condition that we don't speak of this hateful subject again." Never had I seen and heard our Christian hero to less advantage than on this occasion. Before another word could be said by anybody, a thundering knock at the street door startled us all. I looked through the window and saw the world, the flesh, and the devil waiting before the house, as typified in a carriage and horses, a powdered footman, and 3 of the most audaciously dressed women I ever beheld in my life. Rachel started and composed herself. She crossed the room to her mother. "They have come to take me to the flower show," she said. "One word, Mama, before I go. I have not distressed you, have I?" Is the bluntness of moral feeling which could ask such a question as that, after what had just happened, to be pitied or condemned? I like to lean towards mercy. Let us pity it. The drops had produced their effect. My poor aunt's complexion was like itself again. "No, no, my dear," she said. "Go with our friends, and enjoy yourself." Her daughter stooped and kissed her. I had left the window and was near the door when Rachel approached it to go out. Another change had come over her. She was in tears. I looked with interest at the momentary softening of that obdurate heart. I felt inclined to say a few earnest words. Alas, my well-meant sympathy only gave offense. "What do you mean by pitying me?" she asked in a bitter whisper, as she passed to the door. "Don't you see how happy I am? I'm going to the flower show, clack, and I've got the prettiest bonnet in London." She completed the hollow mockery of that address by blowing me a kiss, and so left the room. I wish I could describe in words the compassion I felt for this miserable and misguided girl, but I am almost as poorly provided with words as with money. Permit me to say, my heart bled for her. Returning to my aunt's chair, I observed dear Mr. Godfrey searching for something softly, here and there, in different parts of the room. Before I could offer to assist him, he had found what he wanted. He came back to my aunt and me, with his declaration of innocence in one hand and with a box of matches in the other. "Dear aunt, a little conspiracy," he said. "Dear Miss Clack, a pious fraud which even your high moral rectitude will excuse. Will you leave Rachel to suppose that I accept the generous self-sacrifice which has signed this paper? And will you kindly bear witness that I destroy it in your presence before I leave the house?" He kindled a match and, lighting the paper, laid it to burn in a plate on the table. "Any trifling inconvenience that I may suffer is as nothing," he remarked, "compared with the importance of preserving that pure name from the contaminating contact of the world. There, we have reduced it to a little harmless heap of ashes, and our dear impulsive Rachel will never know what we have done. How do you feel, my precious friends? How do you feel? For my poor part, I am as light-hearted as a boy." He beamed on us with his beautiful smile. He held out a hand to my aunt and a hand to me. I was too deeply affected by his noble conduct to speak. I closed my eyes. I put his hand, in a kind of spiritual self-forgetfulness, to my lips. He murmured a soft remonstrance. Oh, the ecstasy, the pure, unearthly ecstasy of that moment. I sat, I hardly know on what, quite lost in my own exalted feelings. When I opened my eyes again, it was like descending from heaven to earth. There was nobody but my aunt in the room. He had gone. I should like to stop here. I should like to close my narrative with the record of Mr. Godfrey's noble conduct. Unhappily there is more, much more, which the unrelenting pecuniary pressure of Mr. Blake's cheque obliges me to tell. The painful disclosures which were to reveal themselves in my presence, during that Tuesday's visit to Montague Square, were not at an end yet. Finding myself alone with Lady Verinder, I turned naturally to the subject of her health, touching delicately on the strange anxiety which she had shown to conceal her indisposition, and the remedy applied to it, from the observation of her daughter. My aunt's reply greatly surprised me. "Drusilla," she said, "if I have not already mentioned that my Christian name is Drusilla, permit me to mention it now. You are touching quite innocently, I know, on a very distressing subject." I rose immediately. Delicacy left me but one alternative, the alternative, after first making my apologies, of taking my leave. Lady Verinder stopped me, and insisted on my sitting down again. "You have surprised a secret," she said, "which I had confided to my sister Mrs. Ablewhite, and to my lawyer Mr. Bruff, and to no one else. I can trust in their discretion, and I am sure, when I tell you the circumstances, I can trust in yours. Have you any pressing engagement, Drusilla? Or is your time your own this afternoon?" It is needless to say that my time was entirely at my aunt's disposal. "Keep me company then," she said, "for another hour. I have something to tell you which I believe you will be sorry to hear, and I shall have a service to ask of you afterwards, if you don't object to assist me." It is again needless to say that, so far from objecting, I was all eagerness to assist her. "You can wait here," she went on, "till Mr. Bruff comes at 5, and you can be one of the witnesses, Drusilla, when I sign my will." Her will! I thought of the drops which I had seen in her workbox. I thought of the bluish tinge which I had noticed in her complexion. A light which was not of this world, a light shining prophetically from an unmade grave, dawned on my mind. My aunt's secret was a secret no longer. Chapter 3. Consideration for poor Lady Verinder forbade me even to hint that I had guessed the melancholy truth before she opened her lips. I waited her pleasure in silence, and having privately arranged to say a few sustaining words at the first convenient opportunity, felt prepared for any duty that could claim me, no matter how painful it might be. I have been seriously ill, Drusilla, for some time past, my aunt began. And strange to say, without knowing it myself, I thought of the thousands and thousands of perishing human creatures who were all at that moment spiritually ill, without knowing it themselves. And I greatly feared that my poor aunt might be one of the number. Yes, dear, I said sadly. Yes. I brought Rachel to London, as you know, for medical advice, she went on. I thought it right to consult two doctors. And, oh me, in Rachel's state, not one clergyman. Yes, dear, I said once more. Yes, one of the two medical men, proceeded my aunt, was a stranger to me. The other had been an old friend of my husband's, and had always felt a sincere interest in me for my husband's sake. After prescribing for Rachel, he said he wished to speak to me privately in another room. I expected, of course, to receive some special directions for the management of my daughter's health. To my surprise, he took me gravely by the hand and said, I have been looking at you, Lady Verinder, with a professional as well as a personal interest. You are, I am afraid, far more urgently in need of medical advice than your daughter. He put some questions to me, which I was at first inclined to treat lightly enough, until I observed that my answers distressed him. It ended in his making an appointment to come and see me, accompanied by a medical friend, on the next day, at an hour when Rachel would not be at home. The result of that visit, most kindly and gently conveyed to me, satisfied both the physicians that there had been precious time lost, which could never be regained, and that my case had now passed beyond the reach of their art. For more than 2 years I have been suffering under an insidious form of heart disease, which, without any symptoms to alarm me, has, by little and little, fatally broken me down. I may live for some months, or I may die before another day has passed over my head. The doctors cannot and dare not speak more positively than this. It would be vain to say, my dear, that I have not had some miserable moments since my real situation has been made known to me. But I am more resigned than I was, and I am doing my best to set my worldly affairs in order. My one great anxiety is that Rachel should be kept in ignorance of the truth. If she knew it, she would at once attribute my broken health to anxiety about the diamond, and would reproach herself bitterly, poor child, for what is in no sense her fault. Both the doctors agree that the mischief began 2, if not 3 years since. I am sure you will keep my secret, Drusilla, for I am sure I see sincere sorrow and sympathy for me in your face. Sorrow and sympathy. Oh, what pagan emotions to expect from a Christian Englishwoman anchored firmly on her faith. Little did my poor aunt imagine what a gush of devout thankfulness thrilled through me as she approached the close of her melancholy story. Here was a career of usefulness opened before me. Here was a beloved relative and perishing fellow creature, on the eve of the great change, utterly unprepared, and providentially led, to reveal her situation to me. How can I describe the joy with which I now remembered that the precious clerical friends on whom I could rely were to be counted, not by 1s or 2s, but by 10s and 20s. I took my aunt in my arms. My overflowing tenderness was not to be satisfied, now, with anything less than an embrace. Oh, I said to her, fervently, the indescribable interest with which you inspire me. Oh, the good I mean to do you, dear. Before we part, after another word or two of earnest prefatory warning, I gave her her choice of 3 precious friends, all plying the work of mercy from morning to night in her own neighborhood, all equally inexhaustible in exhortation, all affectionately ready to exercise their gifts at a word from me. Alas, the result was far from encouraging. Poor Lady Verinder looked puzzled and frightened, and met everything I could say to her with the purely worldly objection that she was not strong enough to face strangers. I yielded, for the moment only, of course. My large experience, as reader and visitor, under not less, first and last, than 14 beloved clerical friends, informed me that this was another case for preparation by books. I possessed a little library of works, all suitable to the present emergency, all calculated to arouse, convince, prepare, enlighten, and fortify my aunt. You will read, dear, won't you? I said, in my most winning way. You will read, if I bring you my own precious books? Turned down at all the right places, aunt, and marked in pencil where you are to stop and ask yourself, does this apply to me? Even that simple appeal, so absolutely heathenizing is the influence of the world, appeared to startle my aunt. She said, I will do what I can, Drusilla, to please you, with a look of surprise, which was at once instructive and terrible to see. Not a moment was to be lost. The clock on the mantelpiece informed me that I had just time to hurry home, to provide myself with a first series of selected readings, say a dozen only, and to return in time to meet the lawyer and witness Lady Verander's will. Promising faithfully to be back by 5 o'clock, I left the house on my errand of mercy. When no interests but my own are involved, I am humbly content to get from place to place by the omnibus. Permit me to give an idea of my devotion to my aunt's interests by recording that, on this occasion, I committed the prodigality of taking a cab. I drove home, selected and marked my first series of readings, and drove back to Montague Square, with a dozen works in a carpet-bag, the like of which I firmly believe are not to be found in the literature of any other country in Europe. I paid the cabman exactly his fare. He received it with an oath, upon which I instantly gave him a tract. If I had presented a pistol at his head, this abandoned wretch could hardly have exhibited greater consternation. He jumped up on his box, and, with profane exclamations of dismay, drove off furiously. Quite useless, I am happy to say. I sowed the good seed, in spite of him, by throwing a second tract in at the window of the cab. The servant who answered the door, not the person with the cap ribbons to my great relief, but the footman, informed me that the doctor had called, and was still shut up with Lady Verander. Mr. Bruff, the lawyer, had arrived a minute since and was waiting in the library. I was shown into the library to wait too. Mr. Bruff looked surprised to see me. He is the family solicitor, and we had met more than once on previous occasions under Lady Verander's roof. A man, I grieve to say, grown old and grizzled in the service of the world. A man who, in his hours of business, was the chosen prophet of law and mammon, and who, in his hours of leisure, was equally capable of reading a novel and of tearing up a tract. "Have you come to stay here, Miss Clack?" he asked, with a look at my carpet-bag. To reveal the contents of my precious bag to such a person as this would have been simply to invite an outburst of profanity. I lowered myself to his own level and mentioned my business in the house. "My aunt has informed me that she is about to sign her will," I answered. "She has been so good as to ask me to be one of the witnesses." I? Well, Miss Clack, you will do. You are over 21, and you have not the slightest pecuniary interest in Lady Verander's will. Not the slightest pecuniary interest in Lady Verander's will. Oh, how thankful I felt when I heard that. If my aunt, possessed of thousands, had remembered poor me, to whom £5 is an object, if my name had appeared in the will, with a little comforting legacy attached to it, my enemies might have doubted the motive which had loaded me with the choicest treasures of my library, and had drawn upon my failing resources for the prodigal expenses of a cab. Not the cruelest scoffer of them all could doubt now. Much better as it was. Oh, surely, much better as it was. I was aroused from these consoling reflections by the voice of Mr. Bruff. My meditative silence appeared to weigh upon the spirits of this worldling, and to force him, as it were, into talking to me against his own will. "Well, Miss Clack, what's the last news in the charitable circles? How is your friend Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite, after the mauling he got from the rogues in Northumberland Street? Egad, they're telling a pretty story about that charitable gentleman at my club." I had passed over the manner in which this person had remarked that I was more than 21, and that I had no pecuniary interest in my aunt's will, but the tone in which he alluded to dear Mr. Godfrey was too much for my forbearance. Feeling bound, after what had passed in my presence that afternoon, to assert the innocence of my admirable friend, whenever I found it called in question, I own to having also felt bound to include in the accomplishment of this righteous purpose a stinging castigation in the case of Mr. Bruff. "I live very much out of the world," I said, "and I don't possess the advantage, sir, of belonging to a club, but I happen to know the story to which you allude, and I also know that a viler falsehood than that story never was told." Yes, Miss Clack, you believe in your friend. Natural enough. Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite won't find the world in general quite so easy to convince as a committee of charitable ladies. Appearances are dead against him. He was in the house when the diamond was lost, and he was the first person in the house to go to London afterwards. Those are ugly circumstances, ma'am, viewed by the light of later events. I ought, I know, to have set him right before he went any farther. I ought to have told him that he was speaking in ignorance of a testimony to Mr. Godfrey's innocence, offered by the only person who was undeniably competent to speak from a positive knowledge of the subject. Alas, the temptation to lead the lawyer artfully on to his own discomfiture was too much for me. I asked what he meant by later events, with an appearance of the utmost innocence. By later events, Miss Clack, I mean events in which the Indians are concerned, proceeded Mr. Bruff, getting more and more superior to poor me, the longer he went on. What do the Indians do the moment they are let out of the prison at Frizinghall? They go straight to London and fix on Mr. Luker. What follows? Mr. Luker feels alarmed for the safety of a valuable of great price, which he has got in the house. He lodges it privately under a general description, in his banker's strong room. Wonderfully clever of him, but the Indians are just as clever on their side. They have their suspicions that the valuable of great price is being shifted from one place to another, and they hit on a singularly bold and complete way of clearing those suspicions up. Whom do they seize and search? Not Mr. Luker only, which would be intelligible enough, but Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite as well. Why, Mr. Ablewhite's explanation is that they acted on blind suspicion after seeing him accidentally speaking to Mr. Luker. Absurd. Half a dozen other people spoke to Mr. Luker that morning. Why were they not followed home too, and decoyed into the trap? No. The plain inference is that Mr. Ablewhite had his private interest in the valuable as well as Mr. Luker, and that the Indians were so uncertain as to which of the two had the disposal of it that there was no alternative but to search them both. Public opinion says that, Miss Clack, and public opinion on this occasion is not easily refuted. He said those last words, looking so wonderfully wise in his own worldly conceit that I really, to my shame be it spoken, could not resist leading him a little farther still, before I overwhelmed him with the truth. I don't presume to argue with a clever lawyer like you, I said, but is it quite fair, sir, to Mr. Ablewhite to pass over the opinion of the famous London police officer who investigated this case? Not the shadow of a suspicion rested upon anybody but Miss Verinder in the mind of Sergeant Cuff. Do you mean to tell me, Miss Clack, that you agree with the sergeant? I judge nobody, sir, and I offer no opinion, and I commit both those enormities, ma'am. I judge the sergeant to have been utterly wrong, and I offer the opinion that, if he had known Rachel's character as I know it, he would have suspected everybody in the house but her. I admit that she has her faults. She is secret and self-willed, odd and wild and unlike other girls of her age, but true as steel, and high-minded and generous to a fault. If the plainest evidence in the world pointed one way, and if nothing but Rachel's word of honor pointed the other, I would take her word before the evidence, lawyer as I am. Strong language, Miss Clack, but I mean it. Would you object to illustrate your meaning, Mr. Bruff, so that I may be sure I understand it? Suppose you found Miss Verinder quite unaccountably interested in what has happened to Mr. Ablewhite and Mr. Luker? Suppose she asked the strangest questions about this dreadful scandal, and displayed the most ungovernable agitation when she found out the turn it was taking. Suppose anything you please, Miss Clack. It wouldn't shake my belief in Rachel Verinder by a hair's breadth. She is so absolutely to be relied on as that? So absolutely to be relied on as that. Then permit me to inform you, Mr. Bruff, that Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite was in this house not 2 hours since, and that his entire innocence of all concern in the disappearance of the Moonstone was proclaimed by Miss Verinder herself, in the strongest language I ever heard used by a young lady in my life. I enjoyed the triumph, the unholy triumph, I fear I must admit, of seeing Mr. Bruff utterly confounded and overthrown by a few plain words from me. He started to his feet and stared at me in silence. I kept my seat undisturbed, and related the whole scene as it had occurred. "And what do you say about Mr. Ablewhite now?" I asked with the utmost possible gentleness, as soon as I had done. "If Rachel has testified to his innocence, Miss Clack, I don't scruple to say that I believe in his innocence as firmly as you do. I have been misled by appearances, like the rest of the world, and I will make the best atonement I can, by publicly contradicting the scandal which has assailed your friend wherever I meet with it. In the meantime, allow me to congratulate you on the masterly manner in which you have opened the full fire of your batteries on me at the moment when I least expected it. You would have done great things in my profession, ma'am, if you had happened to be a man." With those words he turned away from me, and began walking irritably up and down the room. I could see plainly that the new light I had thrown on the subject had greatly surprised and disturbed him. Certain expressions dropped from his lips as he became more and more absorbed in his own thoughts, which suggested to my mind the abominable view that he had hitherto taken of the mystery of the lost Moonstone. He had not scrupled to suspect dear Mr. Godfrey of the infamy of stealing the diamond, and to attribute Rachel's conduct to a generous resolution to conceal the crime. On Miss Verander's own authority, a perfectly unassailable authority, as you are aware, in the estimation of Mr. Bruff, that explanation of the circumstances was now shown to be utterly wrong. The perplexity into which I had plunged this high legal authority was so overwhelming that he was quite unable to conceal it from notice. What a case! I heard him say to himself, stopping at the window in his walk and drumming on the glass with his fingers. It not only defies explanation, it's even beyond conjecture. There was nothing in these words which made any reply at all needful on my part, and yet I answered them. It seems hardly credible that I should not have been able to let Mr. Bruff alone, even now. It seems almost beyond mere mortal perversity that I should have discovered, in what he had just said, a new opportunity of making myself personally disagreeable to him. But, my friends, nothing is beyond mortal perversity, and anything is credible when our fallen natures get the better of us. Pardon me for intruding on your reflections, I said to the unsuspecting Mr. Bruff, but surely there is a conjecture to make which has not occurred to us yet. Maybe, Miss Clack. I own I don't know what it is. Before I was so fortunate, sir, as to convince you of Mr. Ablewhite's innocence, you mentioned it as one of the reasons for suspecting him, that he was in the house at the time when the diamond was lost. Permit me to remind you that Mr. Franklin Blake was also in the house at the time when the diamond was lost. The old worldling left the window, took a chair exactly opposite to mine, and looked at me steadily, with a hard and vicious smile. You are not so good a lawyer, Miss Clack, he remarked in a meditative manner, as I supposed. You don't know how to let well alone. I am afraid I failed to follow you, Mr. Bruff, I said modestly. It won't do, Miss Clack, it really won't do a second time. Franklin Blake is a prime favorite of mine, as you are well aware, but that doesn't matter. I'll adopt your view on this occasion before you have time to turn round on me. You're quite right, ma'am. I have suspected Mr. Ablewhite on grounds which abstractedly justify suspecting Mr. Blake too. Very good, let's suspect them together. It's quite in his character, we will say, to be capable of stealing the Moonstone. The only question is whether it was his interest to do so. Mr. Franklin Blake's debts, I remarked, are matters of family notoriety, and Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite's debts have not arrived at that stage of development yet. Quite true. But there happen to be two difficulties in the way of your theory, Miss Clack. I manage Franklin Blake's affairs, and I beg to inform you that the vast majority of his creditors, knowing his father to be a rich man, are quite content to charge interest on their debts, and to wait for their money. There is the first difficulty, which is tough enough. You will find the second tougher still. I have it on the authority of Lady Verinder herself, that her daughter was ready to marry Franklin Blake, before that infernal Indian diamond disappeared from the house. She had drawn him on and put him off again, with the coquetry of a young girl. But she had confessed to her mother that she loved Cousin Franklin, and her mother had trusted Cousin Franklin with the secret. So there he was, Miss Clack, with his creditors content to wait, and with the certain prospect before him of marrying an heiress. By all means consider him a scoundrel, but tell me, if you please, why he should steal the Moonstone. The human heart is unsearchable, I said gently. Who is to fathom it? In other words, ma'am, though he hadn't the shadow of a reason for taking the diamond, he might have taken it nevertheless through natural depravity. Very well. Say he did. Why the devil? I beg your pardon, Mr. Bruff. If I hear the devil referred to in that manner, I must leave the room. I beg your pardon, Miss Clack. I'll be more careful in my choice of language for the future. All I meant to ask was this. Why, even supposing he did take the diamond, should Franklin Blake make himself the most prominent person in the house in trying to recover it? You may tell me he cunningly did that to divert suspicion from himself. I answer that he had no need to divert suspicion, because nobody suspected him. He first steals the Moonstone without the slightest reason through natural depravity, and he then acts a part in relation to the loss of the jewel, which there is not the slightest necessity to act, and which leads to his mortally offending the young lady who would otherwise have married him. That is the monstrous proposition which you are driven to assert if you attempt to associate the disappearance of the Moonstone with Franklin Blake. No, no, Miss Clack. After what has passed here today between us two, the deadlock in this case is complete. Rachel's own innocence is, as her mother knows, and as I know beyond a doubt. Mr. Ablewhite's innocence is equally certain, or Rachel would never have testified to it. And Franklin Blake's innocence, as you have just seen, unanswerably asserts itself. On the one hand, we are morally certain of all these things, and, on the other hand, we are equally sure that somebody has brought the Moonstone to London, and that Mr. Luker or his banker is in private possession of it at this moment. What is the use of my experience? What is the use of any person's experience in such a case as that? It baffles me. It baffles you. It baffles everybody. No, not everybody. It had not baffled Sergeant Cuff. I was about to mention this with all possible mildness, and with every necessary protest against being supposed to cast a slur upon Rachel, when the servant came in to say that the doctor had gone, and that my aunt was waiting to receive us. This stopped the discussion. Mr. Bruff collected his papers, looking a little exhausted by the demands which our conversation had made on him. I took up my bag full of precious publications, feeling as if I could have gone on talking for hours. We proceeded in silence to Lady Verander's room. Permit me to add here, before my narrative advances to other events, that I have not described what passed between the lawyer and me, without having a definite object in view. I am ordered to include in my contribution to the shocking story of the Moonstone a plain disclosure, not only of the turn which suspicion took, but even of the names of the persons on whom suspicion rested, at the time when the Indian diamond was believed to be in London. A report of my conversation in the library with Mr. Bruff appeared to me to be exactly what was wanted to answer this purpose, while at the same time it possessed the great moral advantage of rendering a sacrifice of sinful self-esteem essentially necessary on my part. I have been obliged to acknowledge that my fallen nature got the better of me. In making that humiliating confession, I get the better of my fallen nature. The moral balance is restored, the spiritual atmosphere feels clear once more. Dear friends, we may go on again. Chapter 4. The signing of the will was a much shorter matter than I had anticipated. It was hurried over, to my thinking, in indecent haste. Samuel, the footman, was sent for to act as second witness, and the pen was put at once into my aunt's hand. I felt strongly urged to say a few appropriate words on this solemn occasion, but Mr. Bruff's manner convinced me that it was wisest to check the impulse while he was in the room. In less than 2 minutes it was all over, and Samuel, unbenefited by what I might have said, had gone downstairs again. Mr. Bruff folded up the will and then looked my way, apparently wondering whether I did or did not mean to leave him alone with my aunt. I had my mission of mercy to fulfill, and my bag of precious publications ready on my lap. He might as well have expected to move St. Paul's Cathedral by looking at it, as to move me. There was one merit about him, due no doubt to his worldly training, which I have no wish to deny. He was quick at seeing things. I appeared to produce almost the same impression on him which I had produced on the cabman. He too uttered a profane expression, and withdrew in a violent hurry, and left me mistress of the field. As soon as we were alone, my aunt reclined on the sofa, and then alluded, with some appearance of confusion, to the subject of her will. "I hope you won't think yourself neglected, Drusilla," she said. "I mean to give you your little legacy, my dear, with my own hand." Here was a golden opportunity. I seized it on the spot. In other words, I instantly opened my bag and took out the top publication. It proved to be an early edition, only the 25th, of the famous anonymous work, believed to be by precious Miss Bellows, entitled The Serpent at Home. The design of the book, with which the worldly reader may not be acquainted, is to show how the evil one lies in wait for us in all the most apparently innocent actions of our daily lives. The chapters best adapted to female perusal are Satan in the Hairbrush, Satan behind the looking glass, Satan under the tea table, Satan out of the window, and many others. Give your attention, dear aunt, to this precious book, and you will give me all I ask. With those words, I handed it to her open. At a marked passage, one continuous burst of burning eloquence. Subject: Satan among the sofa cushions. Poor Lady Verender, reclining thoughtlessly on her own sofa cushions, glanced at the book, and handed it back to me looking more confused than ever. "I'm afraid, Drusilla," she said. I must wait till I am a little better before I can read that. The doctor. The moment she mentioned the doctor's name, I knew what was coming. Over and over again in my past experience among my perishing fellow creatures, the members of the notoriously infidel profession of medicine had stepped between me and my mission of mercy on the miserable pretense that the patient wanted quiet and that the disturbing influence of all others which they most dreaded was the influence of Miss Clack and her books. Precisely the same blinded materialism, working treacherously behind my back, now sought to rob me of the only right of property that my poverty could claim, my right of spiritual property in my perishing aunt. The doctor tells me, my poor misguided relative went on, that I am not so well today. He forbids me to see any strangers, and he orders me, if I read at all, only to read the lightest and the most amusing books. Do nothing, Lady Verinder, to weary your head or to quicken your pulse. Those were his last words, Drusilla, when he left me today. There was no help for it but to yield again, for the moment only, as before. Any open assertion of the infinitely superior importance of such a ministry as mine, compared with the ministry of the medical man, would only have provoked the doctor to practice on the human weakness of his patient, and to threaten to throw up the case. Happily, there are more ways than one of sowing the good seed, and few persons are better versed in those ways than myself. You might feel stronger, dear, in an hour or two, I said. Or you might wake tomorrow morning with a sense of something wanting, and even this unpretending volume might be able to supply it. You will let me leave the book, Aunt? The doctor can hardly object to that. I slipped it under the sofa cushions, half in and half out, close by her handkerchief and her smelling bottle. Every time her hand searched for either of these, it would touch the book, and sooner or later, who knows, the book might touch her. After making this arrangement, I thought it wise to withdraw. Let me leave you to repose, dear Aunt. I will call again tomorrow. I looked accidentally towards the window as I said that. It was full of flowers in boxes and pots. Lady Verinder was extravagantly fond of these perishable treasures, and had a habit of rising every now and then, and going to look at them and smell them. A new idea flashed across my mind. Oh, may I take a flower? I said, and got to the window unsuspected in that way. Instead of taking away a flower, I added one, in the shape of another book from my bag, which I left to surprise my aunt among the geraniums and roses. The happy thought followed, why not do the same for her? Poor dear, in every other room that she enters. I immediately said goodbye, and, crossing the hall, slipped into the library. Samuel, coming up to let me out, and supposing I had gone, went downstairs again. On the library table I noticed 2 of the amusing books which the infidel doctor had recommended. I instantly covered them from sight with 2 of my own precious publications. In the breakfast room I found my aunt's favorite canary singing in his cage. She was always in the habit of feeding the bird herself. Some groundsel was strewed on a table which stood immediately under the cage. I put a book among the groundsel. In the drawing room I found more cheering opportunities of emptying my bag. My aunt's favorite musical pieces were on the piano. I slipped in 2 more books among the music. I disposed of another in the back drawing room, under some unfinished embroidery, which I knew to be of Lady Verinder's working. A 3rd little room opened out of the back drawing room, from which it was shut off by curtains instead of a door. My aunt's plain old-fashioned fan was on the chimney-piece. I opened my 9th book at a very special passage, and put the fan in as a marker to keep the place. The question then came whether I should go higher still and try the bedroom floor, at the risk, undoubtedly, of being insulted, if the person with the cap ribbons happened to be in the upper regions of the house and to find me out. But oh, what of that? It is a poor Christian that is afraid of being insulted. I went upstairs, prepared to bear anything. All was silent and solitary. It was the servants' tea time, I suppose. My aunt's room was in front. The miniature of my late dear uncle, Sir John, hung on the wall opposite the bed. It seemed to smile at me. It seemed to say, Drusilla, deposit a book. There were tables on either side of my aunt's bed. She was a bad sleeper and wanted or thought she wanted many things at night. I put a book near the matches on one side and a book under the box of chocolate drops on the other. Whether she wanted a light or whether she wanted a drop, there was a precious publication to meet her eye or to meet her hand, and to say with silent eloquence, in either case, come, try me, try me. But one book was now left at the bottom of my bag, and but one apartment was still unexplored, the bathroom which opened out of the bedroom. I peeped in, and the holy inner voice that never deceives whispered to me, "You have met her, Drusilla, everywhere else. Meet her at the bath and the work is done." I observed a dressing gown thrown across a chair. It had a pocket in it, and in that pocket I put my last book. Can words express my exquisite sense of duty done, when I had slipped out of the house, unsuspected by any of them, and when I found myself in the street with my empty bag under my arm? Oh, my worldly friends, pursuing the phantom pleasure, through the guilty mazes of dissipation, how easy it is to be happy, if you will only be good. When I folded up my things that night, when I reflected on the true riches which I had scattered with such a lavish hand, from top to bottom of the house of my wealthy aunt, I declare I felt as free from all anxiety as if I had been a child again. I was so light-hearted that I sang a verse of the evening hymn. I was so light-hearted that I fell asleep before I could sing another. Quite like a child again, quite like a child again. So I passed that blissful night. On rising the next morning, how young I felt! I might add, how young I looked, if I were capable of dwelling on the concerns of my own perishable body. But I am not capable, and I add nothing. Towards luncheon time, not for the sake of the creature comforts, but for the certainty of finding dear aunt, I put on my bonnet to go to Montague Square. Just as I was ready, the maid at the lodgings in which I then lived looked in at the door and said, "Lady Verander's servant to see Miss Clack." I occupied the parlour floor, at that period of my residence in London. The front parlour was my sitting room, very small, very low in the ceiling, very poorly furnished, but oh so neat. I looked into the passage to see which of Lady Verander's servants had asked for me. It was the young footman, Samuel, a civil, fresh-coloured person, with a teachable look and a very obliging manner. I had always felt a spiritual interest in Samuel, and a wish to try him with a few serious words. On this occasion, I invited him into my sitting room. He came in with a large parcel under his arm. When he put the parcel down, it appeared to frighten him. "My lady's love, miss, and I was to say that you would find a letter inside." Having given that message, the fresh-coloured young footman surprised me by looking as if he would have liked to run away. I detained him to make a few kind inquiries. Could I see my aunt if I called in Montague Square? No, she had gone out for a drive. Miss Rachel had gone with her, and Mr. Abel White had taken a seat in the carriage, too. Knowing how sadly dear Mr. Godfrey's charitable work was in arrear, I thought it odd that he should be going out driving, like an idle man. I stopped Samuel at the door, and made a few more kind inquiries. Miss Rachel was going to a ball that night, and Mr. Abel White had arranged to come to coffee, and go with her. There was a morning concert advertised for tomorrow, and Samuel was ordered to take places for a large party, including a place for Mr. Abel White. "All the tickets may be gone, miss," said this innocent youth, "if I don't run and get them at once." He ran as he said the words, and I found myself alone again, with some anxious thoughts to occupy me. We had a special meeting of the Mothers' Small Clothes Conversion Society that night, summoned expressly with a view to obtaining Mr. Godfrey's advice and assistance. Instead of sustaining our sisterhood, under an overwhelming flow of trousers which quite prostrated our little community, he had arranged to take coffee in Montague Square, and to go to a ball afterwards. The afternoon of the next day had been selected for the festival of the British Lady Servants' Sunday Sweetheart Supervision Society. Instead of being present, the life and soul of that struggling institution, he had engaged to make one of a party of worldlings at a morning concert. I asked myself, what did it mean? Alas, it meant that our Christian hero was to reveal himself to me in a new character, and to become associated in my mind with one of the most awful backslidings of modern times. To return, however, to the history of the passing day. On finding myself alone in my room, I naturally turned my attention to the parcel which appeared to have so strangely intimidated the fresh-coloured young footman. Had my aunt sent me my promised legacy? And had it taken the form of cast-off clothes, or worn-out silver spoons, or unfashionable jewellery, or anything of that sort? Prepared to accept all and to resent nothing, I opened the parcel, and what met my view? The 12 precious publications which I had scattered through the house on the previous day, all returned to me by the doctor's orders. Well might the youthful Samuel shrink when he brought his parcel into my room. Well might he run when he had performed his miserable errand. As to my aunt's letter, it simply amounted, poor soul, to this, that she dare not disobey her medical man. What was to be done now? With my training and my principles, I never had a moment's doubt. Once self-supported by conscience, once embarked on a career of manifest usefulness, the true Christian never yields. Neither public nor private influences produce the slightest effect on us. When we have once got our mission, taxation may be the consequence of a mission, riots may be the consequence of a mission, wars may be the consequence of a mission. We go on with our work, irrespective of every human consideration which moves the world outside us. We are above reason, we are beyond ridicule. We see with nobody's eyes, we hear with nobody's ears, we feel with nobody's hearts, but our own. Glorious, glorious privilege. And how is it earned? Ah, my friends, you may spare yourselves the useless inquiry. We are the only people who can earn it, for we are the only people who are always right. In the case of my misguided aunt, the form which pious perseverance was next to take revealed itself to me plainly enough. Preparation by clerical friends had failed, owing to Lady Verander's own reluctance. Preparation by books had failed, owing to the doctor's infidel obstinacy. So be it. What was the next thing to try? The next thing to try was preparation by little notes. In other words, the books themselves having been sent back, select extracts from the books, copied by different hands and all addressed as letters to my aunt, were some to be sent by post and some to be distributed about the house on the plan I had adopted on the previous day. As letters they would excite no suspicion. As letters they would be opened, and once opened might be read. Some of them I wrote myself. Dear Aunt, may I ask your attention to a few lines? N.C. Dear Aunt, I was reading last night, and I chanced on the following passage. N.C. Other letters were written for me by my valued fellow workers, the sisterhood at the Mother Small Clothes. Dear Madam, pardon the interest taken in you by a true, though humble, friend. Dear Madam, may a serious person surprise you by saying a few cheering words? Using these and other similar forms of courteous appeal, we reintroduced all my precious passages under a form which not even the doctor's watchful materialism could suspect. Before the shades of evening had closed around us, I had a dozen awakening letters from my aunt, instead of a dozen awakening books. 6 I made immediate arrangements for sending through the post, and 6 I kept in my pocket for postal distribution in the house the next day. Soon after 2 o'clock I was again on the field of pious conflict, addressing more kind inquiries to Samuel at Lady Verander's door. My aunt had had a bad night. She was again in the room in which I had witnessed her will, resting on the sofa, and trying to get a little sleep. I said I would wait in the library, on the chance of seeing her. In the fervor of my zeal to distribute the letters, it never occurred to me to inquire about Rachel. The house was quiet, and it was past the hour at which the musical performance began. I took it for granted that she and her party of pleasure-seekers, Mr. Godfrey, alas, included, were all at the concert, and eagerly devoted myself to my good work, while time and opportunity were still at my own disposal. My aunt's correspondence of the morning, including the 6 awakening letters which I had posted overnight, was lying unopened on the library table. She had evidently not felt herself equal to dealing with a large mass of letters, and she might be daunted by the number of them, if she entered the library later in the day. I put one of my second set of 6 letters on the chimney-piece by itself, leaving it to attract her curiosity, by means of its solitary position, apart from the rest. A second letter I put purposely on the floor in the breakfast room. The first servant who went in after me would conclude that my aunt had dropped it, and would be specially careful to restore it to her. The field thus sown on the basement story, I ran lightly upstairs to scatter my mercies next over the drawing-room floor. Just as I entered the front room, I heard a double knock at the street door, a soft, fluttering, considerate little knock. Before I could think of slipping back to the library, in which I was supposed to be waiting, the active young footman was in the hall answering the door. It mattered little, as I thought. In my aunt's state of health, visitors in general were not admitted. To my horror and amazement, the performer of the soft little knock proved to be an exception to general rules. Samuel's voice below me, after apparently answering some questions which I did not hear, said, unmistakably, "Upstairs, if you please, sir." The next moment I heard footsteps, a man's footsteps, approaching the drawing-room floor. Who could this favored male visitor possibly be? Almost as soon as I asked myself the question, the answer occurred to me. Who could it be but the doctor? In the case of any other visitor, I should have allowed myself to be discovered in the drawing room. There would have been nothing out of the common in my having got tired of the library and having gone upstairs for a change, but my own self-respect stood in the way of my meeting the person who had insulted me by sending me back my books. I slipped into the little third room, which I have mentioned as communicating with the back drawing room, and dropped the curtains which closed the open doorway. If I only waited there for a minute or two, the usual result in such cases would take place. That is to say, the doctor would be conducted to his patient's room. I waited a minute or two, and more than a minute or two. I heard the visitor walking restlessly backwards and forwards. I also heard him talking to himself. I even thought I recognized the voice. Had I made a mistake? Was it not the doctor, but somebody else? Mr. Bruff, for instance? No. An unerring instinct told me it was not Mr. Bruff. Whoever he was still talking to himself. I parted the heavy curtains the least little morsel in the world, and listened. The words I heard were, "I'll do it today," and the voice that spoke them was Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite's. Chapter 5. My hand dropped from the curtain. But don't suppose, that the dreadful embarrassment of my situation was the uppermost idea in my mind. So fervent still was the sisterly interest I felt in Mr. Godfrey, that I never stopped to ask myself why he was not at the concert. No, I thought only of the words, the startling words, which had just fallen from his lips. He would do it today. He had said, in a tone of terrible resolution, he would do it today. What would he do? Something even more deplorably unworthy of him than what he had done already? Would he apostatize from the faith? Would he abandon us at the mother's small clothes? Had we seen the last of his angelic smile in the committee room? Had we heard the last of his unrivaled eloquence at Exeter Hall? I was so wrought up by the bare idea of such awful eventualities as these in connection with such a man, that I believe I should have rushed from my place of concealment and implored him in the name of all the ladies' committees in London to explain himself, when I suddenly heard another voice in the room. It penetrated through the curtains. It was loud, it was bold, it was wanting in every female charm. The voice of Rachel Verinder. "Why have you come up here, Godfrey?" she asked. "Why didn't you go into the library?" He laughed softly and answered, "Miss Clack is in the library." Clack in the library. She instantly seated herself on the ottoman in the back drawing room. "You are quite right, Godfrey. We had much better stop here." I had been in a burning fever a moment since, and in some doubt what to do next. I became extremely cold now, and felt no doubt whatever. To show myself after what I had heard was impossible. To retreat, except into the fireplace, was equally out of the question. A martyrdom was before me. In justice to myself, I noiselessly arranged the curtains so that I could both see and hear. And then I met my martyrdom with the spirit of a primitive Christian. "Don't sit on the ottoman," the young lady proceeded. "Bring a chair, Godfrey. I like people to be opposite to me when I talk to them." He took the nearest seat. It was a low chair. He was very tall and many sizes too large for it. I never saw his legs to such disadvantage before. "Well," she went on, "what did you say to them?" "Just what you said, dear Rachel, to me. That Mama was not at all well today, and that I didn't quite like leaving her to go to the concert. Those were the words. They were grieved to lose you at the concert, but they quite understood. All sent their love, and all expressed a cheering belief that Lady Verinder's indisposition would soon pass away. You don't think it's serious, do you, Godfrey? Far from it. In a few days, I feel quite sure, all will be well again." "I think so too. I was a little frightened at first, but I think so too. It was very kind to go and make my excuses for me to people who are almost strangers to you. But why not have gone with them to the concert? It seems very hard that you should miss the music too." "Don't say that, Rachel. If you only knew how much happier I am here with you." He clasped his hands and looked at her. In the position which he occupied when he did that, he turned my way. Can words describe how I sickened when I noticed exactly the same pathetic expression on his face, which had charmed me when he was pleading for destitute millions of his fellow creatures on the platform at Exeter Hall? It's hard to get over one's bad habits, Godfrey. But do try to get over the habit of paying compliments. Do to please me. I never paid you a compliment, Rachel, in my life. Successful love may sometimes use the language of flattery, I admit, but hopeless love, dearest, always speaks the truth. He drew his chair close and took her hand. When he said, hopeless love, there was a momentary silence. He who thrilled everybody had doubtless thrilled her. I thought I now understood the words which had dropped from him when he was alone in the drawing room. I'll do it today. Alas, the most rigid propriety could hardly have failed to discover that he was doing it now. Have you forgotten what we agreed on, Godfrey, when you spoke to me in the country? We agreed that we were to be cousins, and nothing more. I break the agreement, Rachel, every time I see you. Then don't see me. Quite useless. I break the agreement every time I think of you. Oh, Rachel, how kindly you told me only the other day that my place in your estimation was a higher place than it had ever been yet. Am I mad to build the hopes I do on those dear words? Am I mad to dream of some future day when your heart may soften to me? Don't tell me so if I am. Leave me my delusion, dearest. I must have that to cherish and to comfort me, if I have nothing else. His voice trembled, and he put his white handkerchief to his eyes. Exeter Hall again, nothing wanting to complete the parallel but the audience, the cheers, and the glass of water. Even her obdurate nature was touched. I saw her lean a little nearer to him. I heard a new tone of interest in her next words. Are you really sure, Godfrey, that you are so fond of me as that? Sure. You know what I was, Rachel. Let me tell you what I am. I have lost every interest in life, but my interest in you. A transformation has come over me which I can't account for myself. Would you believe it? My charitable business is an unendurable nuisance to me, and when I see a ladies' committee now, I wish myself at the uttermost ends of the earth. If the annals of apostasy offer anything comparable to such a declaration as that, I can only say that the case in point is not producible from the stores of my reading. I thought of the mother's small clothes. I thought of the Sunday sweetheart supervision. I thought of the other societies, too numerous to mention, all built up on this man as on a tower of strength. I thought of the struggling female boards, who, so to speak, drew the breath of their business life through the nostrils of Mr. Godfrey, of that same Mr. Godfrey who had just reviled our good work as a nuisance, and just declared that he wished he was at the uttermost ends of the earth when he found himself in our company. My young female friends will feel encouraged to persevere, when I mention that it tried even my discipline before I could devour my own righteous indignation in silence. At the same time, it is only justice to myself to add that I didn't lose a syllable of the conversation. Rachel was the next to speak. You have made your confession, she said. I wonder whether it would cure you of your unhappy attachment to me, if I made mine? He started. I confess I started too. He thought, and I thought, that she was about to divulge the mystery of the Moonstone. Would you think, to look at me, she went on, that I am the wretchedest girl living? 'S true, Godfrey. What greater wretchedness can there be than to live degraded in your own estimation? That is my life now. My dear Rachel, it's impossible you can have any reason to speak of yourself in that way. How do you know I have no reason? Can you ask me the question? I know it because I know you. Your silence, dearest, has never lowered you in the estimation of your true friends. The disappearance of your precious birthday gift may seem strange. Your unexplained connection with that event may seem stranger still. Are you speaking of the Moonstone, Godfrey? I certainly thought that you referred. I referred to nothing of the sort. I can hear of the loss of the Moonstone, let who will speak of it, without feeling degraded in my own estimation. If the story of the diamond ever comes to light, it will be known that I accepted a dreadful responsibility. It will be known that I involved myself in the keeping of a miserable secret, but it will be as clear as the sun at noonday that I did nothing mean. You have misunderstood me, Godfrey. It is my fault for not speaking more plainly. Cost me what it may, I will be plainer now. Suppose you were not in love with me? Suppose you were in love with some other woman? Yes. Suppose you discovered that woman to be utterly unworthy of you? Suppose you were quite convinced that it was a disgrace to you to waste another thought on her? Suppose the bare idea of ever marrying such a person made your face burn, only with thinking of it? Yes. And suppose, in spite of all that, you couldn't tear her from your heart? Suppose the feeling she had roused in you in the time when you believed in her was not a feeling to be hidden? Suppose the love this wretch had inspired in you? Oh, how can I find words to say it in? How can I make a man understand that a feeling which horrifies me of myself can be a feeling that fascinates me at the same time? It's the breath of my life, Godfrey, and it's the poison that kills me, both in one. Go away. I must be out of my mind to talk as I am talking now. No, you mustn't leave me. You mustn't carry away a wrong impression. I must say what is to be said in my own defense. Mind this. He doesn't know, he never will know what I have told you. I will never see him. I don't care what happens. I will never, never, never see him again. Don't ask me his name. Don't ask me any more. Let's change the subject. Are you doctor enough, Godfrey, to tell me why I feel as if I was stifling for want of breath? Is there a form of hysterics that bursts into words instead of tears? I dare say. What does it matter? You will get over any trouble I have caused you easily enough now. I have dropped to my right place in your estimation, haven't I? Don't notice me. Don't pity me. For God's sake, go away. She turned round on a sudden and beat her hands wildly on the back of the ottoman. Her head dropped on the cushions, and she burst out crying. Before I had time to feel shocked at this, I was horror-struck by an entirely unexpected proceeding on the part of Mr. Godfrey. Will it be credited that he fell on his knees at her feet, on both knees, I solemnly declare? May modesty mention that he put his arms round her next, and may reluctant admiration acknowledge that he electrified her with 2 words? Noble creature! No more than that, but he did it with one of the bursts which have made his fame as a public speaker. She sat, either quite thunderstruck or quite fascinated, I don't know which, without even making an effort to put his arms back where his arms ought to have been. As for me, my sense of propriety was completely bewildered. I was so painfully uncertain whether it was my first duty to close my eyes or to stop my ears that I did neither. I attribute my being still able to hold the curtain in the right position for looking and listening entirely to suppressed hysterics. In suppressed hysterics, it is admitted, even by the doctors, that one must hold something. Yes, he said, with all the fascination of his evangelical voice and manner, you are a noble creature, a woman who can speak the truth, for the truth's own sake, a woman who will sacrifice her pride, rather than sacrifice an honest man who loves her, is the most priceless of all treasures. When such a woman marries, if her husband only wins her esteem and regard, he wins enough to ennoble his whole life. You have spoken, dearest, of your place in my estimation. Judge what that place is, when I implore you on my knees to let the cure of your poor wounded heart be my care. Rachel, will you honor me, will you bless me, by being my wife? By this time I should certainly have decided on stopping my ears, if Rachel had not encouraged me to keep them open, by answering him in the first sensible words I had ever heard fall from her lips. Godfrey, she said, you must be mad. I never spoke more reasonably, dearest, in your interests as well as in mine. Look for a moment to the future. Is your happiness to be sacrificed to a man who has never known how you feel towards him, and whom you are resolved never to see again? Is it not your duty to yourself to forget this ill-fated attachment, and is forgetfulness to be found in the life you are leading now? You have tried that life, and you are wearying of it already. Surround yourself with nobler interests than the wretched interests of the world, a heart that loves and honors you, a home whose peaceful claims and happy duties win gently on you day by day. Try the consolation, Rachel, which is to be found there. I don't ask for your love. I will be content with your affection and regard. Let the rest be left, confidently left, to your husband's devotion, and to time that heals even wounds as deep as yours. She began to yield already. Oh, what a bringing up she must have had! Oh, how differently I should have acted in her place! Don't tempt me, Godfrey, she said. I am wretched enough and reckless enough as it is. Don't tempt me to be more wretched and more reckless still. One question, Rachel, have you any personal objection to me? I always liked you. After what you have just said to me, I should be insensible indeed if I didn't respect and admire you as well. Do you know many wives, my dear Rachel, who respect and admire their husbands, and yet they and their husbands get on very well? How many brides go to the altar with hearts that would bear inspection by the men who take them there? And yet it doesn't end unhappily. Somehow or other the nuptial establishment jogs on. The truth is that women try marriage as a refuge, far more numerously than they are willing to admit, and what is more, they find that marriage has justified their confidence in it. Look at your own case once again. At your age and with your attractions, is it possible for you to sentence yourself to a single life? Trust my knowledge of the world. Nothing is less possible. It is merely a question of time. You may marry some other man some years hence, or you may marry the man, dearest, who is now at your feet and who prizes your respect and admiration above the love of any other woman on the face of the earth. Gently, Godfrey, you are putting something into my head which I never thought of before. You are tempting me with a new prospect, when all my other prospects are closed before me. I tell you again, I am miserable enough and desperate enough, if you say another word, to marry you on your own terms. Take the warning, and go. I won't even rise from my knees till you have said yes. If I say yes, you will repent, and I shall repent when it is too late. We shall both bless the day, darling, when I pressed, and when you yielded. Do you feel as confidently as you speak? You shall judge for yourself. I speak from what I have seen in my own family. Tell me what you think of our household at Frizinghall. Do my father and mother live unhappily together? Far from it, so far as I can see. When my mother was a girl, Rachel, it is no secret in the family, she had loved as you love. She had given her heart to a man who was unworthy of her. She married my father, respecting him, admiring him, but nothing more. Your own eyes have seen the result. Is there no encouragement in it for you and for me? See Betteridge's Narrative, Chapter 8. You won't hurry me, Godfrey? My time shall be yours. You won't ask me for more than I can give? My angel, I only ask you to give me yourself. Take me. In those two words, she accepted him. He had another burst, a burst of unholy rapture this time. He drew her nearer and nearer to him till her face touched his, and then, no, I really cannot prevail upon myself to carry this shocking disclosure any farther. Let me only say that I tried to close my eyes before it happened, and that I was just one moment too late. I had calculated, you see, on her resisting. She submitted. To every right-feeling person of my own sex, volumes could say no more. Even my innocence in such matters began to see its way to the end of the interview now. They understood each other so thoroughly by this time that I fully expected to see them walk off together, arm in arm, to be married. There appeared, however, judging by Mr. Godfrey's next words, to be one more trifling formality which it was necessary to observe. He seated himself, unforbidden this time, on the ottoman by her side. "Shall I speak to your dear mother?" he asked. "Or will you?" She declined both alternatives. "Let my mother hear nothing from either of us, until she is better. I wish it to be kept a secret for the present, Godfrey. Go now and come back this evening. We have been here alone together quite long enough." She rose, and, in rising, looked for the first time towards the little room in which my martyrdom was going on. "Who has drawn those curtains?" she exclaimed. "The room is close enough as it is, without keeping the air out of it in that way." She advanced to the curtains. At the moment when she laid her hand on them, at the moment when the discovery of me appeared to be quite inevitable, the voice of the fresh-colored young footman, on the stairs, suddenly suspended any further proceedings on her side or on mine. It was unmistakably the voice of a man in great alarm. "Miss Rachel," he called out. "Where are you, Miss Rachel?" She sprang back from the curtains and ran to the door. The footman came just inside the room. His ruddy color was all gone. He said, "Please to come downstairs, miss. My lady has fainted, and we can't bring her to again." In a moment more I was alone, and free to go downstairs in my turn, quite unobserved. Mr. Godfrey passed me in the hall, hurrying out to fetch the doctor. "Go in and help them," he said, pointing to the room. I found Rachel on her knees by the sofa, with her mother's head on her bosom. One look at my aunt's face, knowing what I knew, was enough to warn me of the dreadful truth. I kept my thoughts to myself till the doctor came in. It was not long before he arrived. He began by sending Rachel out of the room, and then he told the rest of us that Lady Verinder was no more. Serious persons, in search of proofs of hardened skepticism, may be interested in hearing that he showed no signs of remorse when he looked at me. At a later hour I peeped into the breakfast room and the library. My aunt had died without opening one of the letters which I had addressed to her. I was so shocked at this that it never occurred to me, until some days afterwards, that she had also died without giving me my little legacy. Chapter 6. 1. Miss Clack presents her compliments to Mr. Franklin Blake, and in sending him the 5th chapter of her humble narrative, begs to say that she feels quite unequal to enlarge as she could wish on an event so awful, under the circumstances, as Lady Verander's death. She has, therefore, attached to her own manuscripts copious extracts from precious publications in her possession, all bearing on this terrible subject. And may those extracts, Miss Clack fervently hopes, sound as the blast of a trumpet in the ears of her respected kinsman, Mr. Franklin Blake. 2. Mr. Franklin Blake presents his compliments to Miss Clack, and begs to thank her for the 5th chapter of her narrative. In returning the extracts sent with it, he will refrain from mentioning any personal objection which he may entertain to the species of literature, and will merely say that the proposed additions to the manuscript are not necessary to the fulfillment of the purpose that he has in view. 3. Miss Clack begs to acknowledge the return of her extracts. She affectionately reminds Mr. Franklin Blake that she is a Christian, and that it is, therefore, quite impossible for him to offend her. Miss C. persists in feeling the deepest interest in Mr. Blake, and pledges herself, on the first occasion when sickness may lay him low, to offer him the use of her extracts for the 2nd time. In the meanwhile she would be glad to know, before beginning the final chapters of her narrative, whether she may be permitted to make her humble contribution complete by availing herself of the light which later discoveries have thrown on the mystery of the Moonstone. 4. Mr. Franklin Blake is sorry to disappoint Miss Clack. He can only repeat the instructions which he had the honor of giving her when she began her narrative. She is requested to limit herself to her own individual experience of persons and events, as recorded in her diary. Later discoveries she will be good enough to leave to the pens of those persons who can write in the capacity of actual witnesses. 5. Miss Clack is extremely sorry to trouble Mr. Franklin Blake with another letter. Her extracts have been returned, and the expression of her matured views on the subject of the Moonstone has been forbidden. Miss Clack is painfully conscious that she ought, in the worldly phrase, to feel herself put down. But no, Miss C. has learnt perseverance in the school of adversity. Her object in writing is to know whether Mr. Blake, who prohibits everything else, prohibits the appearance of the present correspondence in Miss Clack's narrative. Some explanation of the position in which Mr. Blake's interference has placed her as an authoress seems due on the ground of common justice, and Miss Clack, on her side, is most anxious that her letters should be produced to speak for themselves. 6. Mr. Franklin Blake agrees to Miss Clack's proposal, on the understanding that she will kindly consider this intimation of his consent as closing the correspondence between them. 7. Miss Clack feels it an act of Christian duty, before the correspondence closes, to inform Mr. Franklin Blake that his last letter, evidently intended to offend her, has not succeeded in accomplishing the object of the writer. She affectionately requests Mr. Blake to retire to the privacy of his own room, and to consider with himself whether the training which can thus elevate a poor weak woman above the reach of insult be not worthy of greater admiration than he is now disposed to feel for it. On being favored with an intimation to that effect, Miss C. solemnly pledges herself to send back the complete series of her extracts to Mr. Franklin Blake. To this letter no answer was received. Comment is needless. Signed, Drusilla Clack. Chapter 7. The foregoing correspondence will sufficiently explain why no choice is left to me but to pass over Lady Verander's death with the simple announcement of the fact which ends my 5th chapter. Keeping myself for the future strictly within the limits of my own personal experience, I have next to relate that a month elapsed from the time of my aunt's decease before Rachel Verander and I met again. That meeting was the occasion of my spending a few days under the same roof with her. In the course of my visit, something happened relative to her marriage engagement with Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite, which is important enough to require special notice in these pages. When this last of many painful family circumstances has been disclosed, my task will be completed, for I shall then have told all that I know as an actual and most unwilling witness of events. My aunt's remains were removed from London and were buried in the little cemetery attached to the church in her own park. I was invited to the funeral with the rest of the family, but it was impossible, with my religious views, to rouse myself in a few days only from the shock which this death had caused me. I was informed, moreover, that the rector of Frizinghall was to read the service. Having myself in past times seen this clerical castaway making one of the players at Lady Verander's whist table, I doubt, even if I had been fit to travel, whether I should have felt justified in attending the ceremony. Lady Verander's death left her daughter under the care of her brother-in-law, Mr. Abel White the elder. He was appointed guardian by the will until his niece married or came of age. Under these circumstances, Mr. Godfrey informed his father, I suppose, of the new relation in which he stood towards Rachel. At any rate, in 10 days from my aunt's death, the secret of the marriage engagement was no secret at all within the circle of the family, and the grand question for Mr. Abel White Sr., another confirmed castaway, was how to make himself and his authority most agreeable to the wealthy young lady who was going to marry his son. Rachel gave him some trouble at the outset about the choice of a place in which she could be prevailed upon to reside. The house in Montague Square was associated with the calamity of her mother's death. The house in Yorkshire was associated with the scandalous affair of the lost Moonstone. Her guardian's own residence at Frizinghall was open to neither of these objections, but Rachel's presence in it, after her recent bereavement, operated as a check on the gaieties of her cousins, the Miss Abel Whites, and she herself requested that her visit might be deferred to a more favorable opportunity. It ended in a proposal, emanating from old Mr. Abel White, to try a furnished house at Brighton. His wife, an invalid daughter, and Rachel were to inhabit it together, and were to expect him to join them later in the season. They would see no society but a few old friends, and they would have his son Godfrey, travelling backwards and forwards by the London train, always at their disposal. I described this aimless flitting about from one place of residence to another, this insatiate restlessness of body and appalling stagnation of soul, merely with the view to arriving at results. The event which, under Providence, proved to be the means of bringing Rachel Verander and myself together again, was no other than the hiring of the house at Brighton. My Aunt Abel White is a large, silent, fair-complexioned woman, with one noteworthy point in her character. From the hour of her birth, she has never been known to do anything for herself. She has gone through life, accepting everybody's help and adopting everybody's opinions. A more hopeless person, in a spiritual point of view, I have never met with. There is absolutely, in this perplexing case, no obstructive material to work upon. Aunt Abel White would listen to the Grand Lama of Thibet exactly as she listens to me, and would reflect his views quite as readily as she reflects mine. She found the furnished house at Brighton by stopping at an hotel in London, composing herself on a sofa, and sending for her son. She discovered the necessary servants by breakfasting in bed one morning, still at the hotel, and giving her maid a holiday on condition that the girl would begin enjoying herself by fetching Miss Clack. I found her placidly fanning herself in her dressing gown at 11 o'clock. "Drusilla, dear, I want some servants. You are so clever, please get them for me." I looked round the untidy room. The church bells were going for a weekday service. They suggested a word of affectionate remonstrance on my part. "Oh, Aunt," I said sadly, "is this worthy of a Christian Englishwoman? Is the passage from time to eternity to be made in this manner?" My aunt answered, "I'll put on my gown, Drusilla, if you will be kind enough to help me." What was to be said after that? I have done wonders with murderesses. I have never advanced an inch with Aunt Abel White. "Where is the list," I asked, "of the servants whom you require?" My aunt shook her head. She hadn't even energy enough to keep the list. "Rachel has got it, dear," she said, "in the next room." I went into the next room, and so saw Rachel again for the first time since we had parted in Montague Square. She looked pitiably small and thin in her deep mourning. If I attached any serious importance to such a perishable trifle as personal appearance, I might be inclined to add that hers was one of those unfortunate complexions which always suffer when not relieved by a border of white next the skin. But what are our complexions and our looks? Hindrances and pitfalls, dear girls, which beset us on our way to higher things. Greatly to my surprise, Rachel rose when I entered the room, and came forward to meet me with outstretched hand. "I am glad to see you," she said. "Drusilla, I have been in the habit of speaking very foolishly and very rudely to you, on former occasions. I beg your pardon. I hope you will forgive me." My face, I suppose, betrayed the astonishment I felt at this. She colored up for a moment, and then proceeded to explain herself. "In my poor mother's lifetime," she went on. Her friends were not always my friends, too. Now I have lost her. My heart turns for comfort to the people she liked. She liked you. Try to be friends with me, Drusilla, if you can. To any rightly constituted mind, the motive thus acknowledged was simply shocking. Here in Christian England was a young woman in a state of bereavement, with so little idea of where to look for true comfort that she actually expected to find it among her mother's friends. Here was a relative of mine, awakened to a sense of her shortcomings towards others, under the influence, not of conviction and duty, but of sentiment and impulse. Most deplorable to think of, but still suggestive of something hopeful, to a person of my experience implying the good work. There could be no harm, I thought, in ascertaining the extent of the change which the loss of her mother had wrought in Rachel's character. I decided, as a useful test, to probe her on the subject of her marriage engagement to Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. Having first met her advances with all possible cordiality, I sat by her on the sofa, at her own request. We discussed family affairs and future plans, always accepting that one future plan which was to end in her marriage. Try as I might to turn the conversation that way, she resolutely declined to take the hint. Any open reference to the question on my part would have been premature at this early stage of our reconciliation. Besides, I had discovered all I wanted to know. She was no longer the reckless, defiant creature whom I had heard and seen on the occasion of my martyrdom in Montague Square. This was, of itself, enough to encourage me to take her future conversion in hand, beginning with a few words of earnest warning directed against the hasty formation of the marriage tie, and so getting on to higher things. Looking at her now with this new interest, and calling to mind the headlong suddenness with which she had met Mr. Godfrey's matrimonial views, I felt the solemn duty of interfering with a fervor which assured me that I should achieve no common results. Rapidity of proceeding was, as I believed, of importance in this case. I went back at once to the question of the servants wanted for the furnished house. "Where is the list, dear?" Rachel produced it. "Cook, kitchen maid, housemaid and footman," I read. "My dear Rachel, these servants are only wanted for a term, the term during which your guardian has taken the house. We shall have great difficulty in finding persons of character and capacity to accept a temporary engagement of that sort if we try in London. Has the house in Brighton been found yet?" "Yes. Godfrey has taken it, and persons in the house wanted him to hire them as servants. He thought they would hardly do for us, and came back having settled nothing." "And you have no experience yourself in these matters, Rachel?" "None whatever." "And Aunt Ablewhite won't exert herself?" "No, poor dear. Don't blame her, Drusilla. I think she is the only really happy woman I have ever met with." "There are degrees in happiness, darling. We must have a little talk, some day, on that subject. In the meantime, I will undertake to meet the difficulty about the servants. Your aunt will write a letter to the people of the house. She will sign a letter, if I write it for her, which comes to the same thing. Quite the same thing. I shall get the letter, and I will go to Brighton tomorrow." "How extremely kind of you. We will join you as soon as you are ready for us. And you will stay, I hope, as my guest. Brighton is so lively, you are sure to enjoy it." In those words the invitation was given, and the glorious prospect of interference was opened before me. It was then the middle of the week. By Saturday afternoon the house was ready for them. In that short interval I had sifted, not the characters only, but the religious views as well, of all the disengaged servants who applied to me, and had succeeded in making a selection which my conscience approved. I also discovered and called on two serious friends of mine, residents in the town, to whom I knew I could confide the pious object which had brought me to Brighton. One of them, a clerical friend, kindly helped me to take sittings for our little party in the church in which he himself ministered. The other, a single lady like myself, placed the resources of her library, composed throughout of precious publications, entirely at my disposal. I borrowed half a dozen works, all carefully chosen with a view to Rachel. When these had been judiciously distributed in the various rooms she would be likely to occupy, I considered that my preparations were complete. Sound doctrine in the servants who waited on her, sound doctrine in the minister who preached to her, sound doctrine in the books that lay on her table, such was the treble welcome which my zeal had prepared for the motherless girl. A heavenly composure filled my mind on that Saturday afternoon, as I sat at the window waiting the arrival of my relatives. The giddy throng passed and repassed before my eyes. Alas, How many of them felt my exquisite sense of duty done? An awful question. Let us not pursue it. Between 6 and 7 the travelers arrived. To my indescribable surprise, they were escorted, not by Mr. Godfrey, as I had anticipated, but by the lawyer, Mr. Bruff. "How do you do, Miss Clack?" he said. "I mean to stay this time." That reference to the occasion on which I had obliged him to postpone his business to mine, when we were both visiting in Montague Square, satisfied me that the old worldling had come to Brighton with some object of his own in view. I had prepared quite a little paradise for my beloved Rachel, and here was the serpent already. Godfrey was very much vexed, Drusilla, not to be able to come with us, said my Aunt Ablewhite. There was something in the way which kept him in town. Mr. Bruff volunteered to take his place, and make a holiday of it till Monday morning. By the by, Mr. Bruff, I'm ordered to take exercise, and I don't like it. That, added Aunt Ablewhite, pointing out of window to an invalid going by in a chair on wheels, drawn by a man, is my idea of exercise. If it's air you want, you get it in your chair. And if it's fatigue you want, I am sure it's fatigue enough to look at the man. Rachel stood silent, at a window by herself, with her eyes fixed on the sea. Tired, love? I inquired. No, only a little out of spirits, she answered. I have often seen the sea on our Yorkshire coast with that light on it, and I was thinking, Drusilla, of the days that can never come again. Mr. Bruff remained to dinner, and stayed through the evening. The more I saw of him, the more certain I felt that he had some private end to serve in coming to Brighton. I watched him carefully. He maintained the same appearance of ease, and talked the same godless gossip, hour after hour, until it was time to take leave. As he shook hands with Rachel, I caught his hard and cunning eyes resting on her for a moment with a peculiar interest and attention. She was plainly concerned in the object that he had in view. He said nothing out of the common to her or to anyone on leaving. He invited himself to luncheon the next day, and then he went away to his hotel. It was impossible the next morning to get my Aunt Ablewhite out of her dressing gown in time for church. Her invalid daughter, suffering from nothing, in my opinion, but incurable laziness, inherited from her mother, announced that she meant to remain in bed for the day. Rachel and I went alone together to church. A magnificent sermon was preached by my gifted friend on the heathen indifference of the world to the sinfulness of little sins. For more than an hour his eloquence, assisted by his glorious voice, thundered through the sacred edifice. I said to Rachel when we came out, "Has it found its way to your heart, dear?" And she answered, "No, it has only made my head ache." This might have been discouraging to some people, but once embarked on a career of manifest usefulness, nothing discourages me. We found Aunt Ablewhite and Mr. Bruff at luncheon. When Rachel declined eating anything, and gave as a reason for it that she was suffering from a headache, the lawyer's cunning instantly saw, and seized, the chance that she had given him. "There is only one remedy for a headache," said this horrible old man. "A walk, Miss Rachel, is the thing to cure you. I am entirely at your service, if you will honor me by accepting my arm." "With the greatest pleasure. A walk is the very thing I was longing for." "It's past 2, I gently suggested. "And the afternoon service, Rachel, begins at 3. "How can you expect me to go to church again," she asked petulantly, "with such a headache as mine?" Mr. Bruff officiously opened the door for her. In another minute more they were both out of the house. I don't know when I have felt the solemn duty of interfering so strongly as I felt it at that moment. But what was to be done? Nothing was to be done but to interfere at the first opportunity, later in the day. On my return from the afternoon service, I found that they had just got back. One look at them told me that the lawyer had said what he wanted to say. I had never before seen Rachel so silent and so thoughtful. I had never before seen Mr. Bruff pay her such devoted attention, and look at her with such marked respect. He had, or pretended that he had, an engagement to dinner that day, and he took an early leave of us all, intending to go back to London by the first train the next morning. "Are you sure of your own resolution?" he said to Rachel at the door. "Quite sure," she answered, and so they parted. The moment his back was turned, Rachel withdrew to her own room. She never appeared at dinner. Her maid, the person with the cap ribbons, was sent downstairs to announce that her headache had returned. I ran up to her and made all sorts of sisterly offers through the door. It was locked and she kept it locked, plenty of obstructive material to work on here. I felt greatly cheered and stimulated by her locking the door. When her cup of tea went up to her the next morning, I followed it in. I sat by her bedside and said a few earnest words. She listened with languid civility. I noticed my serious friend's precious publications huddled together on a table in a corner. Had she chanced to look into them? I asked. Yes, and they had not interested her. Would she allow me to read a few passages of the deepest interest, which had probably escaped her eye? No, not now. She had other things to think of. She gave these answers, with her attention apparently absorbed in folding and refolding the frilling on her nightgown. It was plainly necessary to rouse her by some reference to those worldly interests which she still had at heart. "Do you know, love," I said, "I had an odd fancy yesterday about Mr. Bruff. I thought, when I saw you after your walk with him, that he had been telling you some bad news." Her fingers dropped from the frilling of her nightgown, and her fierce black eyes flashed at me. "Quite the contrary," she said. "It was news I was interested in hearing, and I am deeply indebted to Mr. Bruff for telling me of it." "Yes," I said, in a tone of gentle interest. Her fingers went back to the frilling, and she turned her head sullenly away from me. I had been met in this manner, in the course of plying the good work, hundreds of times. She merely stimulated me to try again. In my dauntless zeal for her welfare, I ran the great risk, and openly alluded to her marriage engagement. "News you were interested in hearing?" I repeated. "I suppose, my dear Rachel, that must be news of Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite?" She started up in the bed and turned deadly pale. It was evidently on the tip of her tongue to retort on me with the unbridled insolence of former times. She checked herself, laid her head back on the pillow, considered a minute, and then answered in these remarkable words, "I shall never marry Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite." It was my turn to start at that. "What can you possibly mean?" I exclaimed. "The marriage is considered by the whole family as a settled thing. Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite is expected here today," she said doggedly. "Wait till he comes, and you will see." "But my dear Rachel," she rang the bell at the head of her bed. The person with the cap ribbons appeared. "Penelope, my bath. Let me give her her due." In the state of my feelings at that moment, I do sincerely believe that she had hit on the only possible way of forcing me to leave the room. By the mere worldly mind, my position towards Rachel might have been viewed as presenting difficulties of no ordinary kind. I had reckoned on leading her to higher things by means of a little earnest exhortation on the subject of her marriage. And now, if she was to be believed, no such event as her marriage was to take place at all. But my friends, a working Christian of my experience, with an evangelizing prospect before her, takes broader views than these. Supposing Rachel really broke off the marriage on which the Ablewhites, father and son, counted as a settled thing, what would be the result? It could only end, if she held firm, in an exchanging of hard words and bitter accusations on both sides. And what would be the effect on Rachel when the stormy interview was over? A salutary moral depression would be the effect. Her pride would be exhausted. Her stubbornness would be exhausted by the resolute resistance which it was in her character to make under the circumstances. She would turn for sympathy to the nearest person who had sympathy to offer. And I was that nearest person, brimful of comfort, charged to overflowing with seasonable and reviving words. Never had the evangelizing prospect looked brighter to my eyes than it looked now. She came down to breakfast, but she ate nothing, and hardly uttered a word. After breakfast she wandered listlessly from room to room, then suddenly roused herself and opened the piano. The music she selected to play was of the most scandalously profane sort, associated with performances on the stage which it curdles one's blood to think of. It would have been premature to interfere with her at such a time as this. I privately ascertained the hour at which Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite was expected, and then I escaped the music by leaving the house. Being out alone, I took the opportunity of calling upon my two resident friends. It was an indescribable luxury to find myself indulging in earnest conversation with serious persons. Infinitely encouraged and refreshed, I turned my steps back again to the house, in excellent time to await the arrival of our expected visitor. I entered the dining room, always empty at that hour of the day, and found myself face to face with Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. He made no attempt to fly the place. Quite the contrary, he advanced to meet me with the utmost eagerness. Dear Miss Clack, I have been only waiting to see you. Chance set me free of my London engagements today sooner than I had expected, and I have got here, in consequence, earlier than my appointed time. Not the slightest embarrassment encumbered his explanation, though this was his first meeting with me after the scene in Montague Square. He was not aware, it is true, of my having been a witness of that scene, but he knew, on the other hand, that my attendances at the Mother's Small Clothes, and my relations with friends attached to other charities, must have informed me of his shameless neglect of his ladies and of his poor. And yet there he was before me, in full possession of his charming voice and his irresistible smile. "Have you seen Rachel yet?" I asked. He sighed gently, and took me by the hand. I should certainly have snatched my hand away, if the manner in which he gave his answer had not paralyzed me with astonishment. "I have seen Rachel," he said with perfect tranquillity. "You are aware, dear friend, that she was engaged to me? Well, she has taken a sudden resolution to break the engagement. Reflection has convinced her that she will best consult her welfare and mine by retracting a rash promise, and leaving me free to make some happier choice elsewhere. That is the only reason she will give, and the only answer she will make to every question that I can ask of her." "What have you done on your side?" I inquired. "Have you submitted?" "Yes," he said with the most unruffled composure, "I have submitted." His conduct, under the circumstances, was so utterly inconceivable that I stood bewildered with my hand in his. It is a piece of rudeness to stare at anybody, and it is an act of indelicacy to stare at a gentleman. I committed both those improprieties, and I said, as if in a dream, "What does it mean?" "Permit me to tell you," he replied. "And suppose we sit down?" He led me to a chair. I have an indistinct remembrance that he was very affectionate. I don't think he put his arm round my waist to support me, but I am not sure. I was quite helpless, and his ways with ladies were very endearing. At any rate, we sat down. I can answer for that, if I can answer for nothing more. Chapter 8. "I have lost a beautiful girl, an excellent social position, and a handsome income," Mr. Godfrey began, "and I have submitted to it without a struggle. What can be the motive for such extraordinary conduct as that?" "My precious friend, there is no motive." "No motive," I repeated. "Let me appeal, my dear Miss Clack, to your experience of children," he went on. "A child pursues a certain course of conduct. You are greatly struck by it, and you attempt to get at the motive. The dear little thing is incapable of telling you its motive. You might as well ask the grass why it grows, or the birds why they sing. Well, in this matter I am like the dear little thing, like the grass, like the birds. I don't know why I made a proposal of marriage to Miss Verinder. I don't know why I have shamefully neglected my dear ladies. I don't know why I have apostatized from the Mother's Small Clothes. You say to the child, 'Why have you been naughty?' And the little angel puts its finger into its mouth and doesn't know. My case exactly, Miss Clack. I couldn't confess it to anybody else. I feel impelled to confess it to you." I began to recover myself. A mental problem was involved here. I am deeply interested in mental problems, and I am not, it is thought, without some skill in solving them. "Best of friends, exert your intellect, and help me," he proceeded. "Tell me, why does a time come when these matrimonial proceedings of mine begin to look like something done in a dream? Why does it suddenly occur to me that my true happiness is in helping my dear ladies, in going my modest round of useful work, in saying my few earnest words when called on by my chairman? What do I want with a position? I have got a position. What do I want with an income? I can pay for my bread and cheese, and my nice little lodging, and my 2 coats a year. What do I want with Miss Verinder? She has told me with her own lips, this, dear lady, is between ourselves, that she loves another man, and that her only idea in marrying me is to try and put that other man out of her head. What a horrid union is this! Oh, dear me, what a horrid union is this! Such are my reflections, Miss Clack, on my way to Brighton. I approach Rachel with the feeling of a criminal who is going to receive his sentence. When I find that she has changed her mind too, when I hear her propose to break the engagement, I experience, there is no sort of doubt about it, a most overpowering sense of relief. A month ago I was pressing her rapturously to my bosom. An hour ago, the happiness of knowing that I shall never press her again intoxicates me like strong liquor. The thing seems impossible, the thing can't be. And yet there are the facts, as I had the honor of stating them when we first sat down together in these 2 chairs. I have lost a beautiful girl, an excellent social position, and a handsome income, and I have submitted to it without a struggle. Can you account for it, dear friend? It's quite beyond me." His magnificent head sank on his breast, and he gave up his own mental problem in despair. I was deeply touched. The case, if I may speak as a spiritual physician, was now quite plain to me. It is no uncommon event, in the experience of us all, to see the possessors of exalted ability occasionally humbled to the level of the most poorly gifted people about them. The object, no doubt, in the wise economy of Providence, is to remind greatness that it is mortal and that the power which is conferred it can also take it away. It was now, to my mind, easy to discern one of these salutary humiliations in the deplorable proceedings on dear Mr. Godfrey's part, of which I had been the unseen witness. And it was equally easy to recognize the welcome reappearance of his own finer nature in the horror with which he recoiled from the idea of a marriage with Rachel, and in the charming eagerness which he showed to return to his ladies and his poor. I put this view before him in a few simple and sisterly words. His joy was beautiful to see. He compared himself, as I went on, to a lost man emerging from the darkness into the light. When I answered for a loving reception of him at the Mother's Small Clothes, the grateful heart of our Christian hero overflowed. He pressed my hands alternately to his lips. Overwhelmed by the exquisite triumph of having got him back among us, I let him do what he liked with my hands. I closed my eyes. I felt my head, in an ecstasy of spiritual self-forgetfulness, sinking on his shoulder. In a moment more I should certainly have swooned away in his arms, but for an interruption from the outer world, which brought me to myself again. A horrid rattling of knives and forks sounded outside the door, and the footman came in to lay the table for luncheon. Mr. Godfrey started up and looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. "How time flies with you," he exclaimed. "I shall barely catch the train." I ventured on asking why he was in such a hurry to get back to town. His answer reminded me of family difficulties that were still to be reconciled, and of family disagreements that were yet to come. "I have heard from my father," he said. "Business obliges him to leave Frizinghall for London today, and he proposes coming on here, either this evening or tomorrow. I must tell him what has happened between Rachel and me. His heart is set on our marriage. There will be great difficulty, I fear, in reconciling him to the breaking off of the engagement. I must stop him, for all our sakes, from coming here till he is reconciled. Best and dearest of friends, we shall meet again." With those words he hurried out. In equal haste on my side, I ran upstairs to compose myself in my own room before meeting Aunt Ablewhite and Rachel at the luncheon table. I am well aware, to dwell for a moment yet on the subject of Mr. Godfrey, that the all-profaning opinion of the world has charged him with having his own private reasons for releasing Rachel from her engagement at the first opportunity she gave him. It has also reached my ears that his anxiety to recover his place in my estimation has been attributed in certain quarters to a mercenary eagerness to make his peace, through me, with a venerable committee woman at the Mother's Small Clothes, abundantly blessed with the goods of this world, and a beloved and intimate friend of my own. I only notice these odious slanders for the sake of declaring that they never had a moment's influence on my mind. In obedience to my instructions, I have exhibited the fluctuations in my opinion of our Christian hero exactly as I find them recorded in my diary. In justice to myself, let me here add that, once reinstated in his place in my estimation, my gifted friend never lost that place again. I write with the tears in my eyes, burning to say more, but no, I am cruelly limited to my actual experience of persons and things. In less than a month from the time of which I am now writing, events in the money market, which diminished even my miserable little income, forced me into foreign exile, and left me with nothing but a loving remembrance of Mr. Godfrey, which the slander of the world has assailed, and assailed in vain. Let me dry my eyes and return to my narrative. I went downstairs to luncheon, naturally anxious to see how Rachel was affected by her release from her marriage engagement. It appeared to me, but I own I am a poor authority in such matters, that the recovery of her freedom had set her thinking again of that other man whom she loved, and that she was furious with herself for not being able to control a revulsion of feeling of which she was secretly ashamed. Who was the man? I had my suspicions, but it was needless to waste time in idle speculation. When I had converted her, she would, as a matter of course, have no concealments from me. I should hear all about the man, I should hear all about the Moonstone. If I had had no higher object in stirring her up to a sense of spiritual things, The motive of relieving her mind of its guilty secrets would have been enough of itself to encourage me to go on. Aunt Ablewhite took her exercise in the afternoon in an invalid chair. Rachel accompanied her. "I wish I could drag the chair," she broke out recklessly. "I wish I could fatigue myself till I was ready to drop." She was in the same humor in the evening. I discovered in one of my friend's precious publications, The Life, Letters, and Labors of Miss Jane and Stamper, 44th edition, passages which bore with a marvelous appropriateness on Rachel's present position. Upon my proposing to read them, she went to the piano. Conceive how little she must have known of serious people if she supposed that my patience was to be exhausted in that way. I kept Miss Jane and Stamper by me, and waited for events with the most unfaltering trust in the future. Old Mr. Ablewhite never made his appearance that night, but I knew the importance which his worldly greed attached to his son's marriage with Miss Verinder, and I felt a positive conviction, do what Mr. Godfrey might to prevent it, that we should see him the next day. With his interference in the matter, the storm on which I had counted would certainly come, and the salutary exhaustion of Rachel's resisting powers would as certainly follow. I am not ignorant that old Mr. Ablewhite has the reputation generally, especially among his inferiors, of being a remarkably good-natured man. According to my observation of him, he deserves his reputation as long as he has his own way, and not a moment longer. The next day, exactly as I had foreseen, Aunt Ablewhite was as near to being astonished as her nature would permit by the sudden appearance of her husband. He had barely been a minute in the house before he was followed, to my astonishment this time, by an unexpected complication in the shape of Mr. Bruff. I never remember feeling the presence of the lawyer to be more unwelcome than I felt it at that moment. He looked ready for anything in the way of an obstructive proceeding, capable even of keeping the peace with Rachel for one of the combatants. "This is a pleasant surprise, sir," said Mr. Ablewhite, addressing himself with his deceptive cordiality to Mr. Bruff. "When I left your office yesterday, I didn't expect to have the honor of seeing you at Brighton today. I turned over our conversation in my mind after you had gone," replied Mr. Bruff, "and it occurred to me that I might perhaps be of some use on this occasion. I was just in time to catch the train, and I had no opportunity of discovering the carriage in which you were traveling." Having given that explanation, he seated himself by Rachel. I retired modestly to a corner, with Miss Jane and Stamper on my lap in case of emergency. My aunt sat at the window, placidly fanning herself as usual. Mr. Ablewhite stood up in the middle of the room, with his bald head much pinker than I had ever seen it yet, and addressed himself in the most affectionate manner to his niece. "Rachel, my dear," he said, "I have heard some very extraordinary news from Godfrey, and I am here to inquire about it. You have a sitting room of your own in this house. Will you honor me by showing me the way to it?" Rachel never moved. Whether she was determined to bring matters to a crisis, or whether she was prompted by some private sign from Mr. Bruff, is more than I can tell. She declined doing old Mr. Ablewhite the honor of conducting him into her sitting room. "Whatever you wish to say to me," she answered, "can be said here, in the presence of my relatives, and in the presence," she looked at Mr. Bruff, "of my mother's trusted old friend." "Just as you please, my dear," said the amiable Mr. Ablewhite. He took a chair. The rest of them looked at his face, as if they expected it, after 70 years of worldly training, to speak the truth. I looked at the top of his bald head, having noticed on other occasions that the temper which was really in him had a habit of registering itself there. "Some weeks ago," pursued the old gentleman, "my son informed me that Miss Verinder had done him the honor to engage herself to marry him. Is it possible, Rachel, that he can have misinterpreted, or presumed upon, what you really said to him?" "Certainly not," she replied. "I did engage myself to marry him." "Very frankly answered," said Mr. Ablewhite, "and most satisfactory, my dear, so far. In respect to what happened some weeks since, Godfrey has made no mistake. The error is evidently in what he told me yesterday. I begin to see it now. You and he have had a lover's quarrel, and my foolish son has interpreted it seriously. Ah, I should have known better than that at his age." The fallen nature in Rachel, the mother Eve so to speak, began to chafe at this. "Pray let us understand each other, Mr. Ablewhite," she said. "Nothing in the least like a quarrel took place yesterday between your son and me. If he told you that I proposed breaking off our marriage engagement, and that he agreed on his side. He told you the truth. The self-registering thermometer at the top of Mr. Ablewhite's bald head began to indicate a rise of temper. His face was more amiable than ever, but there was the pink at the top of his face, a shade deeper already. "Come, come, my dear," he said, in his most soothing manner. "Now don't be angry, and don't be hard on poor Godfrey. He has evidently said some unfortunate thing. He was always clumsy from a child, but he means well. Rachel, he means well. Mr. Ablewhite, I have either expressed myself very badly, or you are purposely mistaking me. Once for all, it is a settled thing between your son and myself that we remain, for the rest of our lives, cousins and nothing more. Is that plain enough?" The tone in which she said those words made it impossible, even for old Mr. Ablewhite, to mistake her any longer. His thermometer went up another degree, and his voice, when he next spoke, ceased to be the voice which is appropriate to a notoriously good-natured man. "I am to understand, then," he said, "that your marriage engagement is broken off?" "You are to understand that, Mr. Ablewhite, if you please. I am also to take it as a matter of fact that the proposal to withdraw from the engagement came, in the first instance, from you?" "It came, in the first instance, from me, and it met, as I have told you, with your son's consent and approval." The thermometer went up to the top of the register. The pink changed suddenly to scarlet. "My son is a mean-spirited hound," cried this furious old worldling. "Injustice to myself as his father, not injustice to him. I beg to ask you, Miss Verinder, what complaint you have to make of Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite." Here Mr. Bruff interfered for the first time. "You are not bound to answer that question," he said to Rachel. Old Mr. Ablewhite fastened on him instantly. "Don't forget, sir," he said, "that you are a self-invited guest here. Your interference would have come with a better grace if you had waited until it was asked for." Mr. Bruff took no notice. The smooth varnish on his wicked old face never cracked. Rachel thanked him for the advice he had given to her, and then turned to old Mr. Ablewhite, preserving her composure in a manner which, having regard to her age and her sex, was simply awful to see. "Your son put the same question to me which you have just asked," she said. "I had only one answer for him, and I have only one answer for you. I proposed that we should release each other, because reflection had convinced me that I should best consult his welfare and mine by retracting a rash promise, and leaving him free to make his choice elsewhere." "What has my son done?" persisted Mr. Ablewhite. "I have a right to know that. What has my son done?" She persisted just as obstinately on her side. "You have had the only explanation which I think it necessary to give to you or to him," she answered. "In plain English, it's your sovereign will and pleasure, Miss Verinder, to jilt my son?" Rachel was silent for a moment. Sitting close behind her, I heard her sigh. Mr. Bruff took her hand and gave it a little squeeze. She recovered herself and answered Mr. Ablewhite as boldly as ever. "I have exposed myself to worse misconstruction than that," she said, "and I have borne it patiently. The time has gone by when you could mortify me by calling me a jilt." She spoke with a bitterness of tone which satisfied me that the scandal of the Moonstone had been in some way recalled to her mind. "I have no more to say," she added wearily, not addressing the words to anyone in particular, and looking away from us all, out of the window that was nearest to her. Mr. Ablewhite got upon his feet and pushed away his chair so violently that it toppled over and fell on the floor. "I have something more to say on my side," he announced, bringing down the flat of his hand on the table with a bang. "I have to say that if my son doesn't feel this insult, I do." Rachel started and looked at him in sudden surprise. "Insult?" she repeated. "What do you mean?" "Insult," reiterated Mr. Ablewhite. "I know your motive, Miss Verinder, for breaking your promise to my son. I know it as certainly as if you had confessed it in so many words. Your coast family pride is insulting Godfrey, as it insulted me when I married your aunt. Her family, her beggarly family, turned their backs on her for marrying an honest man, who had made his own place and won his own fortune. I had no ancestors. I wasn't descended from a set of cutthroat scoundrels who lived by robbery and murder. I couldn't point to the time when the Ablewhites hadn't a shirt to their backs, and couldn't sign their own names. Ha! Ha! I wasn't good enough for the Herncastles when I married, and now it comes to the pinch, my son isn't good enough for you. I suspected it all along. You have got the Herncastle blood in you, My young lady, I suspected it all along. A very unworthy suspicion, remarked Mr. Bruff. I am astonished that you have the courage to acknowledge it. Before Mr. Ablewhite could find words to answer in, Rachel spoke in a tone of the most exasperating contempt. Surely, she said to the lawyer, this is beneath notice. If he can think in that way, let us leave him to think as he pleases. From scarlet, Mr. Ablewhite was now becoming purple. He gasped for breath. He looked backwards and forwards from Rachel to Mr. Bruff in such a frenzy of rage with both of them that he didn't know which to attack first. His wife, who had sat impenetrably fanning herself up to this time, began to be alarmed, and attempted, quite uselessly, to quiet him. I had, throughout this distressing interview, felt more than one inward call to interfere with a few earnest words, and had controlled myself under a dread of the possible results, very unworthy of a Christian Englishwoman who looks, not to what is meanly prudent, but to what is morally right. At the point at which matters had now arrived, I rose superior to all considerations of mere expediency. If I had contemplated interposing any remonstrance of my own humble devising, I might possibly have still hesitated, but the distressing domestic emergency which now confronted me was most marvelously and beautifully provided for in the correspondence of Miss Jane and Stamper, letter 1001, on peace in families. I rose in my modest corner, and I opened my precious book. Dear Mr. Ablewhite, I said, one word. When I first attracted the attention of the company by rising, I could see that he was on the point of saying something rude to me. My sisterly form of address checked him. He stared at me in heathen astonishment. As an affectionate well-wisher and friend, I proceeded, and as one long accustomed to arouse, convince, prepare, enlighten and fortify others, permit me to take the most pardonable of all liberties, the liberty of composing your mind. He began to recover himself. He was on the point of breaking out. He would have broken out with anybody else. But my voice, habitually gentle, possesses a high note or so, in emergencies. In this emergency, I felt imperatively called upon to have the highest voice of the two. I held up my precious book before him. I rapped the open page impressively with my forefinger. Not my words, I exclaimed, in a burst of fervent interruption. Oh, don't suppose that I claim attention from my humble words. Manna in the wilderness, Mr. Ablewhite, dew on the parched earth, words of comfort, words of wisdom, words of love, the blessed, blessed, blessed words of Miss Jane and Stamper. I was stopped there by a momentary impediment of the breath. Before I could recover myself, this monster in human form shouted out furiously, Miss Jane and Stamper B, it is impossible for me to write the awful word, which is here represented by a blank. I shrieked as it passed his lips. I flew to my little bag on the side table. I shook out all my tracts. I seized the one particular tract on profane swearing, entitled, Hush, for heaven's sake. I handed it to him with an expression of agonized entreaty. He tore it in two, and threw it back at me across the table. The rest of them rose in alarm, not knowing what might happen next. I instantly sat down again in my corner. There had once been an occasion, under somewhat similar circumstances, when Miss Jane and Stamper had been taken by the two shoulders and turned out of a room. I waited, inspired by her spirit, for a repetition of her martyrdom. But no, it was not to be. His wife was the next person whom he addressed. Who, he said, stammering with rage. Who asked this impudent fanatic into the house? Did you? Before Aunt Ablewhite could say a word, Rachel answered for her. Miss Clack is here, she said, as my guest. Those words had a singular effect on Mr. Ablewhite. They suddenly changed him from a man in a state of red-hot anger to a man in a state of icy-cold contempt. It was plain to everybody that Rachel had said something, short and plain as her answer had been, which gave him the upper hand of her at last. Oh, he said, Miss Clack is here as your guest, in my house? It was Rachel's turn to lose her temper at that. Her color rose, and her eyes brightened fiercely. She turned to the lawyer, and pointing to Mr. Ablewhite, asked haughtily, What does he mean? Mr. Bruff interfered for the third time. You appear to forget, he said, addressing Mr. Ablewhite, that you took this house as Miss Verander's guardian, for Miss Verander's use. Not quite so fast, interposed Mr. Ablewhite. I have a last word to say, which I should have said some time since. If this, he looked my way, pondering what abominable name he should call me. if this rampant spinster had not interrupted us. "I beg to inform you, sir, that, if my son is not good enough to be Miss Verander's husband, I cannot presume to consider his father good enough to be Miss Verander's guardian. Understand, if you please, that I refuse to accept the position which is offered to me by Lady Verander's will. In your legal phrase, I decline to act. This house has necessarily been hired in my name. I take the entire responsibility of it on my shoulders. It is my house. I can keep it or let it just as I please. I have no wish to hurry Miss Verander. On the contrary, I beg her to remove her guest and her luggage at her own entire convenience." He made a low bow and walked out of the room. That was Mr. Ablewhite's revenge on Rachel for refusing to marry his son. The instant the door closed, Aunt Ablewhite exhibited a phenomenon which silenced us all. She became endowed with energy enough to cross the room. "My dear," she said, taking Rachel by the hand, "I should be ashamed of my husband if I didn't know that it is his temper which has spoken to you, and not himself. You," continued Aunt Ablewhite, turning on me in my corner with another endowment of energy, in her looks this time instead of her limbs, "you are the mischievous person who irritated him. I hope I shall never see you or your tracks again." She went back to Rachel and kissed her. "I beg your pardon, my dear," she said, "in my husband's name. What can I do for you?" Consistently perverse in everything, capricious and unreasonable in all the actions of her life, Rachel melted into tears at those commonplace words, and returned her aunt's kiss in silence. "If I may be permitted to answer for Miss Verander," said Mr. Bruff, "might I ask you, Mrs. Ablewhite, to send Penelope down with her mistress's bonnet and shawl? Leave us 10 minutes together," he added in a lower tone, "and you may rely on my setting matters right, to your satisfaction as well as to Rachel's." The trust of the family in this man was something wonderful to see. Without a word more on her side, Aunt Ablewhite left the room. "Ah," said Mr. Bruff, looking after her, "the Herncastle blood has its drawbacks, I admit, but there is something in good breeding after all." Having made that purely worldly remark, he looked hard at my corner, as if he expected me to go. My interest in Rachel, an infinitely higher interest than his, riveted me to my chair. Mr. Bruff gave it up, exactly as he had given it up at Aunt Verander's in Montague Square. He led Rachel to a chair by the window, and spoke to her there. "My dear young lady," he said, "Mr. Ablewhite's conduct has naturally shocked you and taken you by surprise. If it was worthwhile to contest the question with such a man, we might soon show him that he is not to have things all his own way. But it isn't worthwhile. You were quite right in what you said just now. He is beneath our notice." He stopped and looked round at my corner. I sat there quite immovable, with my tracks at my elbow and with Miss Jane and Stamper on my lap. "You know," he resumed, turning back again to Rachel, "that it was part of your poor mother's fine nature always to see the best of the people about her, and never the worst. She named her brother-in-law your guardian because she believed in him, and because she thought it would please her sister. I had never liked Mr. Ablewhite myself, and I induced your mother to let me insert a clause in the will, empowering her executors in certain events to consult with me about the appointment of a new guardian. One of those events has happened today, and I find myself in a position to end all these dry business details, I hope agreeably, with a message from my wife. Will you honor Mrs. Bruff by becoming her guest, and will you remain under my roof and be one of my family, until we wise people have laid our heads together and have settled what is to be done next?" At those words I rose to interfere. Mr. Bruff had done exactly what I had dreaded he would do, when he asked Mrs. Ablewhite for Rachel's bonnet and shawl. Before I could interpose a word, Rachel had accepted his invitation in the warmest terms. If I suffered the arrangement thus made between them to be carried out, if she once passed the threshold of Mr. Bruff's door, farewell to the fondest hope of my life, the hope of bringing my lost sheep back to the fold. The bare idea of such a calamity as this quite overwhelmed me. I cast the miserable trammels of worldly discretion to the winds, and spoke with the fervor that filled me, in the words that came first. "Stop," I said. "Stop. I must be heard. Mr. Bruff, you are not related to her, and I am. I invite her. I summon the executors to appoint me guardian. Rachel, dearest Rachel, I offer you my modest home. Come to London by the next train, love, and share it with me." Mr. Bruff said nothing. Rachel looked at me with a cruel astonishment which she made no effort to conceal. "You are very kind, Drusilla," she said. "I shall hope to visit you whenever I happen to be in London. But I have accepted Mr. Bruff's invitation, and I think it will be best, for the present, if I remain under Mr. Bruff's care." "Oh, don't say so," pleaded. "I can't part with you, Rachel. I can't part with you." I tried to fold her in my arms, but she drew back. My fervor did not communicate itself, it only alarmed her. "Surely," she said, "this is a very unnecessary display of agitation? I don't understand it." "No more do I," said Mr. Bruff. Their hardness, their hideous worldly hardness, revolted me. "Oh, Rachel, Rachel," I burst out, "haven't you seen yet that my heart yearns to make a Christian of you? Has no inner voice told you that I am trying to do for you what I was trying to do for your dear mother when death snatched her out of my hands?" Rachel advanced a step nearer and looked at me very strangely. "I don't understand your reference to my mother," she said. "Miss Clack, will you have the goodness to explain yourself?" Before I could answer, Mr. Bruff came forward, and offering his arm to Rachel, tried to lead her out of the room. "You had better not pursue the subject, my dear," he said. "And Miss Clack had better not explain herself. If I had been a stock or a stone, such an interference as this must have roused me into testifying to the truth." I put Mr. Bruff aside indignantly with my own hand, and, in solemn and suitable language, I stated the view with which sound doctrine does not scruple to regard the awful calamity of dying unprepared. Rachel started back from me. I blushed to write, with a scream of horror. "Come away," she said to Mr. Bruff. "Come away, for God's sake, before that woman can say any more. Oh, think of my poor mother's harmless, useful, beautiful life. You were at the funeral, Mr. Bruff. You saw how everybody loved her. You saw the poor helpless people crying at her grave over the loss of their best friend. And that wretch stands there, and tries to make me doubt that my mother, who was an angel on earth, is an angel in heaven now. Don't stop to talk about it. Come away. It stifles me to breathe the same air with her. It frightens me to feel that we are in the same room together." Deaf to all remonstrance, she ran to the door. At the same moment, her maid entered with her bonnet and shawl. She huddled them on anyhow. "Pack my things," she said, "and bring them to Mr. Bruff's." I attempted to approach her. I was shocked and grieved, but, it is needless to say, not offended. I only wished to say to her, "May your hard heart be softened. I freely forgive you." She pulled down her veil, and tore her shawl away from my hand, and hurrying out, shut the door in my face. I bore the insult with my customary fortitude. I remember it now with my customary superiority to all feeling of offense. Mr. Bruff had his parting word of mockery for me, before he too hurried out, in his turn. "You had better not have explained yourself, Miss Clack," he said, and bowed and left the room. The person with the cap ribbons followed. "It's easy to see who has set them all by the ears together," she said. "I'm only a poor servant, but I declare I'm ashamed of you." She too went out and banged the door after her. I was left alone in the room. Reviled by them all, deserted by them all, I was left alone in the room. Second narrative, contributed by Matthew Bruff, solicitor of Gray's Inn Square. Chapter 1. My fair friend Miss Clack having laid down the pen, there are two reasons for my taking it up next, in my turn. In the first place, I am in a position to throw the necessary light on certain points of interest which have thus far been left in the dark. Miss Verinder had her own private reason for breaking her marriage engagement, and I was at the bottom of it. Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite had his own private reason for withdrawing all claim to the hand of his charming cousin, and I discovered what it was. In the second place, it was my good or ill fortune, I hardly know which, to find myself personally involved, at the period of which I am now writing, in the mystery of the Indian diamond. I had the honor of an interview at my own office with an Oriental stranger of distinguished manners, who was no other, unquestionably, than the chief of the three Indians. Add to this that I met with the celebrated traveler, Mr. Murthwaite, the day afterwards, and that I held a conversation with him on the subject of the Moonstone, which has a very important bearing on later events. And there you have the statement of my claims to fill the position which I occupy in these pages. The true story of the broken marriage engagement comes first in point of time, and must therefore take the first place in the present narrative. Tracing my way back along the chain of events from one end to the other, I find it necessary to open the scene, oddly enough as you will think, at the bedside of my excellent client and friend, the late Sir John Verinder. Sir John had his share, perhaps rather a large share, of the more harmless and amiable of the weaknesses incidental to humanity. Among these, I may mention as applicable to the matter in hand, an invincible reluctance, so long as he enjoyed his usual good health, to face the responsibility of making his will. Lady Verinder exerted her influence to rouse him to a sense of duty in this matter, and I exerted my influence. He admitted the justice of our views, but he went no further than that until he found himself afflicted with the illness which ultimately brought him to his grave. Then I was sent for at last, to take my client's instructions on the subject of his will. They proved to be the simplest instructions I had ever received in the whole of my professional career. Sir John was dozing when I entered the room. He roused himself at the sight of me. "How do you do, Mr. Bruff?" he said. "I shan't be very long about this, and then I'll go to sleep again." He looked on with great interest while I collected pens, ink, and paper. "Are you ready?" he asked. I bowed and took a dip of ink and waited for my instructions. "I leave everything to my wife," said Sir John. "That's all." He turned round on his pillow and composed himself to sleep again. I was obliged to disturb him. "Am I to understand," I asked, "that you leave the whole of the property of every sort and description, of which you die possessed, absolutely to Lady Verinder?" "Yes," said Sir John, "only I put it shorter." "Why can't you put it shorter and let me go to sleep again?" "Everything to my wife. That's my will." His property was entirely at his own disposal, and was of two kinds. Property in land, I purposely abstain from using technical language, and property in money. In the majority of cases, I am afraid I should have felt it my duty to my client to ask him to reconsider his will. In the case of Sir John, I knew Lady Verinder to be not only worthy of the unreserved trust which her husband had placed in her, all good wives are worthy of that, but to be also capable of properly administering a trust, which, in my experience of the fair sex, not 1 in 1,000 of them is competent to do. In 10 minutes, Sir John's will was drawn and executed, and Sir John himself, good man, was finishing his interrupted nap. Lady Verinder amply justified the confidence which her husband had placed in her. In the first days of her widowhood, she sent for me and made her will. The view she took of her position was so thoroughly sound and sensible, that I was relieved of all necessity for advising her. My responsibility began and ended with shaping her instructions into the proper legal form. Before Sir John had been a fortnight in his grave, the future of his daughter had been most wisely and most affectionately provided for. The will remained in its fireproof box at my office through more years than I like to reckon up. It was not till the summer of 1848 that I found occasion to look at it again under very melancholy circumstances. At the date I have mentioned, the doctors pronounced the sentence on poor Lady Verinder, which was literally a sentence of death. I was the first person whom she informed of her situation, and I found her anxious to go over her will again with me. It was impossible to improve the provisions relating to her daughter, but in the lapse of time, her wishes in regard to certain minor legacies, left to different relatives, had undergone some modification, and it became necessary to add 3 or 4 codicils to the original document. Having done this at once, for fear of accident, I obtained her ladyship's permission to embody her recent instructions in a second will. My object was to avoid certain inevitable confusions and repetitions which now disfigured the original document, and which, to own the truth, grated sadly on my professional sense of the fitness of things. The execution of this second will has been described by Miss Clack, who was so obliging as to witness it. So far as regarded Rachel Verinder's pecuniary interests, it was, word for word, the exact counterpart of the first will. The only changes introduced related to the appointment of a guardian, and to certain provisions concerning that appointment, which were made under my advice. On Lady Verinder's death, the will was placed in the hands of my proctor to be proved, as the phrase is, in the usual way. In about 3 weeks from that time, as well as I can remember, the first warning reached me of something unusual going on under the surface. I happened to be looking in at my friend the proctor's office, and I observed that he received me with an appearance of greater interest than usual. "I have some news for you," he said. "What do you think I heard at Doctor's Commons this morning?" Lady Verander's will has been asked for and examined already. This was news indeed. There was absolutely nothing which could be contested in the will, and there was nobody I could think of who had the slightest interest in examining it. I shall perhaps do well if I explain in this place, for the benefit of the few people who don't know it already, that the law allows all wills to be examined at Doctors' Commons by anybody who applies, on the payment of a shilling fee. Did you hear who asked for the will? I asked. Yes, the clerk had no hesitation in telling me. Mr. Smalley of the firm of Skip and Smalley asked for it. The will has not been copied yet into the great folio registers, so there was no alternative but to depart from the usual course, and to let him see the original document. He looked it over carefully, and made a note in his pocketbook. Have you any idea of what he wanted with it? I shook my head. I shall find out, I answered, before I am a day older. With that, I went back at once to my own office. If any other firm of solicitors had been concerned in this unaccountable examination of my deceased client's will, I might have found some difficulty in making the necessary discovery. But I had a hold over Skip and Smalley which made my course in this matter a comparatively easy one. My common law clerk, a most competent and excellent man, was a brother of Mr. Smalley's, and owing to this sort of indirect connection with me, Skip and Smalley had, for some years past, picked up the crumbs that fell from my table, in the shape of cases brought to my office, which, for various reasons, I did not think it worthwhile to undertake. My professional patronage was, in this way, of some importance to the firm. I intended, if necessary, to remind them of that patronage on the present occasion. The moment I got back I spoke to my clerk, and after telling him what had happened, I sent him to his brother's office, with Mr. Broof's compliments, and he would be glad to know why Messrs. Skip and Smalley had found it necessary to examine Lady Verander's will. This message brought Mr. Smalley back to my office in company with his brother. He acknowledged that he had acted under instructions received from a client, and then he put it to me whether it would not be a breach of professional confidence on his part to say more. We had a smart discussion upon that. He was right, no doubt, and I was wrong. The truth is, I was angry and suspicious, and I insisted on knowing more. Worse still, I declined to consider any additional information offered me as a secret placed in my keeping. I claimed perfect freedom to use my own discretion. Worse even than that, I took an unwarrantable advantage of my position. Choose, sir, I said to Mr. Smalley, between the risk of losing your client's business and the risk of losing mine. Quite indefensible, I admit, an act of tyranny and nothing less. Like other tyrants, I carried my point. Mr. Smalley chose his alternative without a moment's hesitation. He smiled resignedly and gave up the name of his client, Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. That was enough for me. I wanted to know no more. Having reached this point in my narrative, it now becomes necessary to place the reader of these lines, so far as Lady Verander's will is concerned, on a footing of perfect equality in respect of information with myself. Let me state, then, in the fewest possible words, that Rachel Verander had nothing but a life interest in the property. Her mother's excellent sense and my long experience had combined to relieve her of all responsibility and to guard her from all danger of becoming the victim in the future of some needy and unscrupulous man. Neither she, nor her husband, if she married, could raise sixpence, either on the property in land, or on the property in money. They would have the houses in London and in Yorkshire to live in, and they would have the handsome income, and that was all. When I came to think over what I had discovered, I was sorely perplexed what to do next. Hardly a week had passed since I had heard, to my surprise and distress, of Miss Verander's proposed marriage. I had the sincerest admiration and affection for her, and I had been inexpressibly grieved when I heard that she was about to throw herself away on Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite. And now, here was the man, whom I had always believed to be a smooth-tongued impostor, justifying the very worst that I had thought of him, and plainly revealing the mercenary object of the marriage on his side. And what of that? You may reply, the thing is done every day. Granted, my dear sir, but would you think of it quite as lightly as you do, if the thing was done, let us say, with your own sister? The first consideration which now naturally occurred to me was this: would Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite hold to his engagement, after what his lawyer had discovered for him? It depended entirely on his pecuniary position, of which I knew nothing. If that position was not a desperate one, it would be well worth his while to marry Miss Verander for her income alone. If, on the other hand, He stood in urgent need of realizing a large sum by a given time. Then Lady Verander's will would exactly meet the case, and would preserve her daughter from falling into a scoundrel's hands. In the latter event, there would be no need for me to distress Miss Rachel, in the first days of her mourning for her mother, by an immediate revelation of the truth. In the former event, if I remained silent, I should be conniving at a marriage which would make her miserable for life. My doubts ended in my calling at the hotel in London, at which I knew Mrs. Ablewhite and Miss Verinder to be staying. They informed me that they were going to Brighton the next day, and that an unexpected obstacle prevented Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite from accompanying them. I at once proposed to take his place. While I was only thinking of Rachel Verinder, it was possible to hesitate. When I actually saw her, my mind was made up directly, come what might of it, to tell her the truth. I found my opportunity when I was out walking with her, on the day after my arrival. "May I speak to you," I asked, "about your marriage engagement?" "Yes," she said indifferently, "if you have nothing more interesting to talk about. Will you forgive an old friend and servant of your family, Miss Rachel, if I venture on asking whether your heart is set on this marriage? I am marrying in despair, Mr. Bruff, on the chance of dropping into some sort of stagnant happiness which may reconcile me to my life." Strong language, and suggestive of something below the surface, in the shape of a romance. But I had my own object in view, and I declined, as we lawyers say, to pursue the question into its side issues. "Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite can hardly be of your way of thinking," I said. "His heart must be set on the marriage at any rate?" "He says so, and I suppose I ought to believe him. He would hardly marry me, after what I have owned to him, unless he was fond of me. Poor thing! The bare idea of a man marrying her for his own selfish and mercenary ends had never entered her head. The task I had set myself began to look like a harder task than I had bargained for. "It sounds strangely," I went on, in my old-fashioned ears. "What sounds strangely?" she asked. "To hear you speak of your future husband as if you were not quite sure of the sincerity of his attachment. Are you conscious of any reason in your own mind for doubting him?" Her astonishing quickness of perception detected a change in my voice or my manner when I put that question, which warned her that I had been speaking all along with some ulterior object in view. She stopped, and taking her arm out of mine, looked me searchingly in the face. "Mr. Bruff," she said, "you have something to tell me about Godfrey Ablewhite. Tell it." I knew her well enough to take her at her word. I told it. She put her arm again into mine, and walked on with me slowly. I felt her hand tightening its grasp mechanically on my arm, and I saw her getting paler and paler as I went on, but not a word passed her lips while I was speaking. When I had done, she still kept silence. Her head drooped a little, and she walked by my side, unconscious of my presence, unconscious of everything about her, lost, buried, I might almost say, in her own thoughts. I made no attempt to disturb her. My experience of her disposition warned me, on this as on former occasions, to give her time. The first instinct of girls in general, on being told of anything which interests them, is to ask a multitude of questions, and then to run off and talk it all over with some favorite friend. Rachel Verander's first instinct, under similar circumstances, was to shut herself up in her own mind, and to think it over by herself. This absolute self-dependence is a great virtue in a man. In a woman it has a serious drawback of morally separating her from the mass of her sex, and so exposing her to misconstruction by the general opinion. I strongly suspect myself of thinking as the rest of the world think in this matter, except in the case of Rachel Verinder. The self-dependence in her character was one of its virtues in my estimation, partly, no doubt, because I sincerely admired and liked her, partly because the view I took of her connection with the loss of the Moonstone was based on my own special knowledge of her disposition. Badly as appearances might look in the matter of the diamond, shocking as it undoubtedly was to know that she was associated in any way with the mystery of an undiscovered theft, I was satisfied nevertheless that she had done nothing unworthy of her, because I was also satisfied that she had not stirred a step in the business, without shutting herself up in her own mind, and thinking it over first. We had walked on, for nearly a mile I should say, before Rachel roused herself. She suddenly looked up at me with a faint reflection of her smile of happier times, the most irresistible smile I have ever seen on a woman's face. "I owe much already to your kindness," she said, "and I feel more deeply indebted to it now than ever. If you hear any rumors of my marriage when you get back to London, contradict them at once, on my authority." Have you resolved to break your engagement? I asked. Can you doubt it? She returned proudly. After what you have told me. My dear Miss Rachel, you are very young, and you may find more difficulty in withdrawing from your present position than you anticipate. Have you no one, I mean a lady of course, whom you could consult? No one, she answered. It distressed me, it did indeed distress me, to hear her say that. She was so young and so lonely, and she bore it so well. The impulse to help her got the better of any sense of my own unfitness which I might have felt under the circumstances, and I stated such ideas on the subject as occurred to me on the spur of the moment, to the best of my ability. I have advised a prodigious number of clients, and have dealt with some exceedingly awkward difficulties in my time, but this was the first occasion on which I had ever found myself advising a young lady how to obtain her release from a marriage engagement. The suggestion I offered amounted briefly to this. I recommended her to tell Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite, at a private interview of course, that he had, to her certain knowledge, betrayed the mercenary nature of the motive on his side. She was then to add that their marriage, after what she had discovered, was a simple impossibility, and she was to put it to him, whether he thought it wisest to secure her silence by falling in with her views, or to force her, by opposing them, to make the motive under which she was acting generally known. If he attempted to defend himself or to deny the facts, she was, in that event, to refer him to me. Miss Verinder listened attentively till I had done. She then thanked me very prettily for my advice, but informed me at the same time that it was impossible for her to follow it. May I ask, I said, what objection you see to following it? She hesitated, and then met me with a question on her side. Suppose you were asked to express your opinion of Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite's conduct? She began. Yes. What would you call it? I should call it the conduct of a meanly deceitful man. Mr. Bruce, I have believed in that man. I have promised to marry that man. How can I tell him he is mean? How can I tell him he has deceived me? How can I disgrace him in the eyes of the world after that? I have degraded myself by ever thinking of him as my husband. If I say what you tell me to say to him, I am owning that I have degraded myself to his face. I can't do that. After what has passed between us, I can't do that. The shame of it would be nothing to him, but the shame of it would be unendurable to me. Here was another of the marked peculiarities in her character disclosing itself to me without reserve. Here was her sensitive horror of the bare contact with anything mean, blinding her to every consideration of what she owed to herself, hurrying her into a false position which might compromise her in the estimation of all her friends. Up to this time, I had been a little diffident about the propriety of the advice I had given to her, but after what she had just said, I had no sort of doubt that it was the best advice that could have been offered, and I felt no sort of hesitation in pressing it on her again. She only shook her head and repeated her objection in other words. He has been intimate enough with me to ask me to be his wife. He has stood high enough in my estimation to obtain my consent. I can't tell him to his face that he is the most contemptible of living creatures after that. But, my dear Miss Rachel, I remonstrated, it's equally impossible for you to tell him that you withdraw from your engagement without giving some reason for it. I shall say that I have thought it over, and that I am satisfied it will be best for both of us if we part. No more than that? No more. Have you thought of what he may say on his side? He may say what he pleases. It was impossible not to admire her delicacy and her resolution, and it was equally impossible not to feel that she was putting herself in the wrong. I entreated her to consider her own position. I reminded her that she would be exposing herself to the most odious misconstruction of her motives. You can't brave public opinion, I said, at the command of private feeling. I can, she answered. I have done it already. What do you mean? You have forgotten the Moonstone, Mr. Bruce. Have I not braved public opinion, there, with my own private reasons for it? Her answer silenced me for the moment. It set me trying to trace the explanation of her conduct, at the time of the loss of the Moonstone, out of the strange avowal which had just escaped her. I might perhaps have done it when I was younger. I certainly couldn't do it now. I tried a last remonstrance before we returned to the house. She was just as immovable as ever. My mind was in a strange conflict of feelings about her when I left her that day. She was obstinate, she was wrong. She was interesting, she was admirable, she was deeply to be pitied. I made her promise to write to me the moment she had any news to send, and I went back to my business in London, with a mind exceedingly ill at ease. On the evening of my return, before it was possible for me to receive my promised letter, I was surprised by a visit from Mr. Ablewhite the elder, and was informed that Mr. Godfrey had got his dismissal, and had accepted it that very day. With the view I already took of the case, the bare facts stated in the words that I have underlined revealed Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite's motive for submission as plainly as if he had acknowledged it himself. He needed a large sum of money, and he needed it by a given time. Rachel's income, which would have helped him to anything else, would not help him here, and Rachel had accordingly released herself, without encountering a moment's serious opposition on his part. If I am told that this is a mere speculation, I ask, in my turn, what other theory will account for his giving up a marriage which would have maintained him in splendor for the rest of his life? Any exultation I might otherwise have felt at the lucky turn which things had now taken was effectually checked by what passed at my interview with old Mr. Ablewhite. He came, of course, to know whether I could give him any explanation of Miss Verander's extraordinary conduct. It is needless to say that I was quite unable to afford him the information he wanted. The annoyance which I thus inflicted, following on the irritation produced by a recent interview with his son, threw Mr. Ablewhite off his guard. Both his looks and his language convinced me that Miss Verander would find him a merciless man to deal with. When he joined the ladies at Brighton the next day, I had a restless night considering what I ought to do next. How my reflections ended, and how thoroughly well-founded my distrust of Mr. Ablewhite proved to be, are items of information which, as I am told, have already been put tidily in their proper places by that exemplary person, Miss Clack. I have only to add, in completion of her narrative, that Miss Verander found the quiet and repose which she sadly needed, poor thing, in my house at Hampstead. She honored us by making a long stay. My wife and daughters were charmed with her, and, when the executors decided on the appointment of a new guardian, I feel sincere pride and pleasure in recording that my guest and my family parted like old friends, on either side. Chapter 2. The next thing I have to do is to present such additional information as I possess on the subject of the Moonstone, or, to speak more correctly, on the subject of the Indian plot to steal the diamond. The little that I have to tell is, as I think I have already said, of some importance, nevertheless, in respect of its bearing very remarkably on events which are still to come. About a week or 10 days after Miss Verander had left us, one of my clerks entered the private room at my office, with a card in his hand, and informed me that a gentleman was below who wanted to speak to me. I looked at the card. There was a foreign name written on it which has escaped my memory. It was followed by a line written in English at the bottom of the card, which I remember perfectly well, recommended by Mr. Septimus Luker. The audacity of a person in Mr. Luker's position presuming to recommend anybody to me took me so completely by surprise that I sat silent for the moment, wondering whether my own eyes had not deceived me. The clerk, observing my bewilderment, favored me with the result of his own observation of the stranger who was waiting downstairs. "Here's rather a remarkable-looking man, sir. So dark in the complexion that we all set him down in the office for an Indian, or something of that sort." Associating the clerk's idea with the line inscribed on the card in my hand, I thought it possible that the Moonstone might be at the bottom of Mr. Luker's recommendation, and of the stranger's visit at my office. To the astonishment of my clerk, I at once decided on granting an interview to the gentleman below. In justification of the highly unprofessional sacrifice to mere curiosity which I thus made, permit me to remind anybody who may read these lines that no living person, in England at any rate, can claim to have had such an intimate connection with the romance of the Indian diamond as mine has been. I was trusted with the secret of Colonel Herncastle's plan for escaping assassination. I received the Colonel's letters, periodically reporting himself a living man. I drew his will, leaving the Moonstone to Miss Verander. I persuaded his executor to act, on the chance that the jewel might prove to be a valuable acquisition to the family. And lastly, I combated Mr. Franklin Blake's scruples, and induced him to be the means of transporting the diamond to Lady Verander's house. If anyone can claim a prescriptive right of interest in the Moonstone, and in everything connected with it, I think it is hardly to be denied that I am the man. The moment my mysterious client was shown in, I felt an inner conviction that I was in the presence of one of the 3 Indians, probably of the chief. He was carefully dressed in European costume, but his swarthy complexion, his long lithe figure, and his grave and graceful politeness of manner were enough to betray his oriental origin to any intelligent eyes that looked at him. I pointed to a chair, and begged to be informed of the nature of his business with me. After first apologizing, in an excellent selection of English words, for the liberty which he had taken in disturbing me, the Indian produced a small parcel, the outer covering of which was of cloth of gold. Removing this and a second wrapping of some silken fabric, he placed a little box or casket on my table, most beautifully and richly inlaid in jewels, on an ebony ground. "I have come, sir," he said, "to ask you to lend me some money, and I leave this as an assurance to you that my debt will be paid back." I pointed to his card. "And you apply to me," I rejoined, "at Mr. Luker's recommendation?" The Indian bowed. "May I ask how it is that Mr. Luker himself did not advance the money that you require?" "Mr. Luker informed me, sir, that he had no money to lend, and so he recommended you to come to me?" The Indian, in his turn, pointed to the card. "It is written there," he said, briefly answered and thoroughly to the purpose. "If the Moonstone had been in my possession, this Oriental gentleman would have murdered me, I am well aware, without a moment's hesitation. At the same time, and barring that slight drawback, I am bound to testify that he was the perfect model of a client. He might not have respected my life, but he did what none of my own countrymen had ever done. In all my experience of them, he respected my time. "I am sorry," I said, "that you should have had the trouble of coming to me. Mr. Luker is quite mistaken in sending you here. I am trusted, like other men in my profession, with money to lend, but I never lend it to strangers, and I never lend it on such a security as you have produced. Far from attempting, as other people would have done, to induce me to relax my own rules, the Indian only made me another bow, and wrapped up his box in its two coverings without a word of protest. He rose. This admirable assassin rose to go, the moment I had answered him. "Will your condescension towards a stranger excuse my asking one question?" he said, "before I take my leave?" I bowed on my side. "Only one question at parting. The average in my experience was 50. Supposing, sir, it had been possible and customary for you to lend me the money," he said, "in what space of time would it have been possible and customary for me to pay it back?" "According to the usual course pursued in this country," I answered, "you would have been entitled to pay the money back, if you liked, in 1 year's time from the date at which it was first advanced to you." The Indian made me a last bow, the lowest of all, and suddenly and softly walked out of the room. It was done in a moment, in a noiseless, supple, cat-like way, which a little startled me, I own. As soon as I was composed enough to think, I arrived at one distinct conclusion in reference to the otherwise incomprehensible visitor who had favored me with a call. His face, voice, and manner, while I was in his company, were under such perfect control that they set all scrutiny at defiance. But he had given me one chance of looking under the smooth outer surface of him. For all that, he had not shown the slightest sign of attempting to fix anything that I had said to him in his mind, until I mentioned the time at which it was customary to permit the earliest repayment, on the part of a debtor, of money that had been advanced as a loan. When I gave him that piece of information, he looked me straight in the face, while I was speaking, for the first time. The inference I drew from this was, that he had a special purpose in asking me his last question, and a special interest in hearing my answer to it. The more carefully I reflected on what had passed between us, the more shrewdly I suspected the production of the casket and the application for the loan of having been mere formalities, designed to pave the way for the parting inquiry addressed to me. I had satisfied myself of the correctness of this conclusion, and was trying to get on a step further, and penetrate the Indian's motives next, when a letter was brought to me, which proved to be from no less a person than Mr. Septimus Luker himself. He asked my pardon in terms of sickening servility, and assured me that he could explain matters to my satisfaction, if I would honor him by consenting to a personal interview. I made another unprofessional sacrifice to mere curiosity. I honored him by making an appointment at my office for the next day. Mr. Luker was, in every respect, such an inferior creature to the Indian. He was so vulgar, so ugly, so cringing, and so prosy, that he is quite unworthy of being reported at any length in these pages. The substance of what he had to tell me may be fairly stated as follows. The day before I had received the visit of the Indian, Mr. Luker had been favored with a call from that accomplished gentleman. In spite of his European disguise, Mr. Luker had instantly identified his visitor with the chief of the 3 Indians, who had formerly annoyed him by loitering about his house, and who had left him no alternative but to consult a magistrate. From this startling discovery he had rushed to the conclusion, naturally enough I own, that he must certainly be in the company of one of the three men who had blindfolded him, gagged him, and robbed him of his banker's receipt. The result was that he became quite paralyzed with terror, and that he firmly believed his last hour had come. On his side, the Indian preserved the character of a perfect stranger. He produced the little casket and made exactly the same application which he had afterwards made to me. As the speediest way of getting rid of him, Mr. Luker had at once declared that he had no money. The Indian had thereupon asked to be informed of the best and safest person to apply to for the loan he wanted. Mr. Luker had answered that the best and safest person, in such cases, was usually a respectable solicitor. Asked to name some individual of that character and profession, Mr. Luker had mentioned me, for the one simple reason that, in the extremity of his terror, mine was the first name which occurred to him. The perspiration was pouring off me like rain, sir, the wretched creature concluded. I didn't know what I was talking about, and I hope you'll look over it, Mr. Bruff, sir, in consideration of my having been really and truly frightened out of my wits. I excused the fellow graciously enough. It was the readiest way of releasing myself from the sight of him. Before he left me, I detained him to make one inquiry. Had the Indian said anything noticeable at the moment of quitting Mr. Luker's house? Yes. The Indian had put precisely the same question to Mr. Luker at parting which he had put to me, receiving of course the same answer as the answer which I had given him. What did it mean? Mr. Luker's explanation gave me no assistance towards solving the problem. My own unaided ingenuity, consulted next, proved quite unequal to grapple with the difficulty. I had a dinner engagement that evening, and I went upstairs in no very genial frame of mind, little suspecting that the way to my dressing room and the way to discovery meant, on this particular occasion, one and the same thing. Chapter 3. The prominent personage among the guests at the dinner party I found to be Mr. Murthwaite. On his appearance in England after his wanderings, society had been greatly interested in the traveller, as a man who had passed through many dangerous adventures, and who had escaped to tell the tale. He had now announced his intention of returning to the scene of his exploits, and of penetrating into regions left still unexplored. This magnificent indifference to placing his safety in peril for the second time revived the flagging interest of the worshippers in the hero. The law of chances was clearly against his escaping on this occasion. It is not every day that we can meet an eminent person at dinner, and feel that there is a reasonable prospect of the news of his murder being the news that we hear of him next. When the gentlemen were left by themselves in the dining room, I found myself sitting next to Mr. Murthwaite. The guests present being all English, it is needless to say that, as soon as the wholesome check exercised by the presence of the ladies was removed, the conversation turned on politics as a necessary result. In respect to this all-absorbing national topic, I happen to be one of the most un-English Englishmen living. As a general rule, political talk appears to me to be of all talk the most dreary and the most profitless. Glancing at Mr. Murthwaite, when the bottles had made their first round of the table, I found that he was apparently of my way of thinking. He was doing it very dexterously, with all possible consideration for the feelings of his host, but it is not the less certain that he was composing himself for a nap. It struck me as an experiment worth attempting, to try whether a judicious allusion to the subject of the Moonstone would keep him awake, and, if it did, to see what he thought of the last new complication in the Indian conspiracy, as revealed in the prosaic precincts of my office. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Murthwaite, I began, you were acquainted with the late Lady Verinder, and you took some interest in the strange succession of events which ended in the loss of the Moonstone? The eminent traveller did me the honor of waking up in an instant, and asking me who I was. I informed him of my professional connection with the Herncastle family, not forgetting the curious position which I had occupied towards the Colonel and his diamond in the bygone time. Mr. Murthwaite shifted round in his chair, so as to put the rest of the company behind him, Conservatives and Liberals alike, and concentrated his whole attention on plain Mr. Bruff of Gray's Inn Square. "Have you heard anything lately of the Indians?" he asked. "I have every reason to believe," I answered, "that one of them had an interview with me in my office yesterday." Mr. Murthwaite was not an easy man to astonish, but that last answer of mine completely staggered him. I described what had happened to Mr. Luker, and what had happened to myself exactly as I have described it here. "It is clear that the Indians' parting inquiry had an object," I added. Why should he be so anxious to know the time at which a borrower of money is usually privileged to pay the money back? Is it possible that you don't see his motive, Mr. Bruff? I am ashamed of my stupidity, Mr. Murthwaite, but I certainly don't see it. The great traveler became quite interested in sounding the immense vacuity of my dullness to its lowest depths. Let me ask you one question, he said. In what position does the conspiracy to seize the Moonstone now stand? I can't say, I answered. The Indian plot is a mystery to me. The Indian plot, Mr. Bruff, can only be a mystery to you, because you have never seriously examined it. Shall we run it over together from the time when you drew Colonel Herncastle's will to the time when the Indian called at your office? In your position, it may be of very serious importance to the interests of Miss Verinder that you should be able to take a clear view of this matter in case of need. Tell me, bearing that in mind, whether you will penetrate the Indian's motive for yourself, or whether you wish me to save you the trouble of making any inquiry into it. It is needless to say that I thoroughly appreciated the practical purpose which I now saw that he had in view, and that the first of the two alternatives was the alternative I chose. Very good, said Mr. Murthwaite. We will take the question of the ages of the three Indians first. I can testify that they all look much about the same age, and you can decide for yourself whether the man whom you saw was or was not in the prime of life. Not 40, you think? My idea too. We will say not 40. Now look back to the time when Colonel Herncastle came to England, and when you were concerned in the plan he adopted to preserve his life. I don't want you to count the years. I will only say, it is clear that these present Indians at their age must be the successors of three other Indians, high-caste Brahmins all of them, Mr. Bruff, when they left their native country, who followed the colonel to these shores. Very well. These present men of ours have succeeded to the men who were here before them. If they had only done that, the matter would not have been worth inquiring into. But they have done more. They have succeeded to the organization which their predecessors established in this country. Don't start. The organization is a very trumpery affair, according to our ideas. I have no doubt. I should reckon it up as including the command of money, the services, when needed, of that shady sort of Englishman who lives in the byways of foreign life in London, and lastly, the secret sympathy of such few men of their own country, and formerly at least of their own religion, as happen to be employed in ministering to some of the multitudinous wants of this great city. Nothing very formidable, as you see, but worth notice at starting, because we may find occasion to refer to this modest little Indian organization as we go on. Having now cleared the ground, I am going to ask you a question, and I expect your experience to answer it. What was the event which gave the Indians their first chance of seizing the diamond? I understood the allusion to my experience. The first chance they got, I replied, was clearly offered to them by Colonel Herncastle's death. They would be aware of his death, I suppose, as a matter of course. As a matter of course. And his death, as you say, gave them their first chance. Up to that time the Moonstone was safe in the strong room of the bank. You drew the colonel's will leaving his jewel to his niece, and the will was proved in the usual way. As a lawyer, you can be at no loss to know what course the Indians would take under English advice after that. They would provide themselves with a copy of the will from Doctors' Commons, I said. Exactly. One or other of those shady Englishmen to whom I have alluded would get them the copy you have described. That copy would inform them that the Moonstone was bequeathed to the daughter of Lady Verinder, and that Mr. Blake the elder, or some person appointed by him, was to place it in her hands. You will agree with me that the necessary information about persons in the position of Lady Verinder and Mr. Blake would be perfectly easy information to obtain. The one difficulty for the Indians would be to decide whether they should make their attempt on the diamond when it was in course of removal from the keeping of the bank, or whether they should wait until it was taken down to Yorkshire to Lady Verinder's house. The second way would be manifestly the safest way, and there you have the explanation of the appearance of the Indians at Frizinghall, disguised as jugglers and waiting their time. In London, it is needless to say, they had their organization at their disposal to keep them informed of events. 2 men would do it, one to follow anybody who went from Mr. Blake's house to the bank, and one to treat the lower men servants with beer, and to hear the news of the house. These commonplace precautions would readily inform them that Mr. Franklin Blake had been to the bank, and that Mr. Franklin Blake was the only person in the house who was going to visit Lady Verinder. What actually followed upon that discovery, you remember, no doubt, quite as correctly as I do. I remembered that Franklin Blake had detected one of the spies in the street, that he had, in consequence, advanced the time of his arrival in Yorkshire by some hours, and that, thanks to old Betteridge's excellent advice, he had lodged the diamond in the bank at Frizinghall, before the Indians were so much as prepared to see him in the neighbourhood. All perfectly clear so far. But the Indians being ignorant of the precautions thus taken, how was it that they had made no attempt on Lady Verander's house, in which they must have supposed the diamond to be, through the whole of the interval that elapsed before Rachel's birthday? In putting this difficulty to Mr. Murthwaite, I thought it right to add that I had heard of the little boy, and the drop of ink, and the rest of it, and that any explanation based on the theory of clairvoyance was an explanation which would carry no conviction whatever with it, to my mind. Nor to mine either, said Mr. Murthwaite. The clairvoyance in this case is simply a development of the romantic side of the Indian character. It would be refreshment and an encouragement to those men, quite inconceivable, I grant you, to the English mind, to surround their wearisome and perilous errand in this country with a certain halo of the marvelous and the supernatural. Their boy is unquestionably a sensitive subject to the mesmeric influence, and, under that influence, he has no doubt reflected what was already in the mind of the person mesmerizing him. I have tested the theory of clairvoyance, and I have never found the manifestations get beyond that point. The Indians don't investigate the matter in this way. The Indians look upon their boy as a seer of things invisible to their eyes, and, I repeat, in that marvel they find the source of a new interest in the purpose that unites them. I only notice this as offering a curious view of human character, which must be quite new to you. We have nothing whatever to do with clairvoyance or with mesmerism, or with anything else that is hard of belief to a practical man, in the inquiry that we are now pursuing. My object in following the Indian plot step by step is to trace results back by rational means to natural causes. Have I succeeded to your satisfaction so far? Not a doubt of it, Mr. Murthwaite. I am waiting, however, with some anxiety, to hear the rational explanation of the difficulty which I have just had the honor of submitting to you. Mr. Murthwaite smiled. It's the easiest difficulty to deal with of all, he said. Permit me to begin by admitting your statement of the case as a perfectly correct one. The Indians were undoubtedly not aware of what Mr. Franklin Blake had done with the diamond, for we find them making their first mistake on the first night of Mr. Blake's arrival at his aunt's house. Their first mistake? I repeated. Certainly. The mistake of allowing themselves to be surprised, lurking about the terrace at night, by Gabriel Betteredge. However, they had the merit of seeing for themselves that they had taken a false step, for, as you say, again, with plenty of time at their disposal, they never came near the house for weeks afterwards. Why, Mr. Murthwaite? That's what I want to know. Why? Because no Indian, Mr. Bruff, ever runs an unnecessary risk. The clause you drew in Colonel Herncastle's will informed them, didn't it, that the Moonstone was to pass absolutely into Miss Verander's possession on her birthday? Very well. Tell me which was the safest course for men in their position? To make their attempt on the diamond while it was under the control of Mr. Franklin Blake, who had shown already that he could suspect and outwit them, or to wait till the diamond was at the disposal of a young girl who would innocently delight in wearing the magnificent jewel at every possible opportunity. Perhaps you want a proof that my theory is correct? Take the conduct of the Indians themselves as the proof. They appeared at the house after waiting all those weeks, on Miss Verander's birthday, and they were rewarded for the patient accuracy of their calculations by seeing the Moonstone in the bosom of her dress. When I heard the story of the Colonel and the diamond, later in the evening, I felt so sure about the risk Mr. Franklin Blake had run, they would have certainly attacked him, if he had not happened to ride back to Lady Verander's in the company of other people. And I was so strongly convinced of the worse risk still in store for Miss Verander, that I recommended following the Colonel's plan, and destroying the identity of the gem by having it cut into separate stones. How its extraordinary disappearance that night made my advice useless and utterly defeated the Hindu plot, and how all further action on the part of the Indians was paralyzed the next day by their confinement in prison as rogues and vagabonds, you know as well as I do. The first act in the conspiracy closes there. Before we go on to the second, may I ask whether I have met your difficulty with an explanation which is satisfactory to the mind of a practical man? It was impossible to deny that he had met my difficulty fairly, thanks to his superior knowledge of the Indian character, and thanks to his not having had hundreds of other wills to think of since Colonel Herncastle's time. So far, so good, resumed Mr. Murthwaite. The first chance the Indians had of seizing the diamond was a chance lost, on the day when they were committed to the prison at Frizinghall. When did the second chance offer itself? The second chance offered itself, as I am in a condition to prove, while they were still in confinement. He took out his pocketbook and opened it at a particular leaf before he went on. I was staying, he resumed, with some friends at Frizinghall at the time. A day or two before the Indians were set free, on a Monday, I think, the governor of the prison came to me with a letter. It had been left for the Indians by one Mrs. Macken, of whom they had hired the lodging in which they lived, and it had been delivered at Mrs. McCann's door in ordinary course of post on the previous morning. The prison authorities had noticed that the postmark was Lambeth, and that the address on the outside, though expressed in correct English, was, in form, oddly at variance with the customary method of directing a letter. On opening it, they had found the contents to be written in a foreign language, which they rightly guessed at as Hindustani. Their object in coming to me was, of course, to have the letter translated to them. I took a copy in my pocketbook of the original and of my translation, and there they are at your service. He handed me the open pocketbook. The address on the letter was the first thing copied. It was all written in one paragraph without any attempt at punctuation, thus, to the 3 Indian men living with the lady called Mac and at Frizinghall in Yorkshire. The Hindu characters followed, and the English translation appeared at the end, expressed in these mysterious words: in the name of the Regent of the Night, whose seat is on the Antelope, whose arms embrace the 4 corners of the earth. Brothers, turn your faces to the south, and come to me in the street of many noises, which leads down to the muddy river. The reason is this: my own eyes have seen it. There the letter ended, without either date or signature. I handed it back to Mr. Murthwaite and owned that this curious specimen of Hindu correspondence rather puzzled me. I can explain the first sentence to you, he said, and the conduct of the Indians themselves will explain the rest. The god of the moon is represented, in the Hindu mythology, as a 4-armed deity, seated on an antelope, and one of his titles is the Regent of the Night. Here, then, to begin with, is something which looks suspiciously like an indirect reference to the Moonstone. Now, let us see what the Indians did, after the prison authorities had allowed them to receive their letter. On the very day when they were set free, they went at once to the railway station, and took their places in the first train that started for London. We all thought it a pity at Frizinghall that their proceedings were not privately watched, but after Lady Verinder had dismissed the police officer, and had stopped all further inquiry into the loss of the diamond, no one else could presume to stir in the matter. The Indians were free to go to London, and to London they went. What was the next news we heard of them, Mr. Bruff? They were annoying Mr. Luker, I answered, by loitering about the house at Lambeth. Did you read the report of Mr. Luker's application to the magistrate? Yes. In the course of his statement he referred, if you remember, to a foreign workman in his employment, whom he had just dismissed on suspicion of attempted theft, and whom he also distrusted as possibly acting in collusion with the Indians who had annoyed him. The inference is pretty plain, Mr. Bruff, as to who wrote that letter which puzzled you just now, and as to which of Mr. Luker's Oriental treasures the workman had attempted to steal. The inference, as I hasten to acknowledge, was too plain to need being pointed out. I had never doubted that the Moonstone had found its way into Mr. Luker's hands, at the time Mr. Murthwaite alluded to. My only question had been, how had the Indians discovered the circumstance? This question, the most difficult to deal with of all, as I had thought, had now received its answer like the rest. Lawyer as I was, I began to feel that I might trust Mr. Murthwaite to lead me blindfold through the last windings of the labyrinth, along which he had guided me thus far. I paid him the compliment of telling him this, and found my little concession very graciously received. You shall give me a piece of information in your turn before we go on, he said. Somebody must have taken the Moonstone from Yorkshire to London, and somebody must have raised money on it, or it would never have been in Mr. Luker's possession. Has there been any discovery made of who that person was? None that I know of. There was a story, was there not, about Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite? I am told he is an eminent philanthropist, which is decidedly against him, to begin with. I heartily agreed in this with Mr. Murthwaite. At the same time, I felt bound to inform him, without, it is needless to say, mentioning Miss Verinder's name, that Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite had been cleared of all suspicion, on evidence which I could answer for as entirely beyond dispute. Very well, said Mr. Murthwaite quietly. Let us leave it to time to clear the matter up. In the meanwhile, Mr. Bruff, we must get back again to the Indians on your account. Their journey to London simply ended in their becoming the victims of another defeat. The loss of their second chance of seizing the diamond is mainly attributable, as I think, to the cunning and foresight of Mr. Luker, who doesn't stand at the top of the prosperous and ancient profession of usury for nothing. By the prompt dismissal of the man in his employment, he deprived the Indians of the assistance which their confederate would have rendered them in getting into the house. By the prompt transport of the Moonstone to his bankers, he took the conspirators by surprise before they were prepared with a new plan for robbing him. How the Indians, in this latter case, suspected what he had done, and how they contrived to possess themselves of his banker's receipt, are events too recent to need dwelling on. Let it be enough to say that they know the Moonstone to be once more out of their reach, deposited, under the general description of a valuable of great price, in a banker's strong room. Now, Mr. Bruff, what is their third chance of seizing the diamond? And when will it come? As the question passed his lips, I penetrated the motive of the Indian's visit to my office at last. I see it, I exclaimed. The Indians take it for granted, as we do, that the Moonstone has been pledged, and they want to be certainly informed of the earliest period at which the pledge can be redeemed, because that will be the earliest period at which the diamond can be removed from the safekeeping of the bank. I told you you would find it out for yourself, Mr. Bruff, if I only gave you a fair chance. In a year from the time when the Moonstone was pledged, the Indians will be on the watch for their third chance. Mr. Luker's own lips have told them how long they will have to wait, and your respectable authority has satisfied them that Mr. Luker has spoken the truth. When do we suppose, at a rough guess, that the diamond found its way into the moneylender's hands? Towards the end of last June, I answered, as well as I can reckon it, and we are now in the year 48. Very good. If the unknown person who has pledged the Moonstone can redeem it in a year, the jewel will be in that person's possession again at the end of June, 49. I shall be thousands of miles from England and English news at that date, but it may be worth your while to take a note of it and to arrange to be in London at the time. You think something serious will happen? I said. I think I shall be safer, he answered, among the fiercest fanatics of Central Asia than I should be if I crossed the door of the bank with the Moonstone in my pocket. The Indians have been defeated twice running, Mr. Bruff. It's my firm belief that they won't be defeated a third time. Those were the last words he said on the subject. The coffee came in, the guests rose and dispersed themselves about the room, and we joined the ladies of the dinner party upstairs. I made a note of the date, and it may not be amiss if I close my narrative by repeating that note here. June, 49. Expect news of the Indians towards the end of the month, and that done, I hand the pen, which I have now no further claim to use, to the writer who follows me next. Third narrative, contributed by Franklin Blake, Chapter 1. In the spring of the year 1849 I was wandering in the East, and had then recently altered the traveling plans which I had laid out some months before, and which I had communicated to my lawyer and my banker in London. This change made it necessary for me to send one of my servants to obtain my letters and remittances from the English consul in a certain city, which was no longer included as one of my resting places in my new traveling scheme. The man was to join me again at an appointed place and time. An accident, for which he was not responsible, delayed him on his errand. For a week I and my people waited, encamped on the borders of a desert. At the end of that time the missing man made his appearance, with the money and the letters, at the entrance of my tent. I am afraid I bring you bad news, sir, he said, and pointed to one of the letters, which had a mourning border round it, and the address on which was in the handwriting of Mr. Bruff. I know nothing, in a case of this kind, so unendurable as suspense. The letter with the mourning border was the letter that I opened first. It informed me that my father was dead, and that I was heir to his great fortune. The wealth which had thus fallen into my hands brought its responsibilities with it, and Mr. Bruff entreated me to lose no time in returning to England. By daybreak the next morning, I was on my way back to my own country. The picture presented of me by my old friend Betteredge, at the time of my departure from England, is, as I think, a little overdrawn. He has, in his own quaint way, interpreted seriously one of his young mistress's many satirical references to my foreign education, and has persuaded himself that he actually saw those French, German, and Italian sides to my character, which my lively cousin only professed to discover in jest, and which never had any real existence, except in our good Betteridge's own brain. But, barring this drawback, I am bound to own that he has stated no more than the truth in representing me as wounded to the heart by Rachel's treatment, and as leaving England in the first keenness of suffering caused by the bitterest disappointment of my life. I went abroad resolved, if change and absence could help me, to forget her. It is, I am persuaded, no true view of human nature which denies that change and absence do help a man under these circumstances. They force his attention away from the exclusive contemplation of his own sorrow. I never forgot her, but the pang of remembrance lost its worst bitterness, little by little, as time, distance, and novelty interposed themselves more and more effectually between Rachel and me. On the other hand, it is no less certain that, with the act of turning homeward, the remedy which had gained its ground so steadily, began now, just as steadily, to drop back. The nearer I drew to the country which she inhabited, and to the prospect of seeing her again, the more irresistibly her influence began to recover its hold on me. On leaving England she was the last person in the world whose name I would have suffered to pass my lips. On returning to England, she was the first person I inquired after, when Mr. Bruff and I met again. I was informed, of course, of all that had happened in my absence. In other words, of all that has been related here in continuation of Betteridge's narrative, one circumstance only being excepted. Mr. Bruff did not, at that time, feel himself at liberty to inform me of the motives which had privately influenced Rachel and Godfrey Ablewhite in recalling the marriage promise, on either side. I troubled him with no embarrassing questions on this delicate subject. It was relief enough to me, after the jealous disappointment caused by hearing that she had ever contemplated being Godfrey's wife, to know that reflection had convinced her of acting rashly, and that she had effected her own release from her marriage engagement. Having heard the story of the past, my next inquiries, still inquiries after Rachel, advanced naturally to the present time. Under whose care had she been placed after leaving Mr. Bruff's house? And where was she living now? She was living under the care of a widowed sister of the late Sir John Verinder, one Mrs. Merridew, whom her mother's executors had requested to act as guardian, and who had accepted the proposal. They were reported to me as getting on together admirably well, and as being now established, for the season, in Mrs. Meredith's house in Portland Place. Half an hour after receiving this information, I was on my way to Portland Place, without having had the courage to own it to Mr. Bruff. The man who answered the door was not sure whether Miss Verinder was at home or not. I sent him upstairs with my card, as the speediest way of setting the question at rest. The man came down again with an impenetrable face, and informed me that Miss Verinder was out. I might have suspected other people of purposely denying themselves to me, but it was impossible to suspect Rachel. I left word that I would call again at 6 o'clock that evening. At 6 o'clock I was informed for the second time that Miss Verinder was not at home. Had any message been left for me? No message had been left for me. Had Miss Verinder not received my card? The servant begged my pardon. Miss Verinder had received it. The inference was too plain to be resisted. Rachel declined to see me. On my side, I declined to be treated in this way without making an attempt, at least, to discover a reason for it. I sent up my name to Mrs. Merridew, and requested her to favor me with a personal interview at any hour which it might be most convenient to her to name. Mrs. Merridew made no difficulty about receiving me at once. I was shown into a comfortable little sitting room, and found myself in the presence of a comfortable little elderly lady. She was so good as to feel great regret and much surprise, entirely on my account. She was at the same time, however, not in a position to offer me any explanation, or to press Rachel on a matter which appeared to relate to a question of private feeling alone. This was said over and over again, with a polite patience that nothing could tire, and this was all I gained by applying to Mrs. Merridew. My last chance was to write to Rachel. My servant took a letter to her the next day, with strict instructions to wait for an answer. The answer came back literally in one sentence: Miss Verinder begs to decline entering into any correspondence with Mr. Franklin Blake. Fond as I was of her, I felt indignantly the insult offered to me in that reply. Mr. Bruff came in to speak to me on business, before I had recovered possession of myself. I dismissed the business on the spot and laid the whole case before him. He proved to be as incapable of enlightening me as Mrs. Merridew herself. I asked him if any slander had been spoken of me in Rachel's hearing. Mr. Bruff was not aware of any slander of which I was the object. Had she referred to me in any way while she was staying under Mr. Bruff's roof? Never. Had she not so much as asked, during all my long absence, whether I was living or dead? No such question had ever passed her lips. I took out of my pocketbook the letter which poor Lady Verinder had written to me from Frizinghall, on the day when I left her house in Yorkshire, and I pointed Mr. Bruff's attention to these two sentences in it. The valuable assistance which you rendered to the inquiry after the lost jewel is still an unpardoned offence, in the present dreadful state of Rachel's mind. Moving blindfold in this matter, you have added to the burden of anxiety which she has had to bear, by innocently threatening her secret with discovery through your exertions. Is it possible, I asked, that the feeling towards me which is there described is as bitter as ever against me now? Mr. Bruff looked unaffectedly distressed. If you insist on an answer, he said, I own I can place no other interpretation on her conduct than that. I rang the bell and directed my servant to pack my portmanteau, and to send out for a railway guide. Mr. Bruff asked, in astonishment, what I was going to do. I am going to Yorkshire, I answered, by the next train. May I ask for what purpose? Mr. Bruff, the assistance I innocently rendered to the inquiry after the diamond was an unpardoned offence, in Rachel's mind, nearly a year since, and it remains an unpardoned offence still. I won't accept that position. I am determined to find out the secret of her silence towards her mother and her enmity towards me. If time, pains, and money can do it, I will lay my hand on the thief who took the Moonstone. The worthy old gentleman attempted to remonstrate, to induce me to listen to reason, to do his duty towards me. In short, I was deaf to everything that he could urge. No earthly consideration would, at that moment, have shaken the resolution that was in me. I shall take up the inquiry again, I went on, at the point where I dropped it, and I shall follow it onwards, step by step, till I come to the present time. There are missing links in the evidence as I left it, which Gabriel Betteredge can supply, and to Gabriel Betteredge I go. Towards sunset that evening I stood again on the well-remembered terrace, and looked once more at the peaceful old country house. The gardener was the first person whom I saw in the deserted grounds. He had left Betteredge an hour since, sunning himself in the customary corner of the backyard. I knew it well, and I said I would go and seek him myself. I walked round by the familiar paths and passages, and looked in at the open gate of the yard. There he was, the dear old friend of the happy days that were never to come again. There he was in the old corner on the old beehive chair, with his pipe in his mouth, and his Robinson Crusoe on his lap, and his two friends, the dogs, dozing on either side of him. In the position in which I stood, my shadow was projected in front of me by the last slanting rays of the sun. Either the dogs saw it, or their keen scent informed them of my approach. They started up with a growl. Starting in his turn, the old man quieted them by a word, and then shaded his failing eyes with his hand, and looked inquiringly at the figure at the gate. My own eyes were full of tears. I was obliged to wait a moment before I could trust myself to speak to him. Chapter 2. Betteredge, I said, pointing to the well-remembered book on his knee. Has Robinson Crusoe informed you this evening that you might expect to see Franklin Blake? By the Lord Harry, Mr. Franklin, cried the old man, that's exactly what Robinson Crusoe has done. He struggled to his feet with my assistance, and stood for a moment, looking backwards and forwards between Robinson Crusoe and me, apparently at a loss to discover which of us had surprised him most. The verdict ended in favor of the book. Holding it open before him in both hands, he surveyed the wonderful volume with a stare of unutterable anticipation, as if he expected to see Robinson Crusoe himself walk out of the pages and favor us with a personal interview. Here's the bit, Mr. Franklin, he said, as soon as he had recovered the use of his speech. As I live by bread, sir, here's the bit I was reading the moment before you came in. Page 156, as follows. I stood like one thunderstruck, or as if I had seen an apparition. If that isn't as much as to say, expect the sudden appearance of Mr. Franklin Blake. There's no meaning in the English language, said Betteredge, closing the book with a bang, and getting one of his hands free at last to take the hand which I offered him. I had expected him, naturally enough under the circumstances, to overwhelm me with questions. But no, the hospitable impulse was the uppermost impulse in the old servant's mind, when a member of the family appeared, no matter how, as a visitor at the house. "Walk in, Mr. Franklin," he said, opening the door behind him with his quaint old-fashioned bow. "I'll ask what brings you here afterwards. I must make you comfortable first. There have been sad changes since you went away. The house is shut up, and the servants are gone. Never mind that, I'll cook your dinner, and the gardener's wife will make your bed. And if there's a bottle of our famous Latour claret left in the cellar, down your throat, Mr. Franklin, that bottle shall go. I bid you welcome, sir. I bid you heartily welcome," said the poor old fellow, fighting manfully against the gloom of the deserted house, and receiving me with the sociable and courteous attention of the bygone time. It vexed me to disappoint him, but the house was Rachel's house now. Could I eat in it or sleep in it after what had happened in London? The commonest sense of self-respect properly forbade me, to cross the threshold. I took Betteredge by the arm and led him out into the garden. There was no help for it. I was obliged to tell him the truth between his attachment to Rachel and his attachment to me. He was sorely puzzled and distressed at the turn things had taken. His opinion, when he expressed it, was given in his usual downright manner, and was agreeably redolent of the most positive philosophy I know, the philosophy of the Betteredge school. "Miss Rachel has her faults, I've never denied it," he began, "and riding the high horse now and then is one of them. She has been trying to ride over you, and you have put up with it. Lord, Mr. Franklin, don't you know women by this time better than that? You have heard me talk of the late Mrs. Betteredge." I had heard him talk of the late Mrs. Betteredge pretty often, invariably producing her as his one undeniable example of the inbred frailty and perversity of the other sex. In that capacity he exhibited her now. "Very well, Mr. Franklin, now listen to me. Different women have different ways of riding the high horse. The late Mrs. Betteredge took her exercise on that favorite female animal whenever I happened to deny her anything that she had set her heart on. So sure as I came home from my work on these occasions, so sure was my wife to call to me up the kitchen stairs, and to say that, after my brutal treatment of her, she hadn't the heart to cook me my dinner. I put up with it for some time, just as you are putting up with it now from Miss Rachel. At last my patience wore out. I went downstairs and I took Mrs. Betteredge, affectionately you understand, up in my arms and carried her, holus bolus, into the best parlor where she received her company. I said, 'That's the right place for you, my dear,' and so went back to the kitchen. I locked myself in and took off my coat and turned up my shirt sleeves and cooked my own dinner. When it was done, I served it up in my best manner and enjoyed it most heartily. I had my pipe and my drop of grog afterwards, and then I cleared the table and washed the crockery and cleaned the knives and forks and put the things away and swept up the hearth. When things were as bright and clean again, as bright and clean could be, I opened the door and let Mrs. Betteredge in. 'I've had my dinner, my dear,' I said, 'and I hope you will find that I have left the kitchen all that your fondest wishes can desire. For the rest of that woman's life, Mr. Franklin, I never had to cook my dinner again. Moral: you have put up with Miss Rachel in London, don't put up with her in Yorkshire. Come back to the house.' Quite unanswerable. I could only assure my good friend that even his powers of persuasion were, in this case, thrown away on me. 'It's a lovely evening,' I said. 'I shall walk to Frizinghall and stay at the hotel, and you must come tomorrow morning and breakfast with me. I have something to say to you.' Betteredge shook his head gravely. 'I am heartily sorry for this,' he said. 'I had hoped, Mr. Franklin, to hear that things were all smooth and pleasant again between you and Miss Rachel. If you must have your own way, sir,' he continued after a moment's reflection, 'there is no need to go to Frizinghall tonight for a bed. Is to be had nearer than that. There's Hotherstone's farm, barely 2 miles from here. You can hardly object to that on Miss Rachel's account,' the old man added slyly. 'Hotherstone lives, Mr. Franklin, on his own freehold.' I remembered the place the moment Betteredge mentioned it. The farmhouse stood in a sheltered inland valley, on the banks of the prettiest stream in that part of Yorkshire, and the farmer had a spare bedroom and parlour, which he was accustomed to let to artists, anglers, and tourists in general. A more agreeable place of abode, during my stay in the neighbourhood, I could not have wished to find. 'Are the rooms to let?' I inquired. 'Mrs. Hotherstone herself, sir, asked for my good word to recommend the rooms yesterday.' I'll take them, Betteredge, with the greatest pleasure. We went back to the yard, in which I had left my traveling bag. After putting a stick through the handle, and swinging the bag over his shoulder, Betteredge appeared to relapse into the bewilderment which my sudden appearance had caused. When I surprised him in the beehive chair, he looked incredulously at the house, and then he wheeled about and looked more incredulously still at me. "I've lived a goodish long time in the world," said this best and dearest of all old servants, "but the like of this I never did expect to see. There stands the house, and here stands Mr. Franklin Blake, and, damn, if one of them isn't turning his back on the other, and going to sleep in a lodging." He led the way out, wagging his head and growling ominously. "There's only one more miracle that can happen," he said to me over his shoulder. "The next thing you'll do, Mr. Franklin, will be to pay me back that 7 and 6 you borrowed of me when you were a boy." This stroke of sarcasm put him in a better humor with himself and with me. We left the house and passed through the lodge gates. Once clear of the grounds, the duties of hospitality, in Betteredge's code of morals, ceased, and the privileges of curiosity began. He dropped back so as to let me get on a level with him. "Fine evening for a walk, Mr. Franklin," he said, as if we had just accidentally encountered each other at that moment. "Supposing you had gone to the hotel at Frizinghall, sir?" "Yes. I should have had the honor of breakfasting with you tomorrow morning. Come and breakfast with me at Hutherstone's farm instead." "Much obliged to you for your kindness, Mr. Franklin, but it wasn't exactly breakfast that I was driving at. I think you mentioned that you had something to say to me?" "If it's no secret, sir," said Betteredge, suddenly abandoning the crooked way and taking the straight one, "I'm burning to know what's brought you down here, if you please, in this sudden way." "What brought me here before?" I asked. "The Moonstone, Mr. Franklin." "But what brings you now, sir?" "The Moonstone again, Betteredge." The old man suddenly stood still, and looked at me in the grey twilight as if he suspected his own ears of deceiving him. "If that's a joke, sir," he said, "I'm afraid I'm getting a little dull in my old age. I don't take it." "It's no joke," I answered. "I have come here to take up the inquiry which was dropped when I left England. I have come here to do what nobody has done yet, to find out who took the diamond." "Let the diamond be, Mr. Franklin. Take my advice and let the diamond be. That cursed Indian jewel has misguided everybody who has come near it. Don't waste your money and your temper, in the fine springtime of your life, sir, by meddling with the Moonstone. How can you hope to succeed, saving your presence, when Sergeant Cuff himself made a mess of it?" "Sergeant Cuff," repeated Betteredge, shaking his forefinger at me sternly. "The greatest policeman in England. My mind is made up, my old friend. Even Sergeant Cuff doesn't daunt me. By the by, I may want to speak to him sooner or later. Have you heard anything of him lately?" "The sergeant won't help you, Mr. Franklin." "Why not?" "There has been an event, sir, in the police circles since you went away. The great Cuff has retired from business. He has got a little cottage at Dorking, and he's up to his eyes in the growing of roses. I have it in his own handwriting, Mr. Franklin. He has grown the white moss rose, without budding it on the dog rose first. And Mr. Begbie the gardener is to go to Dorking, and own that the sergeant has beaten him at last." "It doesn't much matter," I said. "I must do without Sergeant Cuff's help, and I must trust to you at starting." It is likely enough that I spoke rather carelessly. At any rate, Betteredge seemed to be piqued by something in the reply which I had just made to him. "You might trust to worse than me, Mr. Franklin, I can tell you that," he said a little sharply. The tone in which he retorted, and a certain disturbance after he had spoken, which I detected in his manner, suggested to me that he was possessed of some information which he hesitated to communicate. "I expect you to help me," I said, "in picking up the fragments of evidence which Sergeant Cuff has left behind him. I know you can do that. Can you do no more?" "What more can you expect from me, sir?" asked Betteredge, with an appearance of the utmost humility. "I expect more, from what you said just now." "Mere boasting, Mr. Franklin," returned the old man obstinately. "Some people are born boasters, and they never get over it to their dying day. I'm one of them. There was only one way to take with him. I appealed to his interest in Rachel and his interest in me. Betteredge, would you be glad to hear that Rachel and I were good friends again? I have served your family, sir, to mighty little purpose. If you doubt it, do you remember how Rachel treated me before I left England, as well as if it was yesterday. My lady herself wrote you a letter about it, and you were so good as to show the letter to me. It said that Miss Rachel was mortally offended with you for the part you had taken in trying to recover her jewel, and neither my lady nor you nor anybody else could guess why. Quite true, Betteredge, and I come back from my travels, and find her mortally offended with me still. I knew that the diamond was at the bottom of it last year, and I know that the diamond is at the bottom of it now. I have tried to speak to her, and she won't see me. I have tried to write to her, and she won't answer me. How, in heaven's name, am I to clear the matter up? The chance of searching into the loss of the Moonstone is the one chance of inquiry that Rachel herself has left me. Those words evidently put the case before him, as he had not seen it yet. He asked a question which satisfied me that I had shaken him. There is no ill feeling in this, Mr. Franklin, on your side, is there? There was some anger, I answered, when I left London, but that is all worn out now. I want to make Rachel come to an understanding with me, and I want nothing more. You don't feel any fear, sir, supposing you make any discoveries in regard to what you may find out about Miss Rachel? I understood the jealous belief in his young mistress which prompted those words. I am as certain of her as you are, I answered. The fullest disclosure of her secret will reveal nothing that can alter her place in your estimation or in mine. Betteredge's last left scruples vanished at that. If I am doing wrong to help you, Mr. Franklin, he exclaimed, all I can say is, I am as innocent of seeing it as the babe unborn. I can put you on the road to discovery, if you can only go on by yourself. You remember that poor girl of ours, Rosanna Spearman? Of course. You always thought she had some sort of confession in regard to this matter of the Moonstone, which she wanted to make to you? I certainly couldn't account for her strange conduct in any other way. You may set that doubt at rest, Mr. Franklin, whenever you please. It was my turn to come to a standstill now. I tried vainly, in the gathering darkness, to see his face. In the surprise of the moment, I asked a little impatiently what he meant. Steady, sir, proceeded Betteredge. I mean what I say. Rosanna Spearman left a sealed letter behind her, a letter addressed to you. Where is it? In the possession of a friend of hers, at Cobb's Hole. You must have heard tell, when you were here last, sir, of Limping Lucy, a lame girl with a crutch. The fisherman's daughter? The same, Mr. Franklin. Why wasn't the letter forwarded to me? Limping Lucy has a will of her own, sir. She wouldn't give it into any hands but yours. And you had left England before I could write to you. Let's go back, Betteredge, and get it at once. Too late, sir, tonight. They're great savers of candles along our coast, and they go to bed early at Cobb's Hole. Nonsense. We might get there in half an hour. You might, sir. And when you did get there, you would find the door locked. He pointed to a light glimmering below us, and, at the same moment, I heard through the stillness of the evening the bubbling of a stream. There's the farm, Mr. Franklin. Make yourself comfortable for tonight, and come to me tomorrow morning if you'll be so kind. You will go with me to the fisherman's cottage? Yes, sir, early. As early, Mr. Franklin, as you like. We descended the path that led to the farm. Chapter 3. I have only the most indistinct recollection of what happened at Hutherstone's farm. I remember a hearty welcome, a prodigious supper, which would have fed a whole village in the east, a delightfully clean bedroom, with nothing in it to regret but that detestable product of the folly of our forefathers, a feather bed, a restless night, with much kindling of matches, and many lightings of one little candle, and an immense sensation of relief when the sun rose, and there was a prospect of getting up. It had been arranged overnight with Betteredge that I was to call for him, on our way to Cobb's Hole, as early as I liked, which, interpreted by my impatience to get possession of the letter, meant as early as I could, without waiting for breakfast at the farm. I took a crust of bread in my hand, and set forth, in some doubt whether I should not surprise the excellent Betteredge in his bed. To my great relief he proved to be quite as excited about the coming event as I was. I found him ready, and waiting for me, with his stick in his hand. How are you this morning, Betteredge? Very poorly, sir. Sorry to hear it. What do you complain of? I complain of a new disease, Mr. Franklin, of my own inventing. I don't want to alarm you, but you're certain to catch it before the morning is out. The devil I am! Do you feel an uncomfortable heat at the pit of your stomach, sir? And a nasty thumping at the top of your head? Ah, not yet. It will lay hold of you at Cobb's Hole, Mr. Franklin. I call it the detective fever, and I first caught it in the company of Sergeant Cuff. Aye, and the cure in this instance is to open Rosanna Spearman's letter, I suppose? Come along, and let's get it. Early as it was, we found the fisherman's wife astir in her kitchen. On my presentation by Betteredge, good Mrs. Yolland performed a social ceremony, strictly reserved, as I afterwards learnt, for strangers of distinction. She put a bottle of Dutch gin and a couple of clean pipes on the table, and opened the conversation by saying, "What news from London, sir?" Before I could find an answer to this immensely comprehensive question, an apparition advanced towards me, out of a dark corner of the kitchen. A wan, wild, haggard girl, with remarkably beautiful hair, and with a fierce keenness in her eyes, came limping up on a crutch to the table at which I was sitting, and looked at me as if I was an object of mingled interest and horror, which it quite fascinated her to see. "Mr. Betteredge," she said, without taking her eyes off me, "mention his name again, if you please." "This gentleman's name," answered Betteredge, with a strong emphasis on gentleman, "is Mr. Franklin Blake." The girl turned her back on me, and suddenly left the room. Good Mrs. Yolland, as I believe, made some apologies for her daughter's odd behavior, and Betteredge, probably, translated them into polite English. I speak of this in complete uncertainty. My attention was absorbed in following the sound of the girl's crutch. Thump thump, up the wooden stairs, thump thump across the room above our heads, thump thump down the stairs again, and there stood the apparition at the open door, with a letter in its hand, beckoning me out. I left more apologies in course of delivery behind me, and followed the strange creature, limping on before me, faster and faster, down the slope of the beach. She led me behind some boats, out of sight and hearing of the few people in the fishing village, and then stopped, and faced me for the first time. "Stand there," she said, "I want to look at you." There was no mistaking the expression on her face. I inspired her with the strongest emotions of abhorrence and disgust. Let me not be vain enough to say that no woman had ever looked at me in this manner before. I will only venture on the more modest assertion that no woman had ever let me perceive it yet. There is a limit to the length of the inspection which a man can endure under certain circumstances. I attempted to direct Limping Lucy's attention to some less revolting object than my face. "I think you have got a letter to give me," I began. "Is it the letter there, in your hand?" "Say that again," was the only answer I received. I repeated the words, like a good child learning its lesson. "No," said the girl, speaking to herself, but keeping her eyes still mercilessly fixed on me. I can't find out what she saw in his face. I can't guess what she heard in his voice. She suddenly looked away from me, and rested her head wearily on the top of her crutch. "Oh, my poor dear," she said, in the first soft tones which had fallen from her in my hearing. "Oh, my lost darling. What could you see in this man?" She lifted her head again fiercely, and looked at me once more. "Can you eat and drink?" she asked. I did my best to preserve my gravity, and answered, "Yes." "Can you sleep?" "Yes." "When you see a poor girl in service, do you feel no remorse?" "Certainly not. Why should I?" She abruptly thrust the letter, as the phrase is, into my face. "Take it," she exclaimed furiously. "I never set eyes on you before. God Almighty forbid I should ever set eyes on you again." With those parting words she limped away from me at the top of her speed. The one interpretation that I could put on her conduct has, no doubt, been anticipated by everybody. I could only suppose that she was mad. Having reached that inevitable conclusion, I turned to the more interesting object of investigation which was presented to me by Rosanna Spearman's letter. The address was written as follows: "For Franklin Blake, Esq, to be given into his own hands, and not to be trusted to anyone else, by Lucy Yolland." I broke the seal. The envelope contained a letter, and this, in its turn, contained a slip of paper. I read the letter first. "Sir, if you are curious to know the meaning of my behavior to you, whilst you were staying in the house of my mistress, Lady Verinder, do what you were told to do in the memorandum enclosed with this, and do it without any person being present to overlook you. Your humble servant, Rosanna Spearman." I turned to the slip of paper next. Here is the literal copy of it, word for word. "Memorandum, to go to the Shivering Sand at the turn of the tide, to walk out on the South Spit until I get the South Spit beacon and the flagstaff at the Coast Guard station above Cobb's Hole in a line together, to lay down on the rocks a stick, or any straight thing to guide my hand, exactly in the line of the beacon and the flagstaff. To take care, in doing this, that one end of the stick shall be at the edge of the rocks, on the side of them which overlooks the quicksand. To feel along the stick among the seaweed, beginning from the end of the stick which points towards the beacon, for the chain. To run my hand along the chain, when found, until I come to the part of it which stretches over the edge of the rocks, down into the quicksand. And then, to pull the chain, just as I had read the last words, underlined in the original. I heard the voice of Betteredge behind me. The inventor of the detective fever had completely succumbed to that irresistible malady. "I can't stand it any longer, Mr. Franklin. What does her letter say? For mercy's sake, sir, tell us, what does her letter say?" I handed him the letter and the memorandum. He read the first without appearing to be much interested in it, but the second, the memorandum, produced a strong impression on him. "The sergeant said it," cried Betteredge. "From first to last, sir, the sergeant said she had got a memorandum of the hiding place. And here it is. Lord save us, Mr. Franklin, here is the secret that puzzled everybody, from the great cuff downwards, ready and waiting, as one may say, to show itself to you. It's the ebb now, sir, as anybody may see for themselves. How long will it be till the turn of the tide?" He looked up and observed a lad at work, at some little distance from us, mending a net. "Tammy Bright," he shouted at the top of his voice. "I hear you," Tammy shouted back. "When's the turn of the tide?" "In an hour's time." We both looked at our watches. "We can go round by the coast, Mr. Franklin," said Betteredge, "and get to the quicksand in that way with plenty of time to spare. What do you say, sir? Come along." On our way to the shivering sand, I applied to Betteredge to revive my memory of events, as affecting Rosanna Spearman, at the period of Sergeant Cuff's inquiry. With my old friend's help, I soon had the succession of circumstances clearly registered in my mind. Rosanna's journey to Frizinghall, when the whole household believed her to be ill in her own room, Rosanna's mysterious employment of the night time with her door locked, and her candle burning till the morning, Rosanna's suspicious purchase of the Japan tin case, and the 2 dogs' chains from Mrs. Yolland, the sergeant's positive conviction that Rosanna had hidden something at the shivering sand, and the sergeant's absolute ignorance as to what that something might be. All these strange results of the abortive inquiry into the loss of the Moonstone were clearly present to me again, when we reached the quicksand, and walked out together on the low ledge of rocks called the South Spit. With Betteredge's help, I soon stood in the right position to see the beacon and the Coast Guard flagstaff in a line together. Following the memorandum as our guide, we next laid my stick in the necessary direction, as neatly as we could, on the uneven surface of the rocks. And then we looked at our watches once more. It wanted nearly 20 minutes yet of the turn of the tide. I suggested wading through this interval on the beach, instead of on the wet and slippery surface of the rocks. Having reached the dry sand, I prepared to sit down, and, greatly to my surprise, Betteredge prepared to leave me. "What are you going away for?" I asked. "Look at the letter again, sir, and you will see." A glance at the letter reminded me that I was charged, when I made my discovery, to make it alone. "It's hard enough for me to leave you, at such a time as this," said Betteredge, "but she died a dreadful death, poor soul, and I feel a kind of call on me, Mr. Franklin, to humor that fancy of hers. Besides," he added confidentially, "there's nothing in the letter against your letting out the secret afterwards. I'll hang about in the fir plantation and wait till you pick me up. Don't be longer than you can help, sir. The detective fever isn't an easy disease to deal with, under these circumstances." With that parting caution, he left me. The interval of expectation, short as it was when reckoned by the measure of time, assumed formidable proportions when reckoned by the measure of suspense. This was one of the occasions on which the invaluable habit of smoking becomes especially precious and consolatory. I lit a cigar, and sat down on the slope of the beach. The sunlight poured its unclouded beauty on every object that I could see. The exquisite freshness of the air made the mere act of living and breathing a luxury. Even the lonely little bay welcomed the morning with a show of cheerfulness, and the bared wet surface of the quicksand itself, glittering with a golden brightness, hid the horror of its false brown face under a passing smile. It was the finest day I had seen since my return to England. The turn of the tide came before my cigar was finished. I saw the preliminary heaving of the sand, and then the awful shiver that crept over its surface. as if some spirit of terror lived and moved and shuddered in the fathomless deeps beneath. I threw away my cigar and went back again to the rocks. My directions in the memorandum instructed me to feel along the line traced by the stick, beginning with the end which was nearest to the beacon. I advanced, in this manner, more than halfway along the stick, without encountering anything but the edges of the rocks. An inch or two further on, however, my patience was rewarded. In a narrow little fissure, just within reach of my forefinger, I felt the chain. Attempting, next, to follow it, by touch, in the direction of the quicksand, I found my progress stopped by a thick growth of seaweed, which had fastened itself into the fissure, no doubt, in the time that had elapsed since Rosanna Spearman had chosen her hiding place. It was equally impossible to pull up the seaweed, or to force my hand through it. After marking the spot indicated by the end of the stick which was placed nearest to the quicksand, I determined to pursue the search for the chain on a plan of my own. My idea was to sound immediately under the rocks, on the chance of recovering the lost trace of the chain at the point at which it entered the sand. I took up the stick and knelt down on the brink of the south spit. In this position, my face was within a few feet of the surface of the quicksand. The sight of it so near me, still disturbed at intervals by its hideous shivering fit, shook my nerves for the moment. A horrible fancy that the dead woman might appear on the scene of her suicide, to assist my search, an unutterable dread of seeing her rise through the heaving surface of the sand, and point to the place, forced itself into my mind, and turned me cold in the warm sunlight. I own I closed my eyes at the moment when the point of the stick first entered the quicksand. The instant afterwards, before the stick could have been submerged more than a few inches, I was free from the hold of my own superstitious terror, and was throbbing with excitement from head to foot, sounding blindfold. At that first attempt I had sounded right. The stick struck the chain. Taking a firm hold of the roots of the seaweed with my left hand, I laid myself down over the brink, and felt with my right hand under the overhanging edges of the rock. My right hand found the chain. I drew it up without the slightest difficulty, and there was the Japan tin case fastened to the end of it. The action of the water had so rusted the chain that it was impossible for me to unfasten it from the hasp which attached it to the case. Putting the case between my knees and exerting my utmost strength, I contrived to draw off the cover. Some white substance filled the whole interior. When I looked in, I put in my hand and found it to be linen. In drawing out the linen, I also drew out a letter crumpled up with it. After looking at the direction and discovering that it bore my name, I put the letter in my pocket and completely removed the linen. It came out in a thick roll, molded, of course, to the shape of the case in which it had been so long confined, and perfectly preserved from any injury by the sea. I carried the linen to the dry sand of the beach, and there unrolled and smoothed it out. There was no mistaking it as an article of dress. It was a nightgown. The uppermost side, when I spread it out, presented to view innumerable folds and creases, and nothing more. I tried the undermost side, next, and instantly discovered the smear of the paint from the door of Rachel's boudoir. My eyes remained riveted on the stain, and my mind took me back at a leap from present to past. The very words of Sergeant Cuff recurred to me, as if the man himself was at my side again, pointing to the unanswerable inference which he drew from the smear on the door. Find out whether there is any article of dress in this house with the stain of paint on it. Find out who that dress belongs to. Find out how the person can account for having been in the room and smeared the paint between midnight and 3 in the morning. If the person can't satisfy you, you haven't far to look for the hand that took the diamond. One after another those words traveled over my memory, repeating themselves again and again with a wearisome, mechanical reiteration. I was roused from what felt like a trance of many hours, from what was really, no doubt, the pause of a few moments only, by a voice calling to me. I looked up and saw that Betteridge's patience had failed him at last. He was just visible between the sandhills, returning to the beach. The old man's appearance recalled me, the moment I perceived it, to my sense of present things, and reminded me that the inquiry which I had pursued thus far still remained incomplete. I had discovered the smear on the nightgown. To whom did the nightgown belong? My first impulse was to consult the letter in my pocket, the letter which I had found in the case. As I raised my hand to take it out, I remembered that there was a shorter way to discovery than this. The nightgown itself would reveal the truth, for, in all probability, the nightgown was marked with its owner's name. I took it up from the sand, and looked for the mark. I found the mark and read my own name. There were the familiar letters which told me that the nightgown was mine. I looked up from them. There was the sun, there were the glittering waters of the bay, there was old Betteredge advancing nearer and nearer to me. I looked back again at the letters. My own name, plainly confronting me, my own name. If time, pains, and money can do it, I will lay my hand on the thief who took the Moonstone. I had left London with those words on my lips. I had penetrated the secret which the quicksand had kept from every other living creature. And, on the unanswerable evidence of the paint stain, I had discovered myself as the thief. Chapter 4. I have not a word to say about my own sensations. My impression is that the shock inflicted on me completely suspended my thinking and feeling power. I certainly could not have known what I was about when Betteredge joined me, for I have it on his authority that I laughed when he asked what was the matter, and putting the nightgown into his hands, told him to read the riddle for himself. Of what was said between us on the beach, I have not the faintest recollection. The first place in which I can now see myself again plainly is the plantation of firs. Betteredge and I are walking back together to the house, and Betteredge is telling me that I shall be able to face it, and he will be able to face it, when we have had a glass of grog. The scene shifts from the plantation to Betteredge's little sitting room. My resolution not to enter Rachel's house is forgotten. I feel gratefully the coolness and shoddiness and quiet of the room. I drink the grog, a perfectly new luxury to me at that time of day, which my good old friend mixes with icy cold water from the well. Under any other circumstances, the drink would simply stupefy me. As things are, it strings up my nerves. I begin to face it, as Betteredge has predicted. And Betteredge, on his side, begins to face it, too. The picture which I am now presenting of myself will, I suspect, be thought a very strange one, to say the least of it. Placed in a situation which may, I think, be described as entirely without parallel, what is the first proceeding to which I resort? Do I seclude myself from all human society? Do I set my mind to analyze the abominable impossibility which, nevertheless, confronts me as an undeniable fact? Do I hurry back to London by the first train to consult the highest authorities, and to set a searching inquiry on foot immediately? No. I accept the shelter of a house which I had resolved never to degrade myself by entering again, and I sit tippling spirits and water in the company of an old servant, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Is this the conduct that might have been expected from a man placed in my horrible position? I can only answer that the sight of old Betteredge's familiar face was an inexpressible comfort to me, and that the drinking of old Betteredge's grog helped me, as I believe nothing else would have helped me, in the state of complete bodily and mental prostration into which I had fallen. I can only offer this excuse for myself, and I can only admire that invariable preservation of dignity, and that strictly logical consistency of conduct which distinguish every man and woman who may read these lines, in every emergency of their lives from the cradle to the grave. Now, Mr. Franklin, there's one thing certain at any rate, said Betteredge, throwing the nightgown down on the table between us, and pointing to it as if it was a living creature that could hear him. He's a liar, to begin with. This comforting view of the matter was not the view that presented itself to my mind. I am as innocent of all knowledge of having taken the diamond as you are, I said, but there is the witness against me. The paint on the nightgown and the name on the nightgown are facts. Betteredge lifted my glass and put it persuasively into my hand. Facts? He repeated. Take a drop more grog, Mr. Franklin, and you'll get over the weakness of believing in facts. Foul play, sir, he continued, dropping his voice confidentially. That is how I read the riddle. Foul play somewhere, and you and I must find it out. Was there nothing else in the tin case when you put your hand into it? The question instantly reminded me of the letter in my pocket. I took it out and opened it. It was a letter of many pages, closely written. I looked impatiently for the signature at the end. Rosanna Spearman. As I read the name, a sudden remembrance illuminated my mind, and a sudden suspicion rose out of the new light. Stop! I exclaimed. Rosanna Spearman came to my aunt out of a reformatory? Rosanna Spearman had once been a thief. There's no denying that, Mr. Franklin. What of it now, if you please? What of it now? How do we know she may not have stolen the diamond after all? How do we know she may not have smeared my nightgown purposely with the paint? Betteredge laid his hand on my arm and stopped me before I could say any more. You will be cleared of this, Mr. Franklin, beyond all doubt, but I hope you won't be cleared in that way. See what the letter says, sir. In justice to the girl's memory, see what it says. I felt the earnestness with which he spoke, felt it as a friendly rebuke to me. You shall form your own judgment on her letter, I said. I will read it out. I began and read these lines. Sir, I have something to own to you. A confession which means much misery may sometimes be made in very few words. This confession can be made in 3 words. I love you. The letter dropped from my hand. I looked at Betteredge. In the name of heaven, I said, what does it mean? He seemed to shrink from answering the question. You and Limping Lucy were alone together this morning, sir, he said. Did she say nothing about Rosanna Spearman? She never even mentioned Rosanna Spearman's name. Please to go back to the letter, Mr. Franklin. I tell you plainly, I can't find it in my heart to distress you, after what you have had to bear already. Let her speak for herself, sir. And get on with your grog. For your own sake, get on with your grog. I resumed the reading of the letter. It would be very disgraceful to me to tell you this. If I was a living woman when you read it, I shall be dead and gone, sir, when you find my letter. It is that which makes me bold. Not even my grave will be left to tell of me. I may own the truth, with the quicksand waiting to hide me when the words are written. Besides, you will find your nightgown in my hiding place, with the smear of the paint on it, and you will want to know how it came to be hidden by me, and why I said nothing to you about it in my lifetime. I have only one reason to give. I did these strange things because I loved you. I won't trouble you with much about myself or my life. Before you came to my lady's house, Lady Verinder took me out of a reformatory. I had gone to the reformatory from the prison. I was put in the prison because I was a thief. I was a thief because my mother went on the streets when I was quite a little girl. My mother went on the streets because the gentleman who was my father deserted her. There is no need to tell such a common story as this at any length. It is told quite often enough in the newspapers. Lady Verinder was very kind to me, and Mr. Betteredge was very kind to me. Those two, and the matron at the reformatory, are the only good people I have ever met with in all my life. I might have got on in my place, not happily, but I might have got on if you had not come visiting. I don't blame you, sir. 'Tis my fault, all my fault. Do you remember when you came out on us from among the sandhills, that morning, looking for Mr. Betteredge? You were like a prince in a fairy story. You were like a lover in a dream. You were the most adorable human creature I had ever seen. Something that felt like the happy life I had never led yet leapt up in me at the instant I set eyes on you. Don't laugh at this if you can help it. Oh, if I could only make you feel how serious it is to me. I went back to the house, and wrote your name and mine in my workbox, and drew a true lover's knot under them. Then some devil, no, I ought to say some good angel, whispered to me, "Go and look in the glass." The glass told me never mind what. I was too foolish to take the warning. I went on getting fonder and fonder of you, just as if I was a lady in your own rank of life, and the most beautiful creature your eyes ever rested on. I tried, oh dear, how I tried, to get you to look at me. If you had known how I used to cry at night with the misery and the mortification of your never taking any notice of me, you would have pitied me perhaps, and have given me a look now and then to live on. It would have been no very kind look, perhaps, if you had known how I hated Miss Rachel. I believe I found out you were in love with her, before you knew it yourself. She used to give you roses to wear in your buttonhole. Ah, Mr. Franklin, you wore my roses oftener than either you or she thought. The only comfort I had at that time was putting my rose secretly in your glass of water, in place of hers, and then throwing her rose away. If she had been really as pretty as you thought her, I might have borne it better. No, I believe I should have been more spiteful against her still. Suppose you put Miss Rachel into a servant's dress, and took her ornaments off? I don't know what is the use of my writing in this way. It can't be denied that she had a bad figure. She was too thin, but who can tell what the men like? And young ladies may behave in a manner which would cost a servant her place. It's no business of mine. I can't expect you to read my letter, if I write it in this way. But it does stir one up to hear Miss Rachel called pretty, when one knows all the time that it's her dress does it, and her confidence in herself. Try not to lose patience with me, sir. I will get on as fast as I can to the time which is sure to interest you, the time when the diamond was lost. But there is one thing which I have got it on my mind to tell you first. My life was not a very hard life to bear while I was a thief. It was only when they had taught me at the reformatory to feel my own degradation and to try for better things, that the days grew long and weary. Thoughts of the future forced themselves on me now. I felt the dreadful reproach that honest people, even the kindest of honest people, were to me in themselves. A heartbreaking sensation of loneliness kept with me, go where I might, and do what I might, and see what persons I might. It was my duty, I know, to try and get on with my fellow servants in my new place. Somehow I couldn't make friends with them. They looked, or I thought they looked, as if they suspected what I had been. I don't regret, far from it, having been roused to make the effort to be a reformed woman. But indeed it was a weary life. You had come across it like a beam of sunshine at first, and then you too failed me. I was mad enough to love you, and I couldn't even attract your notice. There was great misery, there really was great misery in that. Now I am coming to what I wanted to tell you. In those days of bitterness, I went 2 or 3 times, when it was my turn to go out, to my favorite place, the beach above the shivering sand. And I said to myself, I think it will end here. When I can bear it no longer, I think it will end here. You will understand, sir, that the place had laid a kind of spell on me before you came. I had always had a notion that something would happen to me at the quicksand, but I had never looked at it with the thought of its being the means of my making away with myself, till the time came of which I am now writing. Then I did think that here was a place which would end all my troubles for me in a moment or two, and hide me forever afterwards. This is all I have to say about myself, reckoning from the morning when I first saw you, to the morning when the alarm was raised in the house that the diamond was lost. I was so aggravated by the foolish talk among the women servants, all wondering who was to be suspected first, and I was so angry with you, knowing no better at that time, for the pains you took in hunting for the jewel and sending for the police, that I kept as much as possible away by myself until later in the day, when the officer from Frizinghall came to the house. Mr. Seagrave began, as you may remember, by setting a guard on the women's bedrooms, and the women all followed him upstairs in a rage, to know what he meant by the insult he had put on them. I went with the rest, because if I had done anything different from the rest, Mr. Seagrave was the sort of man who would have suspected me directly. We found him in Miss Rachel's room. He told us he wouldn't have a lot of women there, and he pointed to the smear on the painted door, and said some of our petticoats had done the mischief, and sent us all downstairs again. After leaving Miss Rachel's room, I stopped a moment on one of the landings by myself, to see if I had got the paint stain by any chance on my gown. Penelope Betteredge, the only one of the women with whom I was on friendly terms, passed, and noticed what I was about. You needn't trouble yourself, Rosanna, she said. The paint on Miss Rachel's door has been dry for hours. If Mr. Seagrave hadn't set a watch on our bedrooms, I might have told him as much. I don't know what you think, I was never so insulted before in my life. Penelope was a hot-tempered girl. I quieted her, and brought her back to what she had said about the paint on the door having been dry for hours. How do you know that? I asked. I was with Miss Rachel and Mr. Franklin all yesterday morning, Penelope said, mixing the colors while they finished the door. I heard Miss Rachel ask whether the door would be dry that evening, in time for the birthday company to see it, and Mr. Franklin shook his head and said it wouldn't be dry in less than 12 hours. It was long past luncheon time. It was 3 o'clock before they had done. What does your arithmetic say, Rosanna? Mine says the door was dry by 3 this morning. Did some of the ladies go upstairs yesterday evening to see it? I asked. I thought I heard Miss Rachel warning them to keep clear of the door. None of the ladies made the smear, Penelope answered. I left Miss Rachel in bed at 12 last night, and I noticed the door, and there was nothing wrong with it then. Oughtn't you to mention this to Mr. Seagrave, Penelope? I wouldn't say a word to help Mr. Seagrave for anything that could be offered to me. She went to her work, and I went to mine. My work, sir, was to make your bed, and to put your room tidy. It was the happiest hour I had in the whole day. I used to kiss the pillow on which your head had rested all night. No matter who has done it since, you have never had your clothes folded as nicely as I folded them for you. Of all the little knickknacks in your dressing case, there wasn't one that had so much as a speck on it. You never noticed it any more than you noticed me. I beg your pardon, I am forgetting myself. I will make haste and go on again. Well, I went in that morning to do my work in your room. There was your nightgown tossed across the bed, just as you had thrown it off. I took it up to fold it, and I saw the stain of the paint from Miss Rachel's door. I was so startled by the discovery that I ran out with the nightgown in my hand, and made for the back stairs, and locked myself into my own room, to look at it in a place where nobody could intrude and interrupt me. As soon as I got my breath again, I called to mind my talk with Penelope, and I said to myself, here's the proof that he was in Miss Rachel's sitting room between 12 last night and 3 this morning. I shall not tell you in plain words what was the first suspicion that crossed my mind when I had made that discovery. You would only be angry, and if you were angry you might tear my letter up and read no more of it. Let it be enough, if you please, to say only this. After thinking it over to the best of my ability, I made it out that the thing wasn't likely, for a reason that I will tell you. If you had been in Miss Rachel's sitting room at that time of night with Miss Rachel's knowledge, and if you had been foolish enough to forget to take care of the wet door, she would have reminded you. She would never have let you carry away such a witness against her, as the witness I was looking at now. At the same time, I own I was not completely certain in my own mind that I had proved my own suspicion to be wrong. You will not have forgotten that I have owned to hating Miss Rachel. Try to think, if you can, that there was a little of that hatred in all this. It ended in my determining to keep the nightgown, and to wait and watch and see what use I might make of it. At that time, please to remember, not the ghost of an idea entered my head that you had stolen the diamond. There I broke off in the reading of the letter for the second time. I had read those portions of the miserable woman's confession which related to myself, with unaffected surprise, and, I can honestly add, with sincere distress. I had regretted, truly regretted, the aspersion which I had thoughtlessly cast on her memory before I had seen a line of her letter. But when I had advanced as far as the passage which is quoted above, I own I felt my mind growing bitterer and bitterer against Rosanna Spearman as I went on. Read the rest for yourself, I said, handing the letter to Betteredge across the table. If there is anything in it that I must look at, you can tell me as you go on. I understand you, Mr. Franklin, he answered. It's natural, sir, in you, and, God help us all, he added in a lower tone, it's no less natural in her. I proceed to copy the continuation of the letter from the original in my own possession, having determined to keep the nightgown and to see what use my love or my revenge, I hardly know which, could turn it to in the future. The next thing to discover was how to keep it without the risk of being found out. There was only one way, to make another nightgown exactly like it before Saturday came, and brought the laundrywoman and her inventory to the house. I was afraid to put it off till next day, the Friday, being in doubt lest some accident might happen in the interval. I determined to make the new nightgown on that same day, the Thursday, while I could count, if I played my cards properly, on having my time to myself. The first thing to do after locking up your nightgown in my drawer was to go back to your bedroom, not so much to put it to rights, Penelope would have done that for me if I had asked her, as to find out whether you had smeared off any of the paint stain from your nightgown on the bed, or on any piece of furniture in the room. I examined everything narrowly, and at last I found a few streaks of the paint on the inside of your dressing gown, not the linen dressing gown you usually wore in that summer season, but a flannel dressing gown which you had with you also. I suppose you felt chilly after walking to and fro in nothing but your nightdress, and put on the warmest thing you could find. At any rate, there were the stains just visible on the inside of the dressing gown. I easily got rid of these by scraping away the stuff of the flannel. This done, the only proof left against you was the proof locked up in my drawer. I had just finished your room when I was sent for to be questioned by Mr. Seagrave, along with the rest of the servants. Next came the examination of all our boxes, and then followed the most extraordinary event of the day to me, since I had found the paint on your nightgown. This event came out of the second questioning of Penelope Betteredge by Superintendent Seagrave. Penelope returned to us quite beside herself with rage at the manner in which Mr. Seagrave had treated her. He had hinted, beyond the possibility of mistaking him, that he suspected her of being the thief. We were all equally astonished at hearing this, and we all asked why. Because the diamond was in Miss Rachel's sitting room, Penelope answered, and because I was the last person in the sitting room at night. Almost before the words had left her lips, I remembered that another person had been in the sitting room later than Penelope. That person was yourself. My head whirled round, and my thoughts were in dreadful confusion. In the midst of it all, something in my mind whispered to me that the smear on your nightgown might have a meaning entirely different to the meaning which I had given to it up to that time. If the last person who was in the room is the person to be suspected, I thought to myself, the thief is not Penelope but Mr. Franklin Blake. In the case of any other gentleman, I believe I should have been ashamed of suspecting him of theft, almost as soon as the suspicion had passed through my mind. But the bare thought that you had let yourself down to my level, and that I, in possessing myself of your nightgown, had also possessed myself of the means of shielding you from being discovered and disgraced for life. I say, sir, the bare thought of this seemed to open such a chance before me of winning your goodwill, that I passed blindfold, as one may say, from suspecting to believing. I made up my mind on the spot that you had shown yourself the busiest of anybody in fetching the police, as a blind to deceive us all, and that the hand which had taken Miss Rachel's jewel could by no possibility be any other hand than yours. The excitement of this new discovery of mine must, I think, have turned my head for a while. I felt such a devouring eagerness to see you, to try you with a word or two about the diamond, and to make you look at me and speak to me in that way, that I put my hair tidy, and made myself as nice as I could, and went to you boldly in the library where I knew you were writing. You had left one of your rings upstairs, which made as good an excuse for my intrusion as I could have desired. But, oh sir, if you have ever loved, you will understand how it was that all my courage cooled, when I walked into the room and found myself in your presence. And then you looked up at me so coldly, and you thanked me for finding your ring in such an indifferent manner, that my knees trembled under me, and I felt as if I should drop on the floor at your feet. When you had thanked me, you looked back, if you remember, at your writing. I was so mortified at being treated in this way that I plucked up spirit enough to speak. I said, "This is a strange thing about the diamond, sir." And you looked up again and said, "Yes, it is." You spoke civilly, I can't deny that, but still you kept a distance, a cruel distance between us, believing, as I did, that you had got the lost diamond hidden about you. While you were speaking, your coolness so provoked me that I got bold enough, in the heat of the moment, to give you a hint. I said, "They will never find the diamond, sir, will they?" "No, nor the person who took it, I'll answer for that." I nodded and smiled at you, as much as to say, "I know." This time you looked up at me with something like interest in your eyes, and I felt that a few more words on your side and mine might bring out the truth. Just at that moment, Mr. Betteredge spoilt it all by coming to the door. I knew his footstep, and I also knew that it was against his rules for me to be in the library at that time of day, let alone being there along with you. I had only just time to get out of my own accord, before he could come in and tell me to go. I was angry and disappointed, but I was not entirely without hope for all that. The ice, you see, was broken between us, and I thought I would take care on the next occasion that Mr. Betteredge was out of the way. When I got back to the servants' hall, the bell was going for our dinner. Afternoon already, and the materials for making the new nightgown were still to be got. There was but one chance of getting them. I shammed ill at dinner, and so secured the whole of the interval from then till tea time to my own use. What I was about while the household believed me to be lying down in my own room, and how I spent the night after shamming ill again at tea time, and having been sent up to bed, there is no need to tell you. Sergeant Cuff discovered that much, if he discovered nothing more, and I can guess how. I was detected, though I kept my veil down, in the draper's shop at Frizinghall. There was a glass in front of me, at the counter where I was buying the long cloth, and in that glass I saw one of the shopmen point to my shoulder and whisper to another. At night again, when I was secretly at work, locked into my room, I heard the breathing of the women servants who suspected me, outside my door. It didn't matter then, it doesn't matter now. On the Friday morning, hours before Sergeant Cuff entered the house, there was the new nightgown, to make up your number in place of the nightgown that I had got, made, wrung out, dried, ironed, marked and folded as the laundry woman folded all the others, safe in your drawer. There was no fear, if the linen in the house was examined, of the newness of the nightgown betraying me. All your underclothing had been renewed when you came to our house, I suppose on your return home from foreign parts. The next thing was the arrival of Sergeant Cuff, and the next great surprise was the announcement of what he thought about the smear on the door. I had believed you to be guilty, as I have owned, more because I wanted you to be guilty than for any other reason. And now, the sergeant had come round by a totally different way to the same conclusion, respecting the nightgown, as mine, and I had got the dress that was the only proof against you, and not a living creature knew it, yourself included. I am afraid to tell you how I felt when I called these things to mind. You would hate my memory forever afterwards. At that place, Betteredge looked up from the letter. Not a glimmer of light so far, Mr. Franklin, said the old man, taking off his heavy tortoiseshell spectacles, and pushing Rosanna Spearman's confession a little away from him. Have you come to any conclusion, sir, in your own mind, while I have been reading? Finish the letter first, Betteredge. There may be something to enlighten us at the end of it. I shall have a word or two to say to you after that. Very good, sir. I'll just rest my eyes, and then I'll go on again. In the meantime, Mr. Franklin, I don't want to hurry you, but would you mind telling me, in one word, whether you see your way out of this dreadful mess yet? I see my way back to London, I said, to consult Mr. Bruff. If he can't help me, yes, sir. And if the sergeant won't leave his retirement at Dorking, he won't, Mr. Franklin. Then, Betteredge, as far as I can see now, I am at the end of my resources. After Mr. Bruff and the sergeant, I don't know of a living creature who can be of the slightest use to me. As the words passed my lips, some person outside knocked at the door of the room. Betteredge looked surprised as well as annoyed by the interruption. Come in, he called out, irritably, whoever you are. The door opened, and there entered to us, quietly, the most remarkable-looking man that I had ever seen. Judging him by his figure and his movements, he was still young. Judging him by his face, and comparing him with Betteredge, he looked the elder of the two. His complexion was of a gypsy darkness. His fleshless cheeks had fallen into deep hollows, over which the bone projected like a penthouse. His nose presented the fine shape and modeling so often found among the ancient people of the East, so seldom visible among the newer races of the West. His forehead rose high and straight from the brow. His marks and wrinkles were innumerable. From the strange face, eyes, stranger still, of the softest brown, eyes dreamy and mournful and deeply sunk in their orbits, looked out at you and, in my case at least, took your attention captive at their will. Add to this a quantity of thick, closely curling hair, which, by some freak of nature, had lost its color in the most startlingly partial and capricious manner. Over the top of his head it was still of the deep black which was its natural color. Round the sides of his head, without the slightest gradation of gray to break the force of the extraordinary contrast, it had turned completely white. The line between the two colors preserved no sort of regularity. At one place the white hair ran up into the black, at another the black hair ran down into the white. I looked at the man with a curiosity which, I am ashamed to say, I found it quite impossible to control. His soft brown eyes looked back at me gently, and he met my involuntary rudeness in staring at him, with an apology which I was conscious that I had not deserved. I beg your pardon, he said. I had no idea that Mr. Betteredge was engaged. He took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Betteredge. The list for next week, he said. His eyes just rested on me again, and he left the room as quietly as he had entered it. Who is that? I asked. Mr. Candy's assistant, said Betteredge. By the by, Mr. Franklin, you will be sorry to hear that the little doctor has never recovered that illness he caught going home from the birthday dinner. He's pretty well in health, but he lost his memory in the fever, and he has never recovered more than the wreck of it since. The work all falls on his assistant. Not much of it now, except among the poor. They can't help themselves, you know. They must put up with the man with the piebald hair and the gypsy complexion, or they would get no doctoring at all. You don't seem to like him, Betteredge? Nobody likes him, sir. Why is he so unpopular? Well, Mr. Franklin, his appearance is against him, to begin with. And then there's a story that Mr. Candy took him with a very doubtful character. Nobody knows who he is, and he hasn't a friend in the place. How can you expect one to like him after that? Quite impossible, of course. May I ask what he wanted with you, when he gave you that bit of paper? Only to bring me the weekly list of the sick people about here, sir, who stand in need of a little wine. My lady always had a regular distribution of good sound port and sherry among the infirm poor, and Miss Rachel wishes the custom to be kept up. Times have changed. Times have changed. I remember when Mr. Candy himself brought the list to my mistress. Now it's Mr. Candy's assistant who brings the list to me, "I'll go on with the letter, if you will allow me, sir," said Betteredge, drawing Rosanna Spearman's confession back to him. "It isn't lively reading, I grant you, but, there, it keeps me from getting sour with thinking of the past." He put on his spectacles and wagged his head gloomily. "There's a bottom of good sense, Mr. Franklin, in our conduct to our mothers when they first start us on the journey of life. We are all of us more or less unwilling to be brought into the world. And we are all of us right." Mr. Candy's assistant had produced too strong an impression on me to be immediately dismissed from my thoughts. I passed over the last unanswerable utterance of the Betteredge philosophy, and returned to the subject of the man with the piebald hair. "What is his name?" I asked. "As ugly a name as need be," Betteredge answered gruffly. "Ezra Jennings." Chapter 5. Having told me the name of Mr. Candy's assistant, Betteredge appeared to think that we had wasted enough of our time on an insignificant subject. He resumed the perusal of Rosanna Spearman's letter. On my side, I sat at the window waiting until he had done. Little by little, the impression produced on me by Ezra Jennings, it seemed perfectly unaccountable in such a situation as mine, that any human being should have produced an impression on me at all, faded from my mind. My thoughts flowed back into their former channel. Once more, I forced myself to look my own incredible position resolutely in the face. Once more, I reviewed in my own mind the course which I had at last summoned composure enough to plan out for the future. To go back to London that day, to put the whole case before Mr. Bruff, and last and most important, to obtain, no matter by what means or at what sacrifice, a personal interview with Rachel. This was my plan of action, so far as I was capable of forming it at the time. There was more than an hour still to spare before the train started, and there was the bare chance that Betteredge might discover something in the unread portion of Rosanna Spearman's letter, which it might be useful for me to know before I left the house in which the diamond had been lost. For that chance I was now waiting. The letter ended in these terms: "You have no need to be angry, Mr. Franklin, even if I did feel some little triumph at knowing that I held all your prospects in life in my own hands. Anxieties and fears soon came back to me. With the view Sergeant Cuff took of the loss of the diamond, he would be sure to end in examining our linen and our dresses. There was no place in my room, there was no place in the house which I could feel satisfied would be safe from him. How to hide the nightgown so that not even the sergeant could find it, and how to do that without losing one moment of precious time, these were not easy questions to answer. My uncertainties ended in my taking a way that may make you laugh. I undressed and put the nightgown on me. You had worn it, and I had another little moment of pleasure in wearing it after you. The next news that reached us in the servants' hall showed that I had not made sure of the nightgown a moment too soon. Sergeant Cuff wanted to see the washing book. I found it, and took it to him in my lady's sitting room. The sergeant and I had come across each other more than once in former days. I was certain he would know me again, and I was not certain of what he might do when he found me employed as servant in a house in which a valuable jewel had been lost. In this suspense, I felt it would be a relief to me to get the meeting between us over, and to know the worst of it at once. He looked at me as if I was a stranger when I handed him the washing book, and he was very specially polite in thanking me for bringing it. I thought those were both bad signs. There was no knowing what he might say of me behind my back. There was no knowing how soon I might not find myself taken in custody on suspicion, and searched. It was then time for your return from seeing Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite off by the railway, and I went to your favorite walk in the shrubbery to try for another chance of speaking to you, the last chance, for all I knew to the contrary, that I might have. You never appeared. And, what was worse still, Mr. Betteredge and Sergeant Cuff passed by the place where I was hiding, and the sergeant saw me. I had no choice after that but to return to my proper place and my proper work, before more disasters happened to me. Just as I was going to step across the path, you came back from the railway. You were making straight for the shrubbery when you saw me. I am certain, sir, you saw me, and you turned away as if I had got the plague and went into the house. Note, by Franklin Blake. The writer is entirely mistaken. Poor creature. I never noticed her. My intention was certainly to have taken a turn in the shrubbery, but remembering at the same moment that my aunt might wish to see me, after my return from the railway, I altered my mind and went into the house. I made the best of my way indoors again, returning by the servants' entrance. There was nobody in the laundry room at that time, and I sat down there alone. I have told you already of the thoughts which the shivering sand put into my head. Those thoughts came back to me now. I wondered in myself which it would be harder to do, if things went on in this manner, to bear Mr. Franklin Blake's indifference to me, or to jump into the quicksand and end it forever in that way. It's useless to ask me to account for my own conduct at this time. I try, and I can't understand it myself. Why didn't I stop you, when you avoided me in that cruel manner? Why didn't I call out, Mr. Franklin, I have got something to say to you. It concerns yourself, and you must and shall hear it? You were at my mercy. I had got the whip hand of you, as they say. And better than that, I had the means, if I could only make you trust me, of being useful to you in the future. Of course, I never supposed that you, a gentleman, had stolen the diamond for the mere pleasure of stealing it. No, Penelope had heard Miss Rachel, and I had heard Mr. Betteredge talk about your extravagance and your debts. It was plain enough to me that you had taken the diamond to sell it or pledge it, and so to get the money of which you stood in need. Well, I could have told you of a man in London who would have advanced a good large sum on the jewel, and who would have asked no awkward questions about it either. Why didn't I speak to you? Why didn't I speak to you? I wonder whether the risks and difficulties of keeping the nightgown were as much as I could manage, without having other risks and difficulties added to them. This might have been the case with some women, but how could it be the case with me? In the days when I was a thief, I had run 50 times greater risks, and found my way out of difficulties to which this difficulty was mere child's play. I had been apprenticed, as you may say, to frauds and deceptions, some of them on such a grand scale, and managed so cleverly that they became famous and appeared in the newspapers. Was such a little thing as the keeping of the nightgown likely to weigh on my spirits, and to set my heart sinking within me, at the time when I ought to have spoken to you? What nonsense to ask the question. The thing couldn't be. Where is the use of my dwelling in this way on my own folly? The plain truth is plain enough, surely? Behind your back, I loved you with all my heart and soul. Before your face, there's no denying it, I was frightened of you, frightened of making you angry with me, frightened of what you might say to me though you had taken the diamond. If I presumed to tell you that I had found it out, I had gone as near to it as I dared when I spoke to you in the library. You had not turned your back on me then. You had not started away from me as if I had got the plague. I tried to provoke myself into feeling angry with you, and to rouse up my courage in that way. No, I couldn't feel anything but the misery and the mortification of it. You're a plain girl, you have got a crooked shoulder, you're only a housemaid. What do you mean by attempting to speak to me? You never uttered a word of that, Mr. Franklin, but you said it all to me nevertheless. Is such madness as this to be accounted for? Now, there is nothing to be done but to confess it and let it be. I ask your pardon once more for this wandering of my pen. There is no fear of its happening again. I am close at the end now. The first person who disturbed me by coming into the empty room was Penelope. She had found out my secret long since, and she had done her best to bring me to my senses, and done it kindly too. Ah, she said, I know why you're sitting here and fretting all by yourself. The best thing that can happen for your advantage, Rosanna, will be for Mr. Franklin's visit here to come to an end. It's my belief that he won't be long now before he leaves the house. In all my thoughts of you, I had never thought of your going away. I couldn't speak to Penelope. I could only look at her. I've just left Miss Rachel, Penelope went on, and a hard matter I have had of it to put up with her temper. She says the house is unbearable to her with the police in it, and she's determined to speak to my lady this evening, and to go to her Aunt Ablewhite tomorrow. If she does that, Mr. Franklin will be the next to find a reason for going away. You may depend on it. I recovered the use of my tongue at that. Do you mean to say Mr. Franklin will go with her? I asked. Only too gladly, if she would let him. But she won't. He has been made to feel her temper. He is in her black books too, and that after having done all he can to help her, poor fellow. No, no, if they don't make it up before tomorrow, you will see Miss Rachel go one way, and Mr. Franklin another. Where he may betake himself to I can't say, but he will never stay here, Rosanna, after Miss Rachel has left us. I managed to master the despair I felt at the prospect of your going away. To own the truth, I saw a little glimpse of hope for myself if there was really a serious disagreement between Miss Rachel and you. Do you know, I asked, what the quarrel is between them? It is all on Miss Rachel's side. Penelope said. "And, for anything I know to the contrary, it's all Miss Rachel's temper and nothing else. I am loath to distress you, Rosanna, but don't run away with the notion that Mr. Franklin is ever likely to quarrel with her. He's a great deal too fond of her for that." She had only just spoken those cruel words when there came a call to us from Mr. Betteredge. All the indoor servants were to assemble in the hall, and then we were to go in, one by one, and be questioned in Mr. Betteredge's room by Sergeant Cuff. It came to my turn to go in, after her ladyship's maid and the upper housemaid had been questioned first. Sergeant Cuff's inquiries, though he wrapped them up very cunningly, soon showed me that those two women, the bitterest enemies I had in the house, had made their discoveries outside my door on the Tuesday afternoon, and again on the Thursday night. They had told the sergeant enough to open his eyes to some part of the truth. He rightly believed me to have made a new nightgown secretly, but he wrongly believed the paint-stained nightgown to be mine. I felt satisfied of another thing from what he said, which it puzzled me to understand. He suspected me, of course, of being concerned in the disappearance of the diamond, but at the same time he let me see, purposely as I thought, that he did not consider me as the person chiefly answerable for the loss of the jewel. He appeared to think that I had been acting under the direction of somebody else. Who that person might be I couldn't guess then, and can't guess now. In this uncertainty one thing was plain, that Sergeant Cuff was miles away from knowing the whole truth. You were safe as long as the nightgown was safe, and not a moment longer. I quite despair of making you understand the distress and terror which pressed upon me now. It was impossible for me to risk wearing your nightgown any longer. I might find myself taken off at a moment's notice to the police court at Frizinghall, to be charged on suspicion, and searched accordingly. While Sergeant Cuff still left me free, I had to choose, and at once, between destroying the nightgown or hiding it in some safe place, at some safe distance from the house. If I had only been a little less fond of you, I think I should have destroyed it. But oh, how could I destroy the only thing I had which proved that I had saved you from discovery? If we did come to an explanation together, and if you suspected me of having some bad motive, and denied it all, how could I win upon you to trust me, unless I had the nightgown to produce? Was it wronging you to believe, as I did and do still, that you might hesitate to let a poor girl like me be the sharer of your secret, and your accomplice in the theft which your money troubles had tempted you to commit? Think of your cold behavior to me, sir, and you will hardly wonder at my unwillingness to destroy the only claim on your confidence and your gratitude which it was my fortune to possess. I determined to hide it, and the place I fixed on was the place I knew best, the Shivering Sand. As soon as the questioning was over, I made the first excuse that came into my head, and got leave to go out for a breath of fresh air. I went straight to Cobb's Hole, to Mr. Yolland's cottage. His wife and daughter were the best friends I had. Don't suppose I trusted them with your secret. I have trusted nobody. All I wanted was to write this letter to you, and to have a safe opportunity of taking the nightgown off me. Suspected as I was, I could do neither of those things with any sort of security at the house. And now I have nearly got through my long letter, writing it alone in Lucy Yolland's bedroom. When it is done, I shall go downstairs with the nightgown rolled up and hidden under my cloak. I shall find the means I want for keeping it safe and dry in its hiding place, among the litter of old things in Mrs. Yolland's kitchen. And then I shall go to the Shivering Sand. Don't be afraid of my letting my footmarks betray me, and hide the nightgown down in the sand, where no living creature can find it without being first let into the secret by myself. And when that's done, what then? Then, Mr. Franklin, I shall have two reasons for making another attempt to say the words to you which I have not said yet. If you leave the house, as Penelope believes you will leave it, and if I haven't spoken to you before that, I shall lose my opportunity forever. That is one reason. Then, again, there is the comforting knowledge, if my speaking does make you angry, that I have got the nightgown ready to plead my cause for me as nothing else can. That is my other reason. If these two together don't harden my heart against the coldness which has hitherto frozen it up, I mean the coldness of your treatment of me, there will be the end of my efforts and the end of my life. Yes, if I miss my next opportunity, if you are as cruel as ever, and if I feel it again as I have felt it already, goodbye to the world which has grudged me the happiness that it gives to others. Goodbye to life, which nothing but a little kindness from you can ever make pleasurable to me again. Don't blame yourself, sir, if it ends in this way, but try, do try, to feel some forgiving sorrow for me. I shall take care that you find out what I have done for you, when I am past telling you of it myself. Will you say something kind of me then, in the same gentle way that you have when you speak to Miss Rachel? If you do that, and if there are such things as ghosts, I believe my ghost will hear it and tremble with the pleasure of it. It's time I left off. I am making myself cry. How am I to see my way to the hiding place if I let these useless tears come and blind me? Besides, why should I look at the gloomy side? Why not believe, while I can, that it will end well after all? I may find you in a good humor tonight, or, if not, I may succeed better tomorrow morning. I shan't improve my plain face by fretting, shall I? Who knows but I may have filled all these weary long pages of paper for nothing. They will go, for safety's sake, never mind now for what other reason, into the hiding place along with the nightgown. It has been hard work writing my letter. Oh, if we only end in understanding each other, how I shall enjoy tearing it up. I beg to remain, sir, your true lover and humble servant, Rosanna Spearman. The reading of the letter was completed by Betteredge in silence. After carefully putting it back in the envelope, he sat thinking, with his head bowed down and his eyes on the ground. Betteredge, I said, is there any hint to guide me at the end of the letter? He looked up slowly with a heavy sigh. There is nothing to guide you, Mr. Franklin, he answered. If you take my advice, you will keep the letter in the cover till these present anxieties of yours have come to an end. It will sorely distress you whenever you read it. Don't read it now. I put the letter away in my pocketbook. A glance back at the 16th and 17th chapters of Betteredge's narrative will show that there really was a reason for my thus sparing myself, at a time when my fortitude had been already cruelly tried. Twice over, the unhappy woman had made her last attempt to speak to me, and twice over it had been my misfortune, God knows how innocently, to repel the advances she had made to me. On the Friday night, as Betteredge truly describes it, she had found me alone at the billiard table. Her manner and language suggested to me, and would have suggested to any man, under the circumstances, that she was about to confess a guilty knowledge of the disappearance of the diamond. For her own sake, I had purposely shown no special interest in what was coming. For her own sake, I had purposely looked at the billiard balls instead of looking at her. And what had been the result? I had sent her away from me, wounded to the heart, on the Saturday again, on the day when she must have foreseen, after what Penelope had told her, that my departure was close at hand. The same fatality still pursued us. She had once more attempted to meet me in the shrubbery walk, and she had found me there in company with Betteredge and Sergeant Cuff. In her hearing, the sergeant, with his own underhand object in view, had appealed to my interest in Rosanna Spearman. Again, for the poor creature's own sake, I had met the police officer with a flat denial, and had declared, loudly declared, so that she might hear me too, that I felt no interest whatever in Rosanna Spearman. At those words, solely designed to warn her against attempting to gain my private ear, she had turned away and left the place, cautioned of her danger as I then believed, self-doomed to destruction as I know now. From that point, I have already traced the succession of events which led me to the astounding discovery at the quicksand. The retrospect is now complete. I may leave the miserable story of Rosanna Spearman, to which, even at this distance of time, I cannot revert without a pang of distress, to suggest for itself all that is here purposely left unsaid. I may pass from the suicide at the Shivering Sand, with its strange and terrible influence on my present position and future prospects, to interests which concern the living people of this narrative, and to events which were already paving my way for the slow and toilsome journey from the darkness to the light. Chapter 6. I walked to the railway station accompanied, it is needless to say, by Gabriel Betteredge. I had the letter in my pocket, and the nightgown safely packed in a little bag, both to be submitted, before I slept that night, to the investigation of Mr. Bruff. We left the house in silence. For the first time in my experience of him, I found old Betteredge in my company without a word to say to me. Having something to say on my side, I opened the conversation as soon as we were clear of the lodge gates. Before I go to London, I began, I have 2 questions to ask you. They relate to myself, and I believe they will rather surprise you. If they will put that poor creature's letter out of my head, Mr. Franklin, they may do anything else they like with me. Please to begin surprising me, sir, as soon as you can. My first question, Betteredge, is this. Was I drunk on the night of Rachel's birthday? You drunk? Exclaimed the old man. Why, it's the great defect of your character, Mr. Franklin, that you only drink with your dinner, and never touch a drop of liquor afterwards. But the birthday was a special occasion. I might have abandoned my regular habits on that night of all others. Betteredge considered for a moment. You did go out of your habits, sir, he said, and I'll tell you how. You looked wretchedly ill, and we persuaded you to have a drop of brandy and water to cheer you up a little. I am not used to brandy and water. It is quite possible. Wait a bit, Mr. Franklin. I knew you were not used to. I poured you out half a wineglassful of our 50-year-old cognac, and, more shame for me, I drowned that noble liquor in nigh on a tumbler full of cold water. A child couldn't have got drunk on it, let alone a grown man. I knew I could depend on his memory in a matter of this kind. It was plainly impossible that I could have been intoxicated. I passed on to the second question. Before I was sent abroad, Betteredge, you saw a great deal of me when I was a boy. Now tell me plainly, do you remember anything strange of me after I had gone to bed at night? Did you ever discover me walking in my sleep? Betteredge stopped, looked at me for a moment, nodded his head, and walked on again. I see your drift now, Mr. Franklin, he said. You're trying to account for how you got the paint on your nightgown, without knowing it yourself. It won't do, sir. You're miles away still from getting at the truth. Walk in your sleep? You never did such a thing in your life. Here again I felt that Betteredge must be right. Neither at home nor abroad had my life ever been of the solitary sort. If I had been a sleepwalker, there were hundreds on hundreds of people who must have discovered me, and who, in the interest of my own safety, would have warned me of the habit, and have taken precautions to restrain it. Still, admitting all this, I clung, with an obstinacy which was surely natural and excusable, under the circumstances, to one or other of the only two explanations that I could see which accounted for the unendurable position in which I then stood. Observing that I was not yet satisfied, Betteredge shrewdly adverted to certain later events in the history of the Moonstone, and scattered both my theories to the wind at once and forever. Let's try it another way, sir, he said. Keep your own opinion, and see how far it will take you towards finding out the truth. If we are to believe the nightgown, which I don't for one, you not only smeared off the paint from the door without knowing it, but you also took the diamond without knowing it. Is that right so far? Quite right. Go on. Very good, sir. We'll say you were drunk or walking in your sleep when you took the jewel. That accounts for the night and morning after the birthday. But how does it account for what has happened since that time? The diamond has been taken to London since that time. The diamond has been pledged to Mr. Luker since that time. Did you do those two things without knowing it too? Were you drunk when I saw you off in the pony chaise on that Saturday evening? And did you walk in your sleep to Mr. Luker's when the train had brought you to your journey's end? Excuse me for saying it, Mr. Franklin, but this business has so upset you that you're not fit yet to judge for yourself. The sooner you lay your head alongside Mr. Bruff's head, the sooner you will see your way out of the deadlock that has got you now. We reached the station with only a minute or two to spare. I hurriedly gave Betteredge my address in London, so that he might write to me if necessary, promising on my side to inform him of any news which I might have to communicate. This done, and just as I was bidding him farewell, I happened to glance towards the book and newspaper stall. There was Mr. Candy's remarkable-looking assistant again, speaking to the keeper of the stall. Our eyes met at the same moment. Ezra Jennings took off his hat to me. I returned the salute and got into a carriage just as the train started. It was a relief to my mind, I suppose, to dwell on any subject which appeared to be, personally, of no sort of importance to me. At all events, I began the momentous journey back which was to take me to Mr. Bruff, wondering, absurdly enough I admit, that I should have seen the man with the piebald hair twice in one day. The hour at which I arrived in London precluded all hope of my finding Mr. Bruff at his place of business. I drove from the railway to his private residence at Hampstead, and disturbed the old lawyer dozing alone in his dining room, with his favourite pug dog on his lap and his bottle of wine at his elbow. I shall best describe the effect which my story produced on the mind of Mr. Bruff by relating his proceedings when he had heard it to the end. He ordered lights and strong tea to be taken into his study, and he sent a message to the ladies of his family, forbidding them to disturb us on any pretence whatever. These preliminaries disposed of, he first examined the nightgown, and then devoted himself to the reading of Rosanna Spearman's letter. The reading completed, Mr. Bruff addressed me for the first time since we had been shut up together in the seclusion of his own room. "Franklin Blake," said the old gentleman, "this is a very serious matter in more respects than one. In my opinion, it concerns Rachel quite as nearly as it concerns you. Her extraordinary conduct is no mystery now. She believes you have stolen the diamond." I had shrunk from reasoning my own way fairly to that revolting conclusion, but it had forced itself on me nevertheless. My resolution to obtain a personal interview with Rachel rested really and truly on the ground just stated by Mr. Bruff. "The first step to take in this investigation," the lawyer proceeded, "is to appeal to Rachel. She has been silent all this time from motives which I, who know her character, can readily understand. It is impossible, after what has happened, to submit to that silence any longer. She must be persuaded to tell us, or she must be forced to tell us, on what grounds she bases her belief that you took the Moonstone. The chances are that the whole of this case, serious as it seems now, will tumble to pieces, if we can only break through Rachel's inveterate reserve, and prevail upon her to speak out." "That is a very comforting opinion for me," I said. "I own I should like to know." "You would like to know how I can justify it," interposed Mr. Bruff. "I can tell you in 2 minutes. Understand, in the first place, that I look at this matter from a lawyer's point of view. There's a question of evidence with me. Very well. The evidence breaks down at the outset on one important point." "On what point?" "You shall hear. I admit that the mark of the name proves the nightgown to be yours. I admit that the mark of the paint proves the nightgown to have made the smear on Rachel's door. But what evidence is there to prove that you are the person who wore it on the night when the diamond was lost?" The objection struck me, all the more forcibly that it reflected an objection which I had felt myself. "As to this," pursued the lawyer, taking up Rosanna Spearman's confession, "I can understand that the letter is a distressing one to you. I can understand that you may hesitate to analyze it from a purely impartial point of view. But I am not in your position. I can bring my professional experience to bear on this document, just as I should bring it to bear on any other. Without alluding to the woman's career as a thief, I will merely remark that her letter proves her to have been an adept at deception, on her own showing, and I argue from that I am justified in suspecting her of not having told the whole truth. I won't start any theory at present as to what she may or may not have done. I will only say that, if Rachel has suspected you on the evidence of the nightgown only, the chances are 99 to 100 that Rosanna Spearman was the person who showed it to her. In that case, there is the woman's letter, confessing that she was jealous of Rachel, confessing that she changed the roses, confessing that she saw a glimpse of hope for herself in the prospect of a quarrel between Rachel and you. I don't stop to ask who took the Moonstone. As a means to her end, Rosanna Spearman would have taken 50 moonstones. I only say that the disappearance of the jewel gave this reclaimed thief who was in love with you an opportunity of setting you and Rachel at variance for the rest of your lives. She had not decided on destroying herself, then, remember, and having the opportunity, I distinctly assert that it was in her character, and in her position at the time, to take it. What do you say to that?" "Some such suspicion," I answered, "crossed my own mind as soon as I opened the letter." "Exactly. And when you had read the letter, you pitied the poor creature, and couldn't find it in your heart to suspect her. Does you credit, my dear sir, does you credit? But suppose it turns out that I did wear the nightgown? What then?" "I don't see how the fact can be proved," said Mr. Bruff. "But assuming the proof to be possible, the vindication of your innocence would be no easy matter. We won't go into that now. Let us wait and see whether Rachel hasn't suspected you on the evidence of the nightgown only." "Good God, how coolly you talk of Rachel suspecting me!" I broke out. "What right has she to suspect me, on any evidence, of being a thief?" "A very sensible question, my dear sir. Rather hotly put, but well worth considering for all that. What puzzles you puzzles me too. Search your memory, and tell me this. Did anything happen while you were staying at the house? Not, of course, to shake Rachel's belief in your honor, but let us say to shake her belief, no matter with how little reason, in your principles generally." I started, in ungovernable agitation, to my feet. The lawyer's question reminded me, for the first time since I had left England, that something had happened. In the 8th chapter of Betteridge's narrative, an allusion will be found to the arrival of a foreigner and a stranger at my aunt's house, who came to see me on business. The nature of his business was this. I had been foolish enough, being, as usual, straitened for money at the time, to accept a loan from the keeper of a small restaurant in Paris, to whom I was well known as a customer. A time was settled between us for paying the money back, and when the time came, I found it, as thousands of other honest men have found it, impossible to keep my engagement. I sent the man a bill. My name was unfortunately too well known on such documents. He failed to negotiate it. His affairs had fallen into disorder in the interval since I had borrowed of him. Bankruptcy stared him in the face, and a relative of his, a French lawyer, came to England to find me, and to insist upon the payment of my debt. He was a man of violent temper, and he took the wrong way with me. High words passed on both sides, and my aunt and Rachel were unfortunately in the next room and heard us. Lady Verinder came in, and insisted on knowing what was the matter. The Frenchman produced his credentials, and declared me to be responsible for the ruin of a poor man who had trusted in my honor. My aunt instantly paid him the money, and sent him off. She knew me better, of course, than to take the Frenchman's view of the transaction, but she was shocked at my carelessness, and justly angry with me for placing myself in a position which, but for her interference, might have become a very disgraceful one. Either her mother told her, or Rachel heard what passed, I can't say which. She took her own romantic, high-flown view of the matter. I was heartless. I was dishonorable. I had no principle. There was no knowing what I might do next. In short, she said some of the severest things to me which I had ever heard from a young lady's lips. The breach between us lasted for the whole of the next day. The day after, I succeeded in making my peace, and thought no more of it. Had Rachel reverted to this unlucky accident, at the critical moment when my place in her estimation was again, and far more seriously, assailed, Mr. Bruff, when I had mentioned the circumstances to him, answered the question at once in the affirmative. "It would have its effect on her mind," he said gravely, "and I wish, for your sake, the thing had not happened. However, we have discovered that there was a predisposing influence against you, and there is one uncertainty cleared out of our way at any rate. I see nothing more that we can do now. Our next step in this inquiry must be the step that takes us to Rachel." He rose and began walking thoughtfully up and down the room. Twice, I was on the point of telling him that I had determined on seeing Rachel personally, and twice, having regard to his age and his character, I hesitated to take him by surprise at an unfavorable moment. "The grand difficulty is," he resumed, "how to make her show her whole mind in this matter without reserve. Have you any suggestions to offer?" "I have made up my mind, Mr. Bruff, to speak to Rachel myself." "You—" He suddenly stopped in his walk and looked at me as if he thought I had taken leave of my senses. "You, of all the people in the world—" He abruptly checked himself and took another turn in the room. "Wait a little," he said. "In cases of this extraordinary kind, the rash way is sometimes the best way." He considered the question for a moment or two, under that new light, and ended boldly by a decision in my favor. "Nothing venture, nothing have," the old gentleman resumed. "You have a chance in your favor which I don't possess, and you shall be the first to try the experiment." "A chance in my favor?" I repeated in the greatest surprise. Mr. Bruff's face softened, for the first time, into a smile. "This is how it stands," he said. "I tell you fairly, I don't trust your discretion, and I don't trust your temper, but I do trust in Rachel's still preserving, in some remote little corner of her heart, a certain perverse weakness for you. Touch that, and trust to the consequences for the fullest disclosures that can flow from a woman's lips. The question is, how are you to see her?" "She has been a guest of yours at this house," I answered. "May I venture to suggest, if nothing was said about me beforehand, that I might see her here?" "Cool," said Mr. Bruff. With that one word of comment on the reply that I had made to him, he took another turn up and down the room. "In plain English," he said, "my house is to be turned into a trap to catch Rachel, with a bait to tempt her in the shape of an invitation from my wife and daughters. If you were anybody else but Franklin Blake, and if this matter was one atom less serious than it really is, I should refuse point blank. As things are, I firmly believe Rachel will live to thank me for turning traitor to her in my old age. Consider me your accomplice. Rachel shall be asked to spend the day here, and you shall receive due notice of it. When? Tomorrow? Tomorrow won't give us time enough to get her answer. Say the day after. How shall I hear from you? Stay at home all the morning and expect me to call on you. I thanked him for the inestimable assistance which he was rendering to me, with the gratitude that I really felt, and, declining a hospitable invitation to sleep that night at Hampstead, returned to my lodgings in London. Of the day that followed, I have only to say that it was the longest day of my life. Innocent as I knew myself to be, certain as I was that the abominable imputation which rested on me must sooner or later be cleared off, there was nevertheless a sense of self-abasement in my mind which instinctively disinclined me to see any of my friends. We often hear, almost invariably, however, from superficial observers, that guilt can look like innocence. I believe it to be infinitely the truer axiom of the two that innocence can look like guilt. I caused myself to be denied all day to every visitor who called, and I only ventured out under cover of the night. The next morning, Mr. Bruff surprised me at the breakfast table. He handed me a large key, and announced that he felt ashamed of himself for the first time in his life. "Is she coming?" "She is coming today, to lunch and spend the afternoon with my wife and my girls." "Are Mrs. Bruff and your daughters in the secret?" "Inevitably, but women, as you may have observed, have no principles. My family don't feel my pangs of conscience. The end being to bring you and Rachel together again, my wife and daughters pass over the means employed to gain it, as composedly as if they were Jesuits. I am infinitely obliged to them. What is this key?" "The key of the gate in my back garden wall. Be there at 3 this afternoon. Let yourself into the garden, and make your way in by the conservatory door. Cross the small drawing room, and open the door in front of you which leads into the music room. There you will find Rachel, and find her alone." "How can I thank you?" "I will tell you how. Don't blame me for what happens afterwards." With those words he went out. I had many weary hours still to wait through. To while away the time I looked at my letters. Among them was a letter from Betteredge. I opened it eagerly. To my surprise and disappointment, it began with an apology warning me to expect no news of any importance. In the next sentence the everlasting Ezra Jennings appeared again. He had stopped Betteredge on the way out of the station, and had asked who I was. Informed on this point, he had mentioned having seen me to his master Mr. Candy. Mr. Candy, hearing of this, had himself driven over to Betteredge, to express his regret at our having missed each other. He had a reason for wishing particularly to speak to me, and when I was next in the neighborhood of Frizinghall, he begged I would let him know. Apart from a few characteristic utterances of the Betteredge philosophy, this was the sum and substance of my correspondence letter. The warm-hearted, faithful old man acknowledged that he had written mainly for the pleasure of writing to me. I crumpled up the letter in my pocket, and forgot it the moment after, in the all-absorbing interest of my coming interview with Rachel. As the clock of Hampstead Church struck 3, I put Mr. Bruff's key into the lock of the door in the wall. When I first stepped into the garden, and while I was securing the door again on the inner side, I own to having felt a certain guilty doubtfulness about what might happen next. I looked furtively on either side of me, suspicious of the presence of some unexpected witness in some unknown corner of the garden. Nothing appeared to justify my apprehensions. The walks were, one and all, solitudes, and the birds and the bees were the only witnesses. I passed through the garden, entered the conservatory, and crossed the small drawing room. As I laid my hand on the door opposite, I heard a few plaintive chords struck on the piano in the room within. She had often idled over the instrument in this way, when I was staying at her mother's house. I was obliged to wait a little to steady myself. The past and present rose side by side, at that supreme moment, and the contrast shook me. After the lapse of a minute, I roused my manhood, and opened the door. Chapter 7. At the moment when I showed myself in the doorway, Rachel rose from the piano. I closed the door behind me. We confronted each other in silence, with the full length of the room between us. The movement she had made in rising appeared to be the one exertion of which she was capable. All use of every other faculty, bodily or mental, seemed to be merged in the mere act of looking at me. A fear crossed my mind that I had shown myself too suddenly. I advanced a few steps towards her. I said gently, "Rachel." The sound of my voice brought the life back to her limbs and the color to her face. She advanced on her side, still without speaking. Slowly, as if acting under some influence independent of her own will. She came nearer and nearer to me, the warm dusky color flushing her cheeks, the light of reviving intelligence brightening every instant in her eyes. I forgot the object that had brought me into her presence. I forgot the vile suspicion that rested on my good name. I forgot every consideration, past, present, and future, which I was bound to remember. I saw nothing but the woman I loved coming nearer and nearer to me. She trembled, she stood irresolute. I could resist it no longer. I caught her in my arms and covered her face with kisses. There was a moment when I thought the kisses were returned, a moment when it seemed as if she, too, might have forgotten. Almost before the idea could shape itself in my mind, her first voluntary action made me feel that she remembered. With a cry which was like a cry of horror, with a strength which I doubt if I could have resisted if I had tried, she thrust me back from her. I saw merciless anger in her eyes. I saw merciless contempt on her lips. She looked me over from head to foot as she might have looked at a stranger who had insulted her. "You coward," she said. "You mean, miserable, heartless coward." Those were her first words. The most unendurable reproach that a woman can address to a man was the reproach that she picked out to address to me. "I remember the time, Rachel," I said, "when you could have told me that I had offended you in a worthier way than that. I beg your pardon." Something of the bitterness that I felt may have communicated itself to my voice. At the first words of my reply, her eyes, which had been turned away the moment before, looked back at me unwillingly. She answered in a low tone, with a sullen submission of manner which was quite new in my experience of her. "Perhaps there is some excuse for me," she said. "After what you have done, is it a manly action on your part to find your way to me as you have found it today? It seems a cowardly experiment, to try an experiment on my weakness for you. It seems a cowardly surprise, to surprise me into letting you kiss me. But that is only a woman's view. I ought to have known it couldn't be your view. I should have done better if I had controlled myself and said nothing." The apology was more unendurable than the insult. The most degraded man living would have felt humiliated by it. "If my honor was not in your hands," I said, "I would leave you this instant and never see you again. You have spoken of what I have done. What have I done? What have you done? You ask that question of me? I ask it. I have kept your infamy a secret," she answered, "and I have suffered the consequences of concealing it. Have I no claim to be spared the insult of your asking me what you have done? Is all sense of gratitude dead in you? You were once a gentleman. You were once dear to my mother, and dearer still to me." Her voice failed her. She dropped into a chair, and turned her back on me, and covered her face with her hands. I waited a little before I trusted myself to say any more. In that moment of silence, I hardly know which I felt most keenly, the sting which her contempt had planted in me, or the proud resolution which shut me out from all community with her distress. "If you will not speak first," I said, "I must. I have come here with something serious to say to you. Will you do me the common justice of listening while I say it?" She neither moved nor answered. I made no second appeal to her. I never advanced an inch nearer to her chair. With a pride which was as obstinate as her pride, I told her of my discovery at the Shivering Sand, and of all that had led to it. The narrative of necessity occupied some little time. From beginning to end, she never looked round at me, and she never uttered a word. I kept my temper. My whole future depended, in all probability, on my not losing possession of myself at that moment. The time had come to put Mr. Bruff's theory to the test. In the breathless interest of trying that experiment, I moved round so as to place myself in front of her. "I have a question to ask you," I said. "It obliges me to refer again to a painful subject. Did Rosanna Spearman show you the nightgown? Yes or no?" She started to her feet and walked close up to me of her own accord. Her eyes looked me searchingly in the face, as if to read something there which they had never read yet. "Are you mad?" she asked. I still restrained myself. I said quietly, "Rachel, will you answer my question?" She went on without heeding me. "Have you some object to gain which I don't understand? Some mean fear about the future, in which I am concerned? They say your father's death has made you a rich man. Have you come here to compensate me for the loss of my diamond? And have you heart enough left to feel ashamed of your errand? Is that the secret of your pretense of innocence? And your story about Rosanna Spearman? Is there a motive of shame at the bottom of all the falsehood? This time, I stopped her there. I could control myself no longer. You have done me an infamous wrong, I broke out hotly. You suspect me of stealing your diamond. I have a right to know, and I will know the reason why. Suspect you, she exclaimed, her anger rising with mine. You villain, I saw you take the diamond with my own eyes. The revelation which burst upon me in those words, the overthrow which they instantly accomplished of the whole view of the case on which Mr. Bruff had relied, struck me helpless. Innocent as I was, I stood before her in silence. To her eyes, to any eyes, I must have looked like a man overwhelmed by the discovery of his own guilt. She drew back from the spectacle of my humiliation and of her triumph. The sudden silence that had fallen upon me seemed to frighten her. I spared you at the time, she said. I would have spared you now, if you had not forced me to speak. She moved away as if to leave the room, and hesitated before she got to the door. Why did you come here to humiliate yourself? She asked. Why did you come here to humiliate me? She went on a few steps, and paused once more. For God's sake, say something, she exclaimed, passionately. If you have any mercy left, don't let me degrade myself in this way. Say something, and drive me out of the room. I advanced towards her, hardly conscious of what I was doing. I had possibly some confused idea of detaining her until she had told me more. From the moment when I knew that the evidence on which I stood condemned in Rachel's mind was the evidence of her own eyes, nothing, not even my conviction of my own innocence, was clear to my mind. I took her by the hand. I tried to speak firmly and to the purpose. All I could say was, Rachel, you once loved me. She shuddered and looked away from me. Her hand lay powerless and trembling in mine. Let go of it, she said faintly. My touch seemed to have the same effect on her which the sound of my voice had produced when I first entered the room. After she had said the word which called me a coward, after she had made the avowal which branded me as a thief, while her hand lay in mine, I was her master still. I drew her gently back into the middle of the room. I seated her by the side of me. Rachel, I said, I can't explain the contradiction in what I am going to tell you. I can only speak the truth as you have spoken it. You saw me, with your own eyes you saw me take the diamond. Before God who hears us, I declare that I now know I took it for the first time. Do you doubt me still? She had neither heeded nor heard me. Let go of my hand, she repeated faintly. That was her only answer. Her head sank on my shoulder, and her hand unconsciously closed on mine. At the moment when she asked me to release it, I refrained from pressing the question. But there my forbearance stopped. My chance of ever holding up my head again among honest men depended on my chance of inducing her to make her disclosure complete. The one hope left for me was the hope that she might have overlooked something in the chain of evidence, some mere trifle perhaps, which might nevertheless, under careful investigation, be made the means of vindicating my innocence in the end. I own I kept possession of her hand. I own I spoke to her with all that I could summon back of the sympathy and confidence of the bygone time. I want to ask you something, I said. I want you to tell me everything that happened, from the time when we wished each other good night, to the time when you saw me take the diamond. She lifted her head from my shoulder, and made an effort to release her hand. Oh, why go back to it, she said. Why go back to it? I will tell you why, Rachel. You are the victim, and I am the victim, of some monstrous delusion which has worn the mask of truth. If we look at what happened on the night of your birthday together, we may end in understanding each other yet. Her head dropped back on my shoulder. The tears gathered in her eyes and fell slowly over her cheeks. Oh, she said, have I never had that hope? Have I not tried to see it as you are trying now? You have tried by yourself, I answered. You have not tried with me to help you. Those words seemed to awaken in her something of the hope which I felt myself when I uttered them. She replied to my questions with more than docility. She exerted her intelligence. She willingly opened her whole mind to me. Let us begin, I said, with what happened after we had wished each other good night. Did you go to bed? Or did you sit up? I went to bed. Did you notice the time? Was it late? Not very. About 12 o'clock, I think. Did you fall asleep? No, I couldn't sleep that night. You were restless? I was thinking of you. The answer almost unmanned me. Something in the tone, even more than in the words, went straight to my heart. It was only after pausing a little first that I was able to go on. "Had you any light in your room?" I asked. "None, until I got up again and lit my candle." "How long was that, after you had gone to bed?" "About an hour after, I think, about 1 o'clock." "Did you leave your bedroom?" "I was going to leave it. I had put on my dressing gown, and I was going into my sitting room to get a book." "Had you opened your bedroom door?" "I had just opened it." "But you had not gone into the sitting room?" "No, I was stopped from going into it." "What stopped you?" "I saw a light under the door, and I heard footsteps approaching it." "Were you frightened?" "Not then. I knew my poor mother was a bad sleeper, and I remembered that she had tried hard, that evening, to persuade me to let her take charge of my diamond. She was unreasonably anxious about it, as I thought, and I fancied she was coming to me to see if I was in bed, and to speak to me about the diamond again if she found that I was up." "What did you do?" "I blew out my candle so that she might think I was in bed." I was unreasonable on my side. I was determined to keep my diamond in the place of my own choosing. "After blowing out the candle, did you go back to bed?" "I had no time to go back. At the moment when I blew the candle out, the sitting room door opened, and I saw—" "You saw? You? Dressed as usual?" "No, in my nightgown." "In your nightgown, with your bedroom candle in your hand. Alone, alone. Could you see my face?" "Yes. Plainly, quite plainly. The candle in your hand showed it to me." "Were my eyes open?" "Yes." "Did you notice anything strange in them? Anything like a fixed, vacant expression?" "Nothing of the sort." "Your eyes were bright, brighter than usual. You looked about in the room, as if you knew you were where you ought not to be, and as if you were afraid of being found out." "Did you observe one thing when I came into the room? Did you observe how I walked?" "You walked as you always do. You came in as far as the middle of the room, and then you stopped and looked about you." "What did you do on first seeing me?" "I could do nothing. I was petrified. I couldn't speak, I couldn't call out, I couldn't even move to shut my door." "Could I see you where you stood?" "You might certainly have seen me, but you never looked towards me. It's useless to ask the question. I am sure you never saw me." "How are you sure?" "Would you have taken the diamond? Would you have acted as you did afterwards? Would you be here now, if you had seen that I was awake and looking at you?" "Don't make me talk of that part of it. I want to answer you quietly. Help me to keep as calm as I can. Go on to something else." She was right in every way, right. I went on to other things. "What did I do, after I had got to the middle of the room, and had stopped there?" "You turned away, and went straight to the corner near the window, where my Indian cabinet stands. When I was at the cabinet, my back must have been turned towards you." "How did you see what I was doing?" "When you moved, I moved, so as to see what I was about with my hands. There are 3 glasses in my sitting room. As you stood there, I saw all that you did, reflected in one of them." "What did you see?" "You put your candle on the top of the cabinet. You opened and shut one drawer after another, until you came to the drawer in which I had put my diamond. You looked at the open drawer for a moment, and then you put your hand in, and took the diamond out." "How do you know I took the diamond out?" "I saw your hand go into the drawer, and I saw the gleam of the stone between your finger and thumb when you took your hand out." "Did my hand approach the drawer again, to close it, for instance?" "No. You had the diamond in your right hand, and you took the candle from the top of the cabinet with your left hand." "Did I look about me again, after that?" "No." "Did I leave the room immediately?" "No. You stood quite still for what seemed a long time. I saw your face sideways in the glass. You looked like a man thinking, and dissatisfied with his own thoughts." "What happened next?" "You roused yourself on a sudden, and you went straight out of the room." "Did I close the door after me?" "No. You passed out quickly into the passage, and left the door open. And then your light disappeared, and the sound of your steps died away, and I was left alone in the dark." "Did nothing happen, from that time, to the time when the whole house knew that the diamond was lost?" "Nothing." "Are you sure of that? Might you not have been asleep a part of the time?" "I never slept. I never went back to my bed. Nothing happened until Penelope came in, at the usual time in the morning. I dropped her hand, and rose and took a turn in the room. Every question that I could put had been answered. Every detail that I could desire to know had been placed before me. I had even reverted to the idea of sleepwalking and the idea of intoxication. And again, the worthlessness of the one theory and the other had been proved, on the authority, this time, of the witness who had seen me. What was to be said next? What was to be done next? There rose the horrible fact of the theft, the one visible, tangible object that confronted me in the midst of the impenetrable darkness which enveloped all besides. Not a glimpse of light to guide me, when I had possessed myself of Rosanna Spearman's secret at the Shivering Sand, and not a glimpse of light now, when I had appealed to Rachel herself, and had heard the hateful story of the night from her own lips. She was the first, this time, to break the silence. "Well," she said, "you have asked and I have answered. You have made me hope something from all this, because you hoped something from it. What have you to say now?" The tone in which she spoke warned me that my influence over her was a lost influence once more. "We were to look at what happened on my birthday night together," she went on, "and we were then to understand each other. Have we done that?" She waited pitilessly for my reply. In answering her, I committed a fatal error. I let the exasperating helplessness of my situation get the better of my self-control. Rashly and uselessly, I reproached her for the silence which had kept me until that moment in ignorance of the truth. "If you had spoken when you ought to have spoken," I began, "if you had done me the common justice to explain yourself," she broke in on me with a cry of fury. The few words I had said seemed to have lashed her on the instant into a frenzy of rage. "Explain myself," she repeated. "Oh, is there another man like this in the world? I spare him when my heart is breaking. I screen him when my own character is at stake. And he, of all human beings, he turns on me now and tells me that I ought to have explained myself. After believing in him as I did, after loving him as I did, after thinking of him by day and dreaming of him by night, he wonders I didn't charge him with his disgrace the first time we met. My heart's darling, you are a thief. My hero whom I love and honor, you have crept into my room under cover of the night and stolen my diamond. That is what I ought to have said. You villain, you mean villain. I would have lost 50 diamonds, rather than see your face lying to me, as I see it lying now." I took up my hat, in mercy to her. Yes, I can honestly say it, in mercy to her. I turned away without a word, and opened the door by which I had entered the room. She followed, and snatched the door out of my hand. She closed it and pointed back to the place that I had left. "No," she said, "not yet. It seems that I owe a justification of my conduct to you. You shall stay and hear it, or you shall stoop to the lowest infamy of all, and force your way out." It wrung my heart to see her. It wrung my heart to hear her. I answered by a sign. It was all I could do, that I submitted myself to her will. The crimson flush of anger began to fade out of her face as I went back and took my chair in silence. She waited a little and steadied herself. When she went on, but one sign of feeling was discernible in her. She spoke without looking at me. Her hands were fast clasped in her lap, and her eyes were fixed on the ground. "I ought to have done you the common justice to explain myself," she said, repeating my own words. "You shall see whether I did try to do you justice or not. I told you just now that I never slept, and never returned to my bed, after you had left my sitting room. It's useless to trouble you by dwelling on what I thought. You would not understand my thoughts. I will only tell you what I did, when time enough had passed to help me to recover myself. I refrained from alarming the house, and telling everybody what had happened, as I ought to have done. In spite of what I had seen, I was fond enough of you to believe, no matter what, any impossibility, rather than admitted to my own mind that you were deliberately a thief. I thought, and I ended in writing to you. I never received the letter. I know you never received it. Wait a little and you shall hear why. My letter would have told you nothing openly. It would not have ruined you for life, if it had fallen into some other person's hands. It would only have said, in a manner which you yourself could not possibly have mistaken, that I had reason to know you were in debt, and that it was in my experience and in my mother's experience of you, that you were not very discreet or very scrupulous about how you got money when you wanted it. You would have remembered the visit of the French lawyer, and you would have known what I referred to. If you had read on with some interest after that, you would have come to an offer I had to make to you. The offer, privately, not a word, mind, to be said openly about it between us, of the loan of as large a sum of money as I could get at. And I would have got it, she exclaimed, her color beginning to rise again, and her eyes looking up at me once more. I would have pledged the diamond myself, if I could have got the money in no other way. In those words I wrote to you. Wait, I did more than that. I arranged with Penelope to give you the letter when nobody was near. I planned to shut myself into my bedroom, and to have the sitting room left open and empty all the morning. And I hoped, with all my heart and soul I hoped, that you would take the opportunity, and put the diamond back secretly in the drawer. I attempted to speak. She lifted her hand impatiently, and stopped me. In the rapid alternations of her temper, her anger was beginning to rise again. She got up from her chair, and approached me. I know what you are going to say, she went on. You are going to remind me again that you never received my letter. I can tell you why. I tore it up. For what reason? I asked. For the best of reasons. I preferred tearing it up to throwing it away upon such a man as you. What was the first news that reached me in the morning? Just as my little plan was complete, what did I hear? I heard that you were the foremost person in the house in fetching the police. You were the active man, you were the leader, you were working harder than any of them to recover the jewel. You even carried your audacity far enough to ask to speak to me about the loss of the diamond which you yourself had stolen, the diamond which was all the time in your own hands. After that proof of your horrible falseness and cunning, I tore up my letter. But even then, even when I was maddened by the searching and questioning of the policeman whom you had sent in, even then, there was some infatuation in my mind which wouldn't let me give you up. I said to myself, he has played his vile farce before everybody else in the house. Let me try if he can play it before me. Somebody told me you were on the terrace. I went down to the terrace. I forced myself to look at you. I forced myself to speak to you. Have you forgotten what I said? I might have answered that I remembered every word of it, but what purpose at that moment would the answer have served? How could I tell her that what she had said had astonished me, had distressed me, had suggested to me that she was in a state of dangerous nervous excitement, had even roused a moment's doubt in my mind whether the loss of the jewel was as much a mystery to her as to the rest of us, but had never once given me so much as a glimpse at the truth? Without the shadow of a proof to produce in vindication of my innocence, how could I persuade her that I knew no more than the veriest stranger could have known of what was really in her thoughts when she spoke to me on the terrace? It may suit your convenience to forget, it suits my convenience to remember, she went on. I know what I said, for I considered it with myself before I said it. I gave you one opportunity after another of owning the truth. I left nothing unsaid that I could say, short of actually telling you that I knew you had committed the theft. And all the return you made was to look at me with your vile pretense of astonishment, and your false face of innocence, just as you have looked at me today, just as you are looking at me now. I left you, that morning, knowing you at last for what you were, for what you are, as base a wretch as ever walked the earth. If you had spoken out at the time, you might have left me, Rachel, knowing that you had cruelly wronged an innocent man. If I had spoken out before other people, she retorted, with another burst of indignation, you would have been disgraced for life. If I had spoken out to no ears but yours, you would have denied it, as you are denying it now. Do you think I should have believed you? Would a man hesitate at a lie who had done what I saw you do, who had behaved about it afterwards as I saw you behave? I tell you again, I shrank from the horror of hearing you lie after the horror of seeing you thieve. You talk as if this was a misunderstanding which a few words might have set right. Well, the misunderstanding is at an end. Is the thing set right? No, the thing is just where it was. I don't believe you now. I don't believe you found the nightgown. I don't believe in Rosanna Spearman's letter. I don't believe a word you have said. You stole it. I saw you. You affected to help the police. I saw you. You pledged the diamond to the moneylender in London. I am sure of it. You cast the suspicion of your disgrace, thanks to my base silence, on an innocent man. You fled to the continent with your plunder the next morning. After all that vileness, there was but one thing more you could do. You could come here with a last falsehood on your lips. You could come here and tell me that I have wronged you. If I had stayed a moment more, I know not what words might have escaped me which I should have remembered with vain repentance and regret. I passed by her and opened the door for the second time. For the second time, with the frantic perversity of a roused woman, she caught me by the arm and barred my way out. Let me go, Rachel, I said. It will be better for both of us. Let me go." The hysterical passion swelled in her bosom. Her quickened, convulsive breathing almost beat on my face as she held me back at the door. "Why did you come here?" she persisted desperately. "I ask you again, why did you come here? Are you afraid I shall expose you? Now you are a rich man. Now you have got a place in the world. Now you may marry the best lady in the land. Are you afraid I shall say the words which I have never said yet to anybody but you? I can't say the words. I can't expose you. I am worse, if worse can be, than you are yourself." Sobs and tears burst from her. She struggled with them fiercely. She held me more and more firmly. "I can't tear you out of my heart," she said, "even now. You may trust in the shameful, shameful weakness which can only struggle against you in this way." She suddenly let go of me. She threw up her hands and wrung them frantically in the air. "Any other woman living would shrink from the disgrace of touching him," she exclaimed. "Oh God, I despise myself even more heartily than I despise him." The tears were forcing their way into my eyes in spite of me. The horror of it was to be endured no longer. "You shall know that you have wronged me yet," I said, "or you shall never see me again." With those words I left her. She started up from the chair on which she had dropped the moment before. She started up, the noble creature, and followed me across the outer room, with a last merciful word at parting. "Franklin," she said, "I forgive you. Oh, Franklin, Franklin, we shall never meet again. Say you forgive me." I turned, so as to let my face show her that I was past speaking. I turned and waved my hand, and saw her dimly, as in a vision, through the tears that had conquered me at last. The next moment, the worst bitterness of it was over. I was out in the garden again. I saw her and heard her no more. Chapter 8. Late that evening, I was surprised at my lodgings by a visit from Mr. Bruff. There was a noticeable change in the lawyer's manner. It had lost its usual confidence and spirit. He shook hands with me, for the first time in his life, in silence. "Are you going back to Hampstead?" I asked by way of saying something. "I have just left Hampstead," he answered. "I know, Mr. Franklin, that you have got at the truth at last. But I tell you plainly, if I could have foreseen the price that was to be paid for it, I should have preferred leaving you in the dark. You have seen Rachel? I have come here after taking her back to Portland Place. It was impossible to let her return in the carriage by herself. I can hardly hold you responsible, considering that you saw her in my house and by my permission, for the shock that this unlucky interview has inflicted on her. All I can do is to provide against a repetition of the mischief. She is young, she has a resolute spirit, she will get over this with time and rest to help her. I want to be assured that you will do nothing to hinder her recovery. May I depend on your making no second attempt to see her, except with my sanction and approval? After what she has suffered, and after what I have suffered," I said, "you may rely on me." "I have your promise?" "You have my promise." Mr. Bruff looked relieved. He put down his hat and drew his chair nearer to mine. "That's settled," he said. "Now, about the future, your future, I mean. To my mind, the result of the extraordinary turn which the matter has now taken is briefly this. In the first place, we are sure that Rachel has told you the whole truth, as plainly as words can tell it. In the second place, though we know that there must be some dreadful mistake somewhere, we can hardly blame her for believing you to be guilty, on the evidence of her own senses, backed as that evidence has been by circumstances which appear on the face of them to tell dead against you." There I interposed. "I don't blame Rachel," I said. "I only regret that she could not prevail on herself to speak more plainly to me at the time." "You might as well regret that Rachel is not somebody else," rejoined Mr. Bruff. "And even then, I doubt if a girl of any delicacy, whose heart had been set on marrying you, could have brought herself to charge you to your face with being a thief. Anyhow, it was not in Rachel's nature to do it, in a very different matter to this matter of yours, which placed her, however, in a position not altogether unlike her position towards you. I happen to know that she was influenced by a similar motive to the motive which actuated her conduct in your case. Besides, as she told me herself on our way to town this evening, if she had spoken plainly, she would no more have believed your denial then than she believes it now. What answer can you make to that? There is no answer to be made to it. Come, come, Mr. Franklin, My view of the case has been proved to be all wrong, I admit, but as things are now, my advice may be worth having for all that. I tell you plainly, we shall be wasting our time and cudgeling our brains to no purpose if we attempt to try back and unravel this frightful complication from the beginning. Let us close our minds resolutely to all that happened last year at Lady Verander's country house, and let us look to what we can discover in the future, instead of to what we cannot discover in the past. Surely you forget, I said, that the whole thing is essentially a matter of the past, so far as I am concerned? Answer me this, retorted Mr. Bruff. Is the Moonstone at the bottom of all the mischief, or is it not? It is, of course. Very good. What do we believe was done with the Moonstone when it was taken to London? It was pledged to Mr. Luker. We know that you are not the person who pledged it. Do we know who did? No. Where do we believe the Moonstone to be now? Deposited in the keeping of Mr. Luker's bankers. Exactly. Now observe. We are already in the month of June. Towards the end of the month, I can't be particular to a day, a year will have elapsed from the time when we believe the jewel to have been pledged. There is a chance, to say the least, that the person who pawned it may be prepared to redeem it when the year's time has expired. If he redeems it, Mr. Luker must himself, according to the terms of his own arrangement, take the diamond out of his banker's hands. Under these circumstances, I propose setting a watch at the bank, as the present month draws to an end, and discovering who the person is to whom Mr. Luker restores the Moonstone. Do you see it now? I admitted, a little unwillingly, that the idea was a new one. At any rate, it's Mr. Murthwaite's idea quite as much as mine, said Mr. Bruff. It might have never entered my head, but for a conversation we had together some time since. If Mr. Murthwaite is right, the Indians are likely to be on the lookout at the bank, towards the end of the month too, and something serious may come of it. What comes of it doesn't matter to you and me, except as it may help us to lay our hands on the mysterious somebody who pawned the diamond. That person, you may rely on it, is responsible, I don't pretend to know how, for the position in which you stand at this moment, and that person alone can set you right in Rachel's estimation. I can't deny, I said, that the plan you propose meets the difficulty in a way that is very daring, and very ingenious, and very new. But you have an objection to make. Yes, my objection is that your proposal obliges us to wait. Granted, as I reckon the time, it requires you to wait about a fortnight more or less. Is that so very long? It's a lifetime, Mr. Bruff. In such a situation as mine, my existence will be simply unendurable to me, unless I do something towards clearing my character at once. Well, I understand that. Have you thought yet of what you can do? I have thought of consulting Sergeant Cuff. He has retired from the police. It's useless to expect the sergeant to help you. I know where to find him, and I can but try. Try, said Mr. Bruff after a moment's consideration. The case has assumed such an extraordinary aspect since Sergeant Cuff's time, that you may revive his interest in the inquiry. Try and let me hear the result. In the meanwhile, he continued, rising, if you make no discoveries between this and the end of the month, am I free to try on my side what can be done by keeping a lookout at the bank? Certainly, I answered, unless I relieve you of all necessity for trying the experiment in the interval. Mr. Bruff smiled and took up his hat. Tell Sergeant Cuff, he rejoined, that I say the discovery of the truth depends on the discovery of the person who pawned the diamond. And let me hear what the sergeant's experience says to that. So we parted. Early the next morning, I set forth for the little town of Dorking, the place of Sergeant Cuff's retirement, as indicated to me by Betteredge. Inquiring at the hotel, I received the necessary directions for finding the sergeant's cottage. It was approached by a quiet by-road, a little way out of the town, and it stood snugly in the middle of its own plot of garden ground, protected by a good brick wall at the back and the sides, and by a high quickset hedge in front. The gate, ornamented at the upper part by smartly painted trellis work, was locked. After ringing at the bell, I peered through the trellis work, and saw the great Cuff's favorite flower everywhere, blooming in his garden, clustering over his door, looking in at his windows. Far from the crimes and the mysteries of the great city, the illustrious thief-taker was placidly living out the last sybarite years of his life, smothered in roses. A decent elderly woman opened the gate to me, and at once annihilated all the hopes I had built on securing the assistance of Sergeant Cuff. He had started, only the day before, on a journey to Ireland. "Has he gone there on business?" I asked. The woman smiled. "He has only one business now, sir," she said, "and that's roses. Some great man's gardener in Ireland has found out something new in the growing of roses, and Mr. Cuff's away to inquire into it." "Do you know when he will be back?" "It's quite uncertain, sir. Mr. Cuff said he should come back directly, or be away some time, just according as he found the new discovery worth nothing, or worth looking into. If you have any message to leave for him, I'll take care, sir, that he gets it." I gave her my card, having first written on it in pencil, "I have something to say about the Moonstone. Let me hear from you as soon as you get back." That done, there was nothing left but to submit to circumstances, and return to London. In the irritable condition of my mind, at the time of which I am now writing, the abortive result of my journey to the sergeant's cottage simply aggravated the restless impulse in me to be doing something. On the day of my return from Dorking, I determined that the next morning should find me bent on a new effort at forcing my way, through all obstacles, from the darkness to the light. What form was my next experiment to take? If the excellent Betteredge had been present while I was considering that question, and if he had been let into the secret of my thoughts, he would, no doubt, have declared that the German side of me was, on this occasion, my uppermost side. To speak seriously, it is perhaps possible that my German training was in some degree responsible for the labyrinth of useless speculations in which I now involved myself. For the greater part of the night, I sat smoking and building up theories, one more profoundly improbable than another. When I did get to sleep, my waking fancies pursued me in dreams. I rose the next morning, with objective-subjective and subjective-objective inextricably entangled together in my mind, and I began the day which was to witness my next effort at practical action of some kind, by doubting whether I had any sort of right, on purely philosophical grounds, to consider any sort of thing, the diamond included, as existing at all. How long I might have remained lost in the mist of my own metaphysics, if I had been left to extricate myself, it is impossible for me to say. As the event proved, accident came to my rescue, and happily delivered me. I happened to wear, that morning, the same coat which I had worn on the day of my interview with Rachel. Searching for something else in one of the pockets, I came upon a crumpled piece of paper, and, taking it out, found Betteredge's forgotten letter in my hand. It seemed hard on my good old friend to leave him without a reply. I went to my writing table and read his letter again. A letter which has nothing of the slightest importance in it is not always an easy letter to answer. Betteredge's present effort at corresponding with me came within this category. Mr. Candy's assistant, otherwise Ezra Jennings, had told his master that he had seen me, and Mr. Candy, in his turn, wanted to see me and say something to me, when I was next in the neighborhood of Frizinghall. What was to be said in answer to that which would be worth the paper it was written on? I sat idly drawing likenesses from memory of Mr. Candy's remarkable-looking assistant, on the sheet of paper which I had vowed to dedicate to Betteredge, until it suddenly occurred to me that here was the irrepressible Ezra Jennings getting in my way again. I threw a dozen portraits, at least, of the man with the piebald hair, the hair in every case remarkably like, into the waste-paper basket, and then and there wrote my answer to Betteredge. It was a perfectly commonplace letter, but it had one excellent effect on me. The effort of writing a few sentences, in plain English, completely cleared my mind of the cloudy nonsense which had filled it since the previous day. Devoting myself once more to the elucidation of the impenetrable puzzle which my own position presented to me, I now tried to meet the difficulty by investigating it from a plainly practical point of view. The events of the memorable night being still unintelligible to me, I looked a little farther back, and searched my memory of the earlier hours of the birthday for any incident which might prove of some assistance to me in finding the clue. Had anything happened while Rachel and I were finishing the painted door? Or later, when I rode over to Frizinghall? Or afterwards, when I went back with Godfrey Abel White and his sisters? Or later again, when I put the Moonstone into Rachel's hands? Or later still, when the company came and we all assembled round the dinner table? My memory disposed of that string of questions readily enough, until I came to the last. Looking back at the social event of the birthday dinner, I found myself brought to a standstill at the outset of the inquiry. I was not even capable of accurately remembering the number of the guests who had sat at the same table with me. To feel myself completely at fault here, and to conclude thereupon, that the incidents of the dinner might especially repay the trouble of investigating them, formed parts of the same mental process in my case. I believe other people in a similar situation would have reasoned as I did. When the pursuit of our own interests causes us to become objects of inquiry to ourselves, we are naturally suspicious of what we don't know. Once in possession of the names of the persons who had been present at the dinner, I resolved, as a means of enriching the deficient resources of my own memory, to appeal to the memory of the rest of the guests, to write down all that they could recollect of the social events of the birthday, and to test the result thus obtained by the light of what had happened afterwards, when the company had left the house. This last and newest of my many contemplated experiments in the art of inquiry, which Betteredge would probably have attributed to the clear-headed or French side of me being uppermost for the moment, may fairly claim record here on its own merits. Unlikely as it may seem, I had now actually groped my way to the root of the matter at last. All I wanted was a hint to guide me in the right direction at starting. Before another day had passed over my head, that hint was given me by one of the company who had been present at the birthday feast. With the plan of proceeding which I now had in view, it was first necessary to possess the complete list of the guests. This I could easily obtain from Gabriel Betteredge. I determined to go back to Yorkshire on that day, and to begin my contemplated investigation the next morning. It was just too late to start by the train which left London before noon. There was no alternative but to wait nearly 3 hours for the departure of the next train. Was there anything I could do in London which might usefully occupy this interval of time? My thoughts went back again obstinately to the birthday dinner. Though I had forgotten the numbers and, in many cases, the names of the guests, I remembered readily enough that by far the larger proportion of them came from Frizinghall, or from its neighbourhood. But the larger proportion was not all. Some few of us were not regular residents in the country. I myself was one of the few. Mr. Murthwaite was another. Godfrey Ablewhite was a third. Mr. Brough, no. I called to mind that business had prevented Mr. Brough from making one of the party. Had any ladies been present, whose usual residence was in London? I could only remember Miss Clack as coming within this latter category. However, here were 3 of the guests, at any rate, whom it was clearly advisable for me to see before I left town. I drove off at once to Mr. Brough's office, not knowing the addresses of the persons of whom I was in search, and thinking it probable that he might put me in the way of finding them. Mr. Brough proved to be too busy to give me more than a minute of his valuable time. In that minute, however, he contrived to dispose, in the most discouraging manner, of all the questions I had to put to him. In the first place, he considered my newly discovered method of finding a clue to the mystery as something too purely fanciful to be seriously discussed. In the second, third, and fourth places, Mr. Murthwaite was now on his way back to the scene of his past adventures. Miss Clack had suffered losses and had settled, from motives of economy, in France. Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite might or might not be discoverable somewhere in London. Suppose I inquired at his club, and suppose I excused Mr. Brough, if he went back to his business and wished me good morning? The field of inquiry in London, being now so narrowed as only to include the one necessity of discovering Godfrey's address, I took the lawyer's hint and drove to his club. In the hall, I met with one of the members, who was an old friend of my cousin's, and who was also an acquaintance of my own. This gentleman, after enlightening me on the subject of Godfrey's address, told me of 2 recent events in his life, which were of some importance in themselves, and which had not previously reached my ears. It appeared that Godfrey, far from being discouraged by Rachel's withdrawal from her engagement to him, had made matrimonial advances soon afterwards to another young lady, reputed to be a great heiress. His suit had prospered, and his marriage had been considered as a settled and certain thing. But here again the engagement had been suddenly and unexpectedly broken off, owing, it was said on this occasion, to a serious difference of opinion between the bridegroom and the lady's father on the question of settlements. As some compensation for this second matrimonial disaster, Godfrey had soon afterwards found himself the object of fond pecuniary remembrance on the part of one of his many admirers. A rich old lady, highly respected at the Mother's Small Clothes Conversion Society, and a great friend of Miss Clack's, to whom she left nothing but a mourning ring, had bequeathed to the admirable and meritorious Godfrey a legacy of £5,000. After receiving this handsome addition to his own modest pecuniary resources, he had been heard to say that he felt the necessity of getting a little respite from his charitable labors, and that his doctor prescribed a run on the continent, as likely to be productive of much future benefit to his health. If I wanted to see him, it would be advisable to lose no time in paying my contemplated visit. I went then and there to pay my visit. The same fatality which had made me just one day too late in calling on Sergeant Cuff made me again one day too late in calling on Godfrey. He had left London on the previous morning by the tidal train for Dover. He was to cross to Ostend, and his servant believed he was going on to Brussels. The time of his return was rather uncertain, but I might be sure he would be away at least 3 months. I went back to my lodgings a little depressed in spirits. 3 of the guests at the birthday dinner, and those 3 all exceptionally intelligent people, were out of my reach at the very time when it was most important to be able to communicate with them. My last hopes now rested on Betteredge, and on the friends of the late Lady Verinder, whom I might still find living in the neighbourhood of Rachel's country house. On this occasion I travelled straight to Frizinghall, the town being now the central point in my field of inquiry. I arrived too late in the evening to be able to communicate with Betteredge. The next morning, I sent a messenger with a letter, requesting him to join me at the hotel at his earliest convenience. Having taken the precaution, partly to save time, partly to accommodate Betteredge, of sending my messenger in a fly, I had a reasonable prospect, if no delays occurred, of seeing the old man within less than 2 hours from the time when I had sent for him. During this interval, I arranged to employ myself in opening my contemplated inquiry among the guests present at the birthday dinner who were personally known to me, and who were easily within my reach. These were my relatives, the Abel Whites and Mr. Candy. The doctor had expressed a special wish to see me, and the doctor lived in the next street. So to Mr. Candy I went first. After what Betteredge had told me, I naturally anticipated finding traces in the doctor's face of the severe illness from which he had suffered. But I was utterly unprepared for such a change as I saw in him when he entered the room and shook hands with me. His eyes were dim, his hair had turned completely grey, his face was wizen, his figure had shrunk. I looked at the once lively, rattle-pated, humorous little doctor, associated in my remembrance with the perpetration of incorrigible social indiscretions and innumerable boyish jokes, and I saw nothing left of his former self, but the old tendency to vulgar smartness in his dress. The man was a wreck, but his clothes and his jewellery, in cruel mockery of the change in him, were as gay and as gaudy as ever. "I have often thought of you, Mr. Blake," he said, "and I am heartily glad to see you again at last. If there is anything I can do for you, pray command my services." "Sir, pray command my services." He said those few commonplace words with needless hurry and eagerness, and with a curiosity to know what had brought me to Yorkshire, which he was perfectly, I might say childishly, incapable of concealing from notice. With the object that I had in view, I had of course foreseen the necessity of entering into some sort of personal explanation, before I could hope to interest people, mostly strangers to me, in doing their best to assist my inquiry. On the journey to Frizinghall I had arranged what my explanation was to be, and I seized the opportunity now offered to me of trying the effect of it on Mr. Candy. "I was in Yorkshire the other day, and I am in Yorkshire again now on rather a romantic errand," I said. "It is a matter, Mr. Candy, in which the late Lady Verinder's friends all took some interest. You remember the mysterious loss of the Indian diamond, now nearly a year since? Circumstances have lately happened which lead to the hope that it may yet be found, and I am interesting myself as one of the family in recovering it. Among the obstacles in my way, there is the necessity of collecting again all the evidence which was discovered at the time, and more if possible. There are peculiarities in this case which make it desirable to revive my recollection of everything that happened in the house on the evening of Miss Verinder's birthday, and I venture to appeal to her late mother's friends who were present on that occasion to lend me the assistance of their memories. I had got as far as that in rehearsing my explanatory phrases, when I was suddenly checked by seeing plainly in Mr. Candy's face that my experiment on him was a total failure. The little doctor sat restlessly picking at the points of his fingers all the time I was speaking. His dim, watery eyes were fixed on my face with an expression of vacant and wistful inquiry very painful to see. What he was thinking of, it was impossible to divine. The one thing clearly visible was that I had failed, after the first 2 or 3 words, in fixing his attention. The only chance of recalling him to himself appeared to lie in changing the subject. I tried a new topic immediately. "So much," I said gaily, "for what brings me to Frizinghall. Now, Mr. Candy, it's your turn. You sent me a message by Gabriel Betteredge." He left off picking at his fingers, and suddenly brightened up. "Yes, yes, yes," he exclaimed eagerly. "That's it. I sent you a message, and Betteredge duly communicated it by letter," I went on. "You had something to say to me the next time I was in your neighborhood. Well, Mr. Candy, here I am." "Here you are," echoed the doctor. "And Betteredge was quite right. I had something to say to you. That was my message. Betteredge is a wonderful man. What a memory. At his age, what a memory." He dropped back into silence and began picking at his fingers again. Recollecting what I had heard from Betteredge about the effect of the fever on his memory, I went on with the conversation, in the hope that I might help him at starting. "It's a long time since we met," I said. "We last saw each other at the last birthday dinner my poor aunt was ever to give." "That's it," cried Mr. Candy. "The birthday dinner." He started impulsively to his feet and looked at me. A deep flush suddenly overspread his faded face, and he abruptly sat down again, as if conscious of having betrayed a weakness which he would fain have concealed. It was plain, pitiably plain, that he was aware of his own defect of memory, and that he was bent on hiding it from the observation of his friends. Thus far he had appealed to my compassion only, but the words he had just said, few as they were, roused my curiosity instantly to the highest pitch. The birthday dinner had already become the one event in the past, at which I looked back with strangely mixed feelings of hope and distrust. And here was the birthday dinner unmistakably proclaiming itself as the subject on which Mr. Candy had something important to say to me. I attempted to help him out once more, but this time my own interests were at the bottom of my compassionate motive, and they hurried me on a little too abruptly to the end I had in view. "It's nearly a year now," I said, "since we sat at that pleasant table. Have you made any memorandum, in your diary or otherwise, of what you wanted to say to me?" Mr. Candy understood the suggestion, and showed me that he understood it as an insult. "I require no memorandum, Mr. Blake," he said, stiffly enough. "I am not such a very old man yet, and my memory, thank God, is to be thoroughly depended on." It is needless to say that I declined to understand that he was offended with me. "I wish I could say the same of my memory," I answered. "When I try to think of matters that are a year old, I seldom find my remembrance as vivid as I could wish it to be. Take the dinner at Lady Verander's, for instance." Mr. Candy brightened up again, the moment the allusion passed my lips. "Ah, the dinner at Lady Verander's," he exclaimed, more eagerly than ever. "I have got something to say to you about that." His eyes looked at me again with the painful expression of inquiry, so wistful, so vacant, so miserably helpless to see. He was evidently trying hard, and trying in vain, to recover the lost recollection. "It was a very pleasant dinner," he burst out suddenly, with an air of saying exactly what he wanted to say. "A very pleasant dinner, Mr. Blake, wasn't it?" He nodded and smiled, and appeared to think, poor fellow, that he had succeeded in concealing the total failure of his memory by a well-timed exertion of his own presence of mind. It was so distressing that I at once shifted the talk, deeply as I was interested in his recovering the lost remembrance, to topics of local interest. Here he got on glibly enough. Trumpery little scandals and quarrels in the town, some of them as much as a month old, appeared to recur to his memory readily. He chattered on, with something of the smooth, gossiping fluency of former times. But there were moments, even in the full flow of his talkativeness, when he suddenly hesitated, looked at me for a moment with the vacant inquiry once more in his eyes, controlled himself, and went on again. I submitted patiently to my martyrdom. It is surely nothing less than martyrdom to a man of cosmopolitan sympathies, to absorb in silent resignation the news of a country town, until the clock on the chimney-piece told me that my visit had been prolonged beyond half an hour. Having now some right to consider the sacrifice as complete, I rose to take leave. As we shook hands, Mr. Candy reverted to the birthday festival of his own accord. "I am so glad we have met again," he said. "I had it on my mind, I really had it on my mind, Mr. Blake, to speak to you. About the dinner at Lady Verander's, you know. A pleasant dinner, really a pleasant dinner now, wasn't it?" On repeating the phrase, he seemed to feel hardly as certain of having prevented me from suspecting his lapse of memory as he had felt on the first occasion. The wistful look clouded his face again, and after apparently designing to accompany me to the street door, he suddenly changed his mind, rang the bell for the servant, and remained in the drawing room. I went slowly down the doctor's stairs, feeling the disheartening conviction that he really had something to say which it was vitally important to me to hear, and that he was morally incapable of saying it. The effort of remembering that he wanted to speak to me was, but too evidently, the only effort that his enfeebled memory was now able to achieve. Just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, and had turned a corner on my way to the outer hall, a door opened softly somewhere on the ground floor of the house, and a gentle voice said behind me, "I am afraid, sir, you find Mr. Candy sadly changed?" I turned round and found myself face to face with Ezra Jennings. Chapter 9. The doctor's pretty housemaid stood waiting for me, with the street door open in her hand. Pouring brightly into the hall, the morning light fell full on the face of Mr. Candy's assistant when I turned and looked at him. It was impossible to dispute Betteridge's assertion that the appearance of Ezra Jennings, speaking from a popular point of view, was against him. His gypsy complexion, his fleshless cheeks, his gaunt facial bones, his dreamy eyes, his extraordinary party-colored hair, the puzzling contradiction between his face and figure which made him look old and young both together, were all more or less calculated to produce an unfavorable impression of him on a stranger's mind. And yet, feeling this as I certainly did, it is not to be denied that Ezra Jennings made some inscrutable appeal to my sympathies, which I found it impossible to resist. While my knowledge of the world warned me to answer the question which he had put, acknowledging that I did indeed find Mr. Candy sadly changed, and then to proceed on my way out of the house, my interest in Ezra Jennings held me rooted to the place, and gave him the opportunity of speaking to me in private about his employer, for which he had been evidently on the watch. "Are you walking my way, Mr. Jennings?" I said, observing that he held his hat in his hand. "I am going to call on my aunt, Mrs. Abel White." Ezra Jennings replied that he had a patient to see, and that he was walking my way. We left the house together. I observed that the pretty servant girl, who was all smiles and amiability, when I wished her good morning on my way out, received a modest little message from Ezra Jennings, relating to the time at which he might be expected to return, with pursed-up lips, and with eyes which ostentatiously looked anywhere rather than look in his face. The poor wretch was evidently no favorite in the house. Out of the house, I had Betteridge's word for it that he was unpopular everywhere. What a life, I thought to myself, as we descended the doctor's doorsteps. Having already referred to Mr. Candy's illness on his side, Ezra Jennings now appeared determined to leave it to me to resume the subject. His silence said significantly, "It's your turn now." I, too, had my reasons for referring to the doctor's illness, and I readily accepted the responsibility of speaking first. "Judging by the change I see in him," I began, "Mr. Candy's illness must have been far more serious than I had supposed." "It is almost a miracle," said Ezra Jennings, "that he lived through it. Is his memory never any better than I have found it today?" "He has been trying to speak to me of something which happened before he was taken ill?" asked the assistant, observing that I hesitated. "Yes, his memory of events, at that past time, is hopelessly enfeebled," said Ezra Jennings. "It is almost to be deplored, poor fellow, that even the wreck of it remains. While he remembers dimly plans that he formed, things here and there that he had to say or do before his illness, he is perfectly incapable of recalling what the plans were, or what the thing was that he had to say or do. He is painfully conscious of his own deficiency, and painfully anxious, as you must have seen, to hide it from observation. If he could only have recovered in a complete state of oblivion as to the past, he would have been a happier man. Perhaps we should all be happier," he added with a sad smile, "if we could but completely forget. There are some events surely in all men's lives," I replied, "the memory of which they would be unwilling entirely to lose. That is, I hope, to be said of most men, Mr. Blake. I am afraid it cannot truly be said of all. Have you any reason to suppose that the lost remembrance which Mr. Candy tried to recover, while you were speaking to him just now, was a remembrance which it was important to you that he should recall?" In saying those words, he had touched, of his own accord, on the very point upon which I was anxious to consult him. The interest I felt in the strange man had impelled me, in the first instance, to give him the opportunity of speaking to me, reserving what I might have to say, on my side, in relation to his employer, until I was first satisfied that he was a person in whose delicacy and discretion I could trust. The little that he had said, thus far, had been sufficient to convince me that I was speaking to a gentleman. He had what I may venture to describe as the unsought self-possession, which is a sure sign of good breeding, not in England only, but everywhere else in the civilized world. Whatever the object which he had in view, in putting the question that he had just addressed to me, I felt no doubt that I was justified, so far, in answering him without reserve. "I believe I have a strong interest," I said, "in tracing the lost remembrance which Mr. Candy was unable to recall. May I ask whether you can suggest to me any method by which I might assist his memory?" Ezra Jennings looked at me, with a sudden flash of interest in his dreamy brown eyes. "Mr. Candy's memory is beyond the reach of assistance," he said. "I have tried to help it often enough since his recovery to be able to speak positively on that point. This disappointed me, and I owned it. I confess you led me to hope for a less discouraging answer than that," I said. Ezra Jennings smiled. "It may not, perhaps, be a final answer, Mr. Blake. It may be possible to trace Mr. Candy's lost recollection without the necessity of appealing to Mr. Candy himself. Indeed, is it an indiscretion on my part to ask how?" "By no means. My only difficulty in answering your question is the difficulty of explaining myself. May I trust to your patience if I refer once more to Mr. Candy's illness, and if I speak of it this time without sparing you certain professional details?" "Pray go on. You have interested me already in hearing the details." My eagerness seemed to amuse, perhaps, I might rather say, to please him. He smiled again. We had by this time left the last houses in the town behind us. Ezra Jennings stopped for a moment and picked some wild flowers from the hedge by the roadside. "How beautiful they are," he said, simply, showing his little nosegay to me. "And how few people in England seem to admire them as they deserve." "You have not always been in England?" I said. "No. I was born and partly brought up in one of our colonies. My father was an Englishman, but my mother—" "We are straying away from our subject, Mr. Blake, and it is my fault. The truth is, I have associations with these modest little hedgeside flowers. It doesn't matter. We were speaking of Mr. Candy. To Mr. Candy let us return." Connecting the few words about himself which thus reluctantly escaped him, with the melancholy view of life which led him to place the conditions of human happiness in complete oblivion of the past, I felt satisfied that the story which I had read in his face was, in two particulars at least, the story that it really told. He had suffered as few men suffer, and there was the mixture of some foreign race in his English blood. "You have heard, I dare say, of the original cause of Mr. Candy's illness?" he resumed. "The night of Lady Verander's dinner party was a night of heavy rain. My employer drove home through it in his gig, and reached the house wetted to the skin. He found an urgent message from a patient, waiting for him, and he most unfortunately went at once to visit the sick person, without stopping to change his clothes. I was myself professionally detained that night by a case at some distance from Frizinghall. When I got back the next morning, I found Mr. Candy's groom waiting in great alarm to take me to his master's room. By that time the mischief was done. The illness had set in. The illness has only been described to me in general terms as a fever," I said. "I can add nothing which will make the description more accurate," answered Ezra Jennings. "From first to last the fever assumed no specific form. I sent at once to two of Mr. Candy's medical friends in the town, both physicians, to come and give me their opinion of the case. They agreed with me that it looked serious, but they both strongly dissented from the view I took of the treatment. We differed entirely in the conclusions which we drew from the patient's pulse. The two doctors, arguing from the rapidity of the beat, declared that a lowering treatment was the only treatment to be adopted. On my side, I admitted the rapidity of the pulse, but I also pointed to its alarming feebleness as indicating an exhausted condition of the system, and as showing a plain necessity for the administration of stimulants. The two doctors were for keeping him on gruel, lemonade, barley water, and so on. I was for giving him champagne or brandy, ammonia, and quinine. A serious difference of opinion, as you see. A difference between two physicians of established local repute and a stranger who was only an assistant in the house. For the first few days, I had no choice but to give way to my elders and betters, the patient steadily sinking all the time. I made a second attempt to appeal to the plain, undeniably plain, evidence of the pulse. Its rapidity was unchecked, and its feebleness had increased. The two doctors took offense at my obstinacy. They said, "Mr. Jennings, either we manage this case or you manage it. Which is it to be?" I said, "Gentlemen, give me 5 minutes to consider, and that plain question shall have a plain reply." When the time expired, I was ready with my answer. I said, "You positively refused to try the stimulant treatment?" They refused in so many words. "I mean to try it at once, gentlemen. Try it, Mr. Jennings, and we withdraw from the case." I sent down to the cellar for a bottle of champagne, and I administered half a tumbler full of it to the patient with my own hand. The two physicians took up their hats in silence and left the house. "You had assumed a serious responsibility," I said. "In your place, I am afraid I should have shrunk from it. In my place, Mr. Blake, you would have remembered that Mr. Candy had taken you into his employment, under circumstances which made you his debtor for life. In my place, you would have seen him sinking, hour by hour, and you would have risked anything, rather than let the one man on earth who had befriended you die before your eyes. Don't suppose that I had no sense of the terrible position in which I had placed myself. There were moments when I felt all the misery of my friendlessness, all the peril of my dreadful responsibility. If I had been a happy man, if I had led a prosperous life, I believe I should have sunk under the task I had imposed on myself. But I had no happy time to look back at, no past peace of mind to force itself into contrast with my present anxiety and suspense, and I held firm to my resolution through it all. I took an interval in the middle of the day, when my patient's condition was at its best, for the repose I needed. For the rest of the 24 hours, as long as his life was in danger, I never left his bedside. Toward sunset, as usual in such cases, the delirium incidental to the fever came on. It lasted more or less through the night, and then intermitted at that terrible time in the early morning, from 2 o'clock to 5, when the vital energies even of the healthiest of us are at their lowest. It is then that death gathers in his human harvest most abundantly. It was then that death and I fought our fight over the bed, which should have the man who lay on it. I never hesitated in pursuing the treatment on which I had staked everything. When wine failed, I tried brandy. When the other stimulants lost their influence, I doubled the dose. After an interval of suspense, the like of which I hope to God I shall never feel again, there came a day when the rapidity of the pulse slightly, but appreciably diminished, and, better still, there came also a change in the beat, an unmistakable change to steadiness and strength. Then I knew that I had saved him, and then I own I broke down. I laid the poor fellow's wasted hand back on the bed, and burst out crying. An hysterical relief, Mr. Blake, nothing more. Physiology says, and says truly, that some men are born with female constitutions, and I am one of them. He made that bitterly professional apology for his tears, speaking quietly and unaffectedly, as he had spoken throughout. His tone and manner, from beginning to end, showed him to be especially, almost morbidly, anxious not to set himself up as an object of interest to me. "You may well ask why I have wearied you with all these details," he went on. "It is the only way I can see, Mr. Blake, of properly introducing to you what I have to say next. Now you know exactly what my position was at the time of Mr. Candy's illness. You will the more readily understand the sore need I had of lightening the burden on my mind by giving it, at intervals, some sort of relief. I have had the presumption to occupy my leisure, for some years past, in writing a book addressed to the members of my profession, a book on the intricate and delicate subject of the brain and the nervous system. My work will probably never be finished, and it will certainly never be published. It has none the less been the friend of many lonely hours, and it helped me to while away the anxious time, the time of waiting and nothing else, at Mr. Candy's bedside. I told you he was delirious, I think, and I mentioned the time at which his delirium came on. Yes, well, I had reached a section of my book at that time which touched on this same question of delirium. I won't trouble you at any length with my theory on the subject. I will confine myself to telling you only what it is your present interest to know. It has often occurred to me in the course of my medical practice to doubt whether we can justifiably infer, in cases of delirium, that the loss of the faculty of speaking connectedly implies of necessity the loss of the faculty of thinking connectedly as well. Poor Mr. Candy's illness gave me an opportunity of putting this doubt to the test. I understand the art of writing in shorthand, and I was able to take down the patient's wanderings, exactly as they fell from his lips. Do you see, Mr. Blake, what I am coming to at last? I saw it clearly, and waited with breathless interest to hear more. At odds and ends of time, Ezra Jennings went on, I reproduced my shorthand notes in the ordinary form of writing, leaving large spaces between the broken phrases, and even the single words as they had fallen disconnectedly from Mr. Candy's lips. I then treated the result thus obtained on something like the principle which one adopts in putting together a child's puzzle. It is all confusion to begin with, but it may be all brought into order and shape if you can only find the right way. Acting on this plan, I filled in each blank space on the paper with what the words or phrases on either side of it suggested to me as the speaker's meaning, altering over and over again until my additions followed naturally on the spoken words which came before them and fitted naturally into the spoken words which came after them. The result was that I not only occupied in this way many vacant and anxious hours, but that I arrived at something which was, as it seemed to me, a confirmation of the theory that I held. In plainer words, after putting the broken sentences together, I found the superior faculty of thinking going on, more or less connectedly, in my patient's mind, while the inferior faculty of expression was in a state of almost complete incapacity and confusion. One word, I interposed eagerly. Did my name occur in any of his wanderings? You shall hear, Mr. Blake, among my written proofs of the assertion which I have just advanced, or I ought to say, among the written experiments tending to put my assertion to the proof, there is one in which your name occurs. For nearly the whole of one night, Mr. Candy's mind was occupied with something between himself and you. I have got the broken words, as they dropped from his lips, on one sheet of paper, and I have got the links of my own discovering which connect those words together, on another sheet of paper. The product, as the arithmeticians would say, is an intelligible statement, first, of something actually done in the past, secondly, of something which Mr. Candy contemplated doing in the future, if his illness had not got in the way and stopped him. The question is whether this does, or does not, represent the lost recollection which he vainly attempted to find when you called on him this morning. Not a doubt of it, I answered. Let us go back directly and look at the papers. Quite impossible, Mr. Blake. Why? Put yourself in my position for a moment, said Ezra Jennings. Would you disclose to another person what had dropped unconsciously from the lips of your suffering patient and your helpless friend, without first knowing that there was a necessity to justify you in opening your lips? I felt that he was unanswerable here, but I tried to argue the question nevertheless. My conduct in such a delicate matter as you describe, I replied, would depend greatly on whether the disclosure was of a nature to compromise my friend or not. I have disposed of all necessity for considering that side of the question long since, said Ezra Jennings. Wherever my notes included anything which Mr. Candy might have wished to keep secret, those notes have been destroyed. My manuscript experiments at my friend's bedside include nothing now which he would have hesitated to communicate to others if he had recovered the use of his memory. In your case, I have every reason to suppose that my notes contain something which he actually wished to say to you. And yet you hesitate? And yet I hesitate. Remember the circumstances under which I obtained the information which I possess. Harmless as it is, I cannot prevail upon myself to give it up to you, unless you first satisfy me that there is a reason for doing so. He was so miserably ill, Mr. Blake, and he was so helplessly dependent upon me. Is it too much to ask if I request you only to hint to me what your interest is in the lost recollection, or what you believe that lost recollection to be? To have answered him with the frankness which his language and his manner both claimed from me would have been to commit myself to openly acknowledging that I was suspected of the theft of the diamond. Strongly as Ezra Jennings had intensified the first impulsive interest which I had felt in him, he had not overcome my unconquerable reluctance to disclose the degrading position in which I stood. I took refuge once more in the explanatory phrases with which I had prepared myself to meet the curiosity of strangers. This time I had no reason to complain of a want of attention on the part of the person to whom I addressed myself. Ezra Jennings listened patiently, even anxiously, until I had done. I am sorry to have raised your expectations, Mr. Blake, only to disappoint them, he said. Throughout the whole period of Mr. Candy's illness, from first to last, not one word about the diamond escaped his lips. The matter with which I heard him connect your name has, I can assure you, no discoverable relation whatever with the loss or the recovery of Miss Verander's jewel. We arrived, as he said those words, at a place where the highway along which we had been walking branched off into two roads. One led to Mr. Ablewhite's house, and the other to a moorland village some 2 or 3 miles off. Ezra Jennings stopped at the road which led to the village. My way lies in this direction, he said. I am really and truly sorry, Mr. Blake, that I can be of no use to you." His voice told me that he spoke sincerely. His soft brown eyes rested on me for a moment with a look of melancholy interest. He bowed and went, without another word, on his way to the village. For a minute or more I stood and watched him, walking farther and farther away from me, carrying farther and farther away with him what I now firmly believed to be the clue of which I was in search. He turned, after walking on a little way, and looked back. Seeing me still standing at the place where we had parted, he stopped, as if doubting whether I might not wish to speak to him again. There was no time for me to reason out my own situation, to remind myself that I was losing my opportunity, at what might be the turning point of my life, and all to flatter nothing more important than my own self-esteem. There was only time to call him back first, and to think afterwards. I suspect I am one of the rashest of existing men. I called him back, and then I said to myself, now there is no help for it. I must tell him the truth. He retraced his steps directly. I advanced along the road to meet him. "Mr. Jennings," I said, "I have not treated you quite fairly. My interest in tracing Mr. Candy's lost recollection is not the interest of recovering the Moonstone. A serious personal matter is at the bottom of my visit to Yorkshire. I have but one excuse for not having dealt frankly with you in this matter. It is more painful to me than I can say, to mention to anybody what my position really is." Ezra Jennings looked at me with the first appearance of embarrassment which I had seen in him yet. "I have no right, Mr. Blake, and no wish," he said, "to intrude myself into your private affairs. Allow me to ask your pardon on my side for having, most innocently, put you to a painful test." "You have a perfect right," I rejoined, "to fix the terms on which you feel justified in revealing what you heard at Mr. Candy's bedside. I understand and respect the delicacy which influences you in this matter. How can I expect to be taken into your confidence if I decline to admit you into mine? You ought to know, and you shall know, why I am interested in discovering what Mr. Candy wanted to say to me. If I turn out to be mistaken in my anticipations, and if you prove unable to help me when you are really aware of what I want, I shall trust to your honor to keep my secret, and something tells me that I shall not trust in vain." "Stop, Mr. Blake. I have a word to say, which must be said before you go any farther." I looked at him in astonishment. The grip of some terrible emotion seemed to have seized him and shaken him to the soul. His gypsy complexion had altered to a livid grayish paleness. His eyes had suddenly become wild and glittering. His voice had dropped to a tone low, stern, and resolute, which I now heard for the first time. The latent resources in the man, for good or for evil, it was hard at that moment to say which, leapt up in him and showed themselves to me, with the suddenness of a flash of light. "Before you place any confidence in me," he went on, "you ought to know, and you must know, under what circumstances I have been received into Mr. Candy's house. It won't take long. I don't profess, sir, to tell my story, as the phrase is, to any man. My story will die with me. All I ask is to be permitted to tell you what I have told Mr. Candy. If you are still in the mind, when you have heard that, to say what you have proposed to say, you will command my attention and command my services. Shall we walk on?" The suppressed misery in his face silenced me. I answered his question by a sign. We walked on. After advancing a few hundred yards, Ezra Jennings stopped at a gap in the rough stone wall which shut off the moor from the road, at this part of it. "Do you mind resting a little, Mr. Blake?" he asked. "I am not what I was, and some things shake me." I agreed, of course. He led the way through the gap to a patch of turf on the heathy ground, screened by bushes and dwarf trees on the side nearest to the road, and commanding in the opposite direction a grandly desolate view over the broad brown wilderness of the moor. The clouds had gathered, within the last half hour. The light was dull, the distance was dim. The lovely face of nature met us, soft and still colorless, met us without a smile. We sat down in silence. Ezra Jennings laid aside his hat and passed his hand wearily over his forehead, wearily through his startling white and black hair. He tossed his little nosegay of wild flowers away from him, as if the remembrances which it recalled were remembrances which hurt him now. "Mr. Blake," he said suddenly, "you are in bad company. The cloud of a horrible accusation has rested on me for years. I tell you the worst at once. I am a man whose life is a wreck and whose character is gone." I attempted to speak. He stopped me. "No," he said, Pardon me, not yet. Don't commit yourself to expressions of sympathy which you may afterwards wish to recall. I have mentioned an accusation which has rested on me for years. There are circumstances in connection with it that tell against me. I cannot bring myself to acknowledge what the accusation is, and I am incapable, perfectly incapable, of proving my innocence. I can only assert my innocence. I assert it, sir, on my oath as a Christian. It is useless to appeal to my honor as a man." He paused again. I looked round at him. He never looked at me in return. His whole being seemed to be absorbed in the agony of recollecting, and in the effort to speak. "There is much that I might say," he went on, "about the merciless treatment of me by my own family, and the merciless enmity to which I have fallen a victim. But the harm is done. The wrong is beyond all remedy. I decline to weary or distress you, sir, if I can help it. At the outset of my career in this country, the vile slander to which I have referred struck me down at once and forever. I resigned my aspirations in my profession. Obscurity was the only hope left for me. I parted with the woman I loved. How could I condemn her to share my disgrace? A medical assistant's place offered itself, in a remote corner of England. I got the place. It promised me peace. It promised me obscurity, as I thought. I was wrong. Evil report, with time and chance to help it, travels patiently and travels far. The accusation from which I had fled followed me. I got warning of its approach. I was able to leave my situation voluntarily, with the testimonials that I had earned. They got me another situation in another remote district. Time passed again, and again the slander that was death to my character found me out. On this occasion I had no warning. My employer said, "Mr. Jennings, I have no complaint to make against you, but you must set yourself right or leave me." I had but one choice. I left him. It's useless to dwell on what I suffered after that. I am only 40 years old now. Look at my face, and let it tell for me the story of some miserable years. It ended in my drifting to this place, and meeting with Mr. Candy. He wanted an assistant. I referred him on the question of capacity to my last employer. The question of character remained. I told him what I have told you, and more. I warned him that there were difficulties in the way, even if he believed me. Here, as elsewhere, I said, "I scorn the guilty evasion of living under an assumed name. I am no safer at Frizinghall than at other places from the cloud that follows me, go where I may." He answered, "I don't do things by halves. I believe you and I pity you. If you will risk what may happen, I will risk it too. God Almighty bless him. He has given me shelter, he has given me employment, he has given me rest of mind, and I have the certain conviction, I have had it for some months past, that nothing will happen now to make him regret it." "The slander has died out?" I said. "The slander is as active as ever, but when it follows me here, it will come too late." "You will have left the place?" "No, Mr. Blake, I shall be dead. For 10 years past I have suffered from an incurable internal complaint. I don't disguise from you that I should have let the agony of it kill me long since, but for one last interest in life, which makes my existence of some importance to me still, I want to provide for a person very dear to me, whom I shall never see again. My own little patrimony is hardly sufficient to make her independent of the world. The hope, if I could only live long enough, of increasing it to a certain sum, has impelled me to resist the disease by such palliative means as I could devise. The one effectual palliative in my case is opium. To that all-potent and all-merciful drug I am indebted for a respite of many years from my sentence of death. But even the virtues of opium have their limit. The progress of the disease has gradually forced me from the use of opium to the abuse of it. I am feeling the penalty at last. My nervous system is shattered. My nights are nights of horror. The end is not far off now. Let it come. I have not lived and worked in vain. The little sum is nearly made up, and I have the means of completing it if my last reserves of life fail me sooner than I expect. I hardly know how I have wandered into telling you this. I don't think I am mean enough to appeal to your pity. Perhaps, I fancy you may be all the readier to believe me, if you know that what I have said to you, I have said with the certain knowledge in me that I am a dying man. There is no disguising, Mr. Blake, that you interest me. I have attempted to make my poor friend's loss of memory the means of bettering my acquaintance with you. I have speculated on the chance of your feeling a passing curiosity about what he wanted to say, and of my being able to satisfy it. Is there no excuse for my intruding myself on you? Perhaps there is some excuse. A man who has lived as I have lived has his bitter moments when he ponders over human destiny. You have youth, health, riches, a place in the world, a prospect before you. You, and such as you, show me the sunny side of human life, and reconcile me with the world that I am leaving before I go. However this talk between us may end, I shall not forget that you have done me a kindness in doing that. It rests with you, sir, to say what you propose saying, or to wish me good morning. I had but one answer to make to that appeal. Without a moment's hesitation I told him the truth, as unreservedly as I have told it in these pages. He started to his feet and looked at me with breathless eagerness as I approached the leading incident of my story. "It is certain that I went into the room," I said. "It is certain that I took the diamond. I can only meet those two plain facts by declaring that, do what I might, I did it without my own knowledge." Ezra Jennings caught me excitedly by the arm. "Stop," he said. "You have suggested more to me than you suppose. Have you ever been accustomed to the use of opium?" "I never tasted it in my life." "Were your nerves out of order at this time last year? Were you unusually restless and irritable?" "Yes." "Did you sleep badly?" "Wretchedly. Many nights I never slept at all." "Was the birthday night an exception?" "Try and remember. Did you sleep well on that one occasion?" "I do remember. I slept soundly." He dropped my arm as suddenly as he had taken it, and looked at me with the air of a man whose mind was relieved of the last doubt that rested on it. "This is a marked day in your life, and in mine," he said gravely. "I am absolutely certain, Mr. Blake, of one thing. I have got what Mr. Candy wanted to say to you this morning, in the notes that I took at my patient's bedside. Wait. That is not all. I am firmly persuaded that I can prove you to have been unconscious of what you were about when you entered the room and took the diamond. Give me time to think and time to question you. I believe the vindication of your innocence is in my hands. Explain yourself, for God's sake." "What do you mean?" In the excitement of our colloquy, we had walked on a few steps beyond the clump of dwarf trees which had hitherto screened us from view. Before Ezra Jennings could answer me, he was hailed from the high road by a man, in great agitation, who had been evidently on the lookout for him. "I am coming," he called back. "I am coming as fast as I can." He turned to me. "There is an urgent case waiting for me at the village yonder. I ought to have been there half an hour since. I must attend to it at once. Give me 2 hours from this time, and call at Mr. Candy's again, and I will engage to be ready for you." "How am I to wait?" I exclaimed, impatiently. "Can't you quiet my mind by a word of explanation before we part?" "This is far too serious a matter to be explained in a hurry, Mr. Blake. I am not willfully trying your patience. I should only be adding to your suspense, if I attempted to relieve it as things are now. At Frizinghall, sir, in 2 hours' time." The man on the high road hailed him again. He hurried away and left me. Chapter 10. How the interval of suspense in which I was now condemned might have affected other men in my position, I cannot pretend to say. The influence of the 2 hours' probation upon my temperament was simply this. I felt physically incapable of remaining still in any one place, and morally incapable of speaking to any one human being, until I had first heard all that Ezra Jennings had to say to me. In this frame of mind, I not only abandoned my contemplated visit to Mrs. Ablewhite, I even shrank from encountering Gabriel Betteredge himself. Returning to Frizinghall, I left a note for Betteredge, telling him that I had been unexpectedly called away for a few hours, but that he might certainly expect me to return towards 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I requested him, in the interval, to order his dinner at the usual hour, and to amuse himself as he pleased. He had, as I well knew, hosts of friends in Frizinghall, and he would be at no loss how to fill up his time until I returned to the hotel. This done, I made the best of my way out of the town again, and roamed the lonely moorland country which surrounds Frizinghall, until my watch told me that it was time, at last, to return to Mr. Candy's house. I found Ezra Jennings ready and waiting for me. He was sitting alone in a bare little room, which communicated by a glazed door with a surgery. Hideous colored diagrams of the ravages of hideous diseases decorated the barren buff-colored walls. A bookcase filled with dingy medical works and ornamented at the top with a skull in place of the customary bust. A large deal table copiously splashed with ink. Wooden chairs of the sort that are seen in kitchens and cottages. A threadbare drugget in the middle of the floor. A sink of water with a basin and waste pipe roughly let into the wall, horribly suggestive of its connection with surgical operations, comprised the entire furniture of the room. The bees were humming among a few flowers placed in pots outside the window. The birds were singing in the garden, and the faint intermittent jingle of a tuneless piano in some neighboring house forced itself now and again on the ear. In any other place, these everyday sounds might have spoken pleasantly of the everyday world outside. Here, they came in as intruders on a silence which nothing but human suffering had the privilege to disturb. I looked at the mahogany instrument case, and at the huge roll of lint, occupying places of their own on the bookshelves, and shuddered inwardly as I thought of the sounds, familiar and appropriate to the everyday use of Ezra Jennings' room. "I make no apology, Mr. Blake, for the place in which I am receiving you," he said. "It is the only room in the house at this hour of the day in which we can feel quite sure of being left undisturbed. Here are my papers ready for you, and here are 2 books to which we may have occasion to refer before we have done. Bring your chair to the table, and we shall be able to consult them together." I drew up to the table, and Ezra Jennings handed me his manuscript notes. They consisted of 2 large folio leaves of paper. One leaf contained writing which only covered the surface at intervals. The other presented writing in red and black ink, which completely filled the page from top to bottom. In the irritated state of my curiosity, at that moment, I laid aside the second sheet of paper in despair. "Have some mercy on me," I said. "Tell me what I am to expect before I attempt to read this." "Willingly, Mr. Blake. Do you mind my asking you 1 or 2 more questions?" "Ask me anything you like." He looked at me with the sad smile on his lips and the kindly interest in his soft brown eyes. "You have already told me," he said, "that you have never, to your knowledge, tasted opium in your life." "To my knowledge," I repeated. "You will understand directly why I speak with that reservation. Let us go on. You are not aware of ever having taken opium. At this time last year you were suffering from nervous irritation, and you slept wretchedly at night. On the night of the birthday, however, there was an exception to the rule. You slept soundly. Am I right so far?" "Quite right. Can you assign any cause for the nervous suffering and your want of sleep?" "I can assign no cause. Old Betteredge made a guess at the cause, I remember, but that is hardly worth mentioning." "Pardon me. Anything is worth mentioning in such a case as this." "Betteredge attributed your sleeplessness to something." "To what?" "To my leaving off smoking." "Had you been an habitual smoker?" "Yes." "Did you leave off the habit suddenly?" "Yes." "Betteredge was perfectly right, Mr. Blake. When smoking is a habit, a man must have no common constitution who can leave it off suddenly without some temporary damage to his nervous system. Your sleepless nights are accounted for, to my mind. My next question refers to Mr. Candy. Do you remember having entered into anything like a dispute with him, at the birthday dinner or afterwards, on the subject of his profession? The question instantly awakened one of my dormant remembrances in connection with the birthday festival. The foolish wrangle which took place on that occasion between Mr. Candy and myself will be found described at much greater length than it deserves in the 10th chapter of Betteredge's narrative. The details there presented of the dispute, so little had I thought of it afterwards, entirely failed to recur to my memory. All that I could now recall, and all that I could tell Ezra Jennings, was that I had attacked the art of medicine at the dinner table with sufficient rashness and sufficient pertinacity to put even Mr. Candy out of temper for the moment. I also remembered that Lady Verinder had interfered to stop the dispute, and that the little doctor and I had made it up again, as the children say, and had become as good friends as ever, before we shook hands that night. "There is one thing more," said Ezra Jennings, "which it is very important I should know. Had you any reason for feeling any special anxiety about the diamond at this time last year?" "I had the strongest reasons for feeling anxiety about the diamond. I knew it to be the object of a conspiracy, and I was warned to take measures for Miss Verinder's protection as the possessor of the stone." "Was the safety of the diamond the subject of conversation between you and any other person immediately before you retired to rest on the birthday night?" "It was the subject of a conversation between Lady Verinder and her daughter." "Which took place in your hearing?" "Yes." Ezra Jennings took up his notes from the table and placed them in my hands. "Mr. Blake," he said, "if you read those notes now, by the light which my questions and your answers have thrown on them, you will make two astounding discoveries concerning yourself. You will find, first, that you entered Miss Verander's sitting room and took the diamond, in a state of trance produced by opium. Secondly, that the opium was given to you by Mr. Candy, without your own knowledge, as a practical refutation of the opinions which you had expressed to him at the birthday dinner." I sat with the papers in my hand, completely stupefied. "Try and forgive poor Mr. Candy," said the assistant gently. "He has done dreadful mischief, I own, but he has done it innocently. If you will look at the notes, you will see that, but for his illness, he would have returned to Lady Verander's the morning after the party, and would have acknowledged the trick that he had played you. Miss Verinder would have heard of it, and Miss Verinder would have questioned him, and the truth which has laid hidden for a year would have been discovered in a day." I began to regain my self-possession. "Mr. Candy is beyond the reach of my resentment," I said angrily, "but the trick that he played me is not the less an act of treachery. For all that, I may forgive, but I shall not forget it. Every medical man commits that act of treachery, Mr. Blake, in the course of his practice. The ignorant distrust of opium, in England, is by no means confined to the lower and less cultivated classes. Every doctor in large practice finds himself, every now and then, obliged to deceive his patients, as Mr. Candy deceived you. I don't defend the folly of playing you a trick under the circumstances. I only plead with you for a more accurate and more merciful construction of motives." "How was it done?" I asked. "Who gave me the laudanum, without my knowing it myself? I am not able to tell you. Nothing relating to that part of the matter dropped from Mr. Candy's lips, all through his illness. Perhaps your own memory may point to the person to be suspected." "No, it is useless, in that case, to pursue the inquiry. The laudanum was secretly given to you in some way. Let us leave it there and go on to matters of more immediate importance. Read my notes if you can. Familiarize your mind with what has happened in the past. I have something very bold and very startling to propose to you, which relates to the future." Those last words roused me. I looked at the papers, in the order in which Ezra Jennings had placed them in my hands. The paper which contained the smaller quantity of writing was the uppermost of the two. On this, the disconnected words and fragments of sentences, which had dropped from Mr. Candy in his delirium, appeared as follows: "Mr. Franklin Blake, an agreeable, down a peg, medicine, confesses, sleep at night, tell him, out of order, medicine, he tells me, and groping in the dark mean one and the same thing, all the company at the dinner table. I say, groping after sleep, nothing but medicine, he says, leading the blind, know what it means, witty, a night's rest in spite of his teeth, wants sleep, Lady Verander's medicine chest, 25 minims, without his knowing it, tomorrow morning. Well, Mr. Blake, medicine today, never, without it, out, Mr. Candy, excellent, without it, down on him. Truth, something besides, excellent, dose of laudanum, sir, bed, what, medicine now." There, the first of the two sheets of paper came to an end. I handed it back to Ezra Jennings. "That is what you heard at his bedside?" I said. "Literally and exactly what I heard," he answered, "except that the repetitions are not transferred here from my shorthand notes. He reiterated certain words and phrases a dozen times over, 50 times over, just as he attached more or less importance to the idea which they represented. The repetitions, in this sense, were of some assistance to me in putting together those fragments. Don't suppose," he added, pointing to the second sheet of paper, "that I claim to have reproduced the expressions which Mr. Candy himself would have used if he had been capable of speaking connectedly. I only say that I have penetrated through the obstacle of the disconnected expression, to the thought which was underlying it connectedly all the time. Judge for yourself." I turned to the second sheet of paper, which I now knew to be the key to the first. Once more, Mr. Candy's wanderings appeared, copied in black ink, the intervals between the phrases being filled up by Ezra Jennings in red ink. I reproduced the result here in one plain form, the original language and the interpretation of it coming close enough together in these pages to be easily compared and verified. "Mr. Franklin Blake is clever and agreeable, but he wants taking down a peg when he talks of medicine. He confesses that he has been suffering from want of sleep at night. I tell him that his nerves are out of order and that he ought to take medicine. He tells me that taking medicine and groping in the dark mean one and the same thing. This before all the company at the dinner table. I say to him, "You are groping after sleep, and nothing but medicine can help you to find it." He says to me, "I have heard of the blind leading the blind, and now I know what it means." Witty, but I can give him a night's rest in spite of his teeth. He really wants sleep, and Lady Verander's medicine chest is at my disposal. Give him 25 minims of laudanum tonight without his knowing it, and then call tomorrow morning. "Well, Mr. Blake, will you try a little medicine today? You will never sleep without it." "There you are out, Mr. Candy. I have had an excellent night's rest without it." Then, come down on him with the truth. You have had something besides an excellent night's rest. You had a dose of laudanum, sir, before you went to bed. What do you say to the art of medicine, now?" Admiration of the ingenuity which had woven the smooth and finished texture out of the revelled skein was naturally the first impression that I felt on handing the manuscript back to Ezra Jennings. He modestly interrupted the first few words in which my sense of surprise expressed itself, by asking me if the conclusion which he had drawn from his notes was also the conclusion at which my own mind had arrived. "Do you believe, as I believe," he said, "that you were acting under the influence of the laudanum in doing all that you did on the night of Miss Verander's birthday, in Lady Verander's house?" "I am too ignorant of the influence of laudanum to have an opinion of my own," I answered. "I can only follow your opinion, and feel convinced that you are right." "Very well. The next question is this. You are convinced, and I am convinced. How are we to carry our conviction to the minds of other people?" I pointed to the two manuscripts, lying on the table between us. Ezra Jennings shook his head. "Useless, Mr. Blake, quite useless as they stand now for 3 unanswerable reasons. In the first place, those notes have been taken under circumstances entirely out of the experience of the mass of mankind. Against them, to begin with. In the second place, those notes represent a medical and metaphysical theory. Against them, once more. In the third place, those notes are of my making. There is nothing but my assertion to the contrary, to guarantee that they are not fabrications. Remember what I told you on the moor, and ask yourself what my assertion is worth. No, my notes have but one value, looking to the verdict of the world outside. Your innocence is to be vindicated, and they show how it can be done. We must put our conviction to the proof, and you are the man to prove it." "How?" I asked. He leaned eagerly nearer to me across the table that divided us. "Are you willing to try a bold experiment? I will do anything to clear myself of the suspicion that rests on me now. Will you submit to some personal inconvenience for a time? To any inconvenience, no matter what it may be. Will you be guided implicitly by my advice? It may expose you to the ridicule of fools. It may subject you to the remonstrances of friends whose opinions you are bound to respect. Tell me what to do." I broke out impatiently. "And come what may, I'll do it." "You shall do this, Mr. Blake," he answered. "You shall steal the diamond unconsciously, for the second time, in the presence of witnesses whose testimony is beyond dispute." I started to my feet. I tried to speak. I could only look at him. "I believe it can be done," he went on, "and it shall be done, if you will only help me. Try to compose yourself. Sit down and hear what I have to say to you. You have resumed the habit of smoking. I have seen that for myself." "How long have you resumed it?" "For nearly a year." "Do you smoke more or less than you did?" "More." "Will you give up the habit again?" "Suddenly, mind, as you gave it up before." I began dimly to see his drift. "I will give it up from this moment," I answered. "If the same consequences follow which followed last June," said Ezra Jennings, "if you suffer once more as you suffered then from sleepless nights, we shall have gained our first step. We shall have put you back again into something assimilating to your nervous condition on the birthday night. If we can next revive, or nearly revive, the domestic circumstances which surrounded you, and if we can occupy your mind again with the various questions concerning the diamond which formerly agitated it, we shall have replaced you, as nearly as possible, in the same position, physically and morally, in which the opium found you last year. In that case we may fairly hope that a repetition of the dose will lead, in a greater or lesser degree, to a repetition of the result. There is my proposal, expressed in a few hasty words. You shall now see what reasons I have to justify me in making it." He turned to one of the books at his side, and opened it at a place marked by a small slip of paper. "Don't suppose that I am going to weary you with a lecture on physiology," he said. "I think myself bound to prove, in justice to both of us, that I am not asking you to try this experiment in deference to any theory of my own devising. Admitted principles and recognized authorities justify me in the view that I take. Give me 5 minutes of your attention, and I will undertake to show you that science sanctions my proposal, fanciful as it may seem. Here, in the first place, is the physiological principle on which I am acting, stated by no less a person than Dr. Carpenter. Read it for yourself." He handed me the slip of paper which had marked the place in the book. It contained a few lines of writing as follows: "There seems much ground for the belief that every sensory impression which has once been recognized by the perceptive consciousness is registered, so to speak, in the brain, and may be reproduced at some subsequent time, although there may be no consciousness of its existence in the mind during the whole intermediate period." "Is that plain so far?" asked Ezra Jennings. "Perfectly plain." He pushed the open book across the table to me and pointed to a passage marked by pencil lines. "Now," he said, "read that account of a case which has, as I believe, a direct bearing on your own position and on the experiment which I am tempting you to try. Observe, Mr. Blake, before you begin, that I am now referring you to one of the greatest of English physiologists. The book in your hand is Dr. Elliottson's Human Physiology, and the case which the doctor cites rests on the well-known authority of Mr. Combe. The passage pointed out to me was expressed in these terms: Dr. Abel informed me, says Mr. Combe, of an Irish porter to a warehouse who forgot when sober what he had done when drunk, but being drunk again recollected the transactions of his former state of intoxication. On one occasion, being drunk, he had lost a parcel of some value, and in his sober moments could give no account of it. Next time he was intoxicated, he recollected that he had left the parcel at a certain house, and there being no address on it, it had remained there safely, and was got on his calling for it." "Plain again?" asked Ezra Jennings. "As plain as need be." He put back the slip of paper in its place and closed the book. "Are you satisfied that I have not spoken without good authority to support me?" he asked. "If not, I have only to go to those bookshelves, and you have only to read the passages which I can point out to you." "I am quite satisfied," I said, without reading a word more. "In that case, we may return to your own personal interest in this matter. I am bound to tell you that there is something to be said against the experiment as well as for it. If we could, this year, exactly reproduce in your case the conditions as they existed last year, it is physiologically certain that we should arrive at exactly the same result. But this, there is no denying it, is simply impossible. We can only hope to approximate to the conditions, and if we don't succeed in getting you nearly enough back to what you were, this venture of ours will fail. If we do succeed, and I am myself hopeful of success, you may at least so far repeat your proceedings on the birthday night as to satisfy any reasonable person that you are guiltless, morally speaking, of the theft of the diamond. I believe, Mr. Blake, I have now stated the question on both sides of it as fairly as I can, within the limits that I have imposed on myself. If there is anything that I have not made clear to you, tell me what it is, and if I can enlighten you, I will." "All that you have explained to me," I said, "I understand perfectly, but I own I am puzzled on one point, which you have not made clear to me yet." "What is the point?" "I don't understand the effect of the laudanum on me. I don't understand my walking downstairs, and along corridors, and my opening and shutting the drawers of a cabinet, and my going back again to my own room. All these are active proceedings. I thought the influence of opium was first to stupefy you, and then to send you to sleep." "The common error about opium, Mr. Blake. I am, at this moment, exerting my intelligence, such as it is, in your service, under the influence of a dose of laudanum, some 10 times larger than the dose Mr. Candy administered to you. But don't trust to my authority, even on a question which comes within my own personal experience. I anticipated the objection you have just made, and I have again provided myself with independent testimony which will carry its due weight with it in your own mind and in the minds of your friends." He handed me the second of the 2 books which he had by him on the table. "There," he said, "are the far-famed confessions of an English opium eater. Take the book away with you and read it. At the passage which I have marked, you will find that when De Quincey had committed what he calls a debauch of opium, he either went to the gallery at the opera to enjoy the music, or he wandered about the London markets on Saturday night, and interested himself in observing all the little shifts and bargainings of the poor in providing their Sunday's dinner. So much for the capacity of a man to occupy himself actively, and to move about from place to place under the influence of opium. I am answered so far, I said, but I am not answered yet as to the effect produced by the opium on myself. I will try to answer you in a few words, said Ezra Jennings. The action of opium is comprised, in the majority of cases, in two influences, a stimulating influence first, and a sedative influence afterwards. Under the stimulating influence, the latest and most vivid impressions left on your mind, namely the impressions relating to the diamond, would be likely, in your morbidly sensitive nervous condition, to become intensified in your brain, and would subordinate to themselves your judgment and your will exactly as an ordinary dream subordinates to itself your judgment and your will. Little by little, under this action, any apprehensions about the safety of the diamond which you might have felt during the day would be liable to develop themselves from the state of doubt to the state of certainty, would impel you into practical action to preserve the jewel, would direct your steps with that motive in view into the room which you entered, and would guide your hand to the drawers of the cabinet until you had found the drawer which held the stone. In the spiritualized intoxication of opium, you would do all that. Later, as the sedative action began to gain on the stimulant action, you would slowly become inert and stupefied. Later still, you would fall into a deep sleep. When the morning came and the effect of the opium had been all slept off, you would wake as absolutely ignorant of what you had done in the night as if you had been living at the antipodes. Have I made it tolerably clear to you so far? You have made it so clear, I said, that I want you to go farther. You have shown me how I entered the room, and how I came to take the diamond. But Miss Verinder saw me leave the room again, with the jewel in my hand. Can you trace my proceedings from that moment? Can you guess what I did next? That is the very point I was coming to, he rejoined. It is a question with me whether the experiment which I propose as a means of vindicating your innocence may not also be made a means of recovering the lost diamond as well. When you left Miss Verinder's sitting room, with the jewel in your hand, you went back in all probability to your own room. Yes. And what then? It is possible, Mr. Blake, I dare not say more, that your idea of preserving the diamond led, by a natural sequence, to the idea of hiding the diamond, and that the place in which you hid it was somewhere in your bedroom. In that event, the case of the Irish porter may be your case. You may remember, under the influence of the second dose of opium, the place in which you hid the diamond under the influence of the first. It was my turn now to enlighten Ezra Jennings. I stopped him before he could say any more. You are speculating, I said, on a result which cannot possibly take place. The diamond is, at this moment, in London. He started and looked at me in great surprise. In London? He repeated. How did it get to London from Lady Verinder's house? Nobody knows. You removed it with your own hand from Miss Verinder's room. How was it taken out of your keeping? I have no idea how it was taken out of my keeping. Did you see it when you woke in the morning? No. Has Miss Verinder recovered possession of it? No, Mr. Blake. There seems to be something here which wants clearing up. May I ask how you know that the diamond is, at this moment, in London? I had put precisely the same question to Mr. Bruff when I made my first inquiries about the Moonstone, on my return to England. In answering Ezra Jennings, I accordingly repeated what I had myself heard from the lawyer's own lips, and what is already familiar to the readers of these pages. He showed plainly that he was not satisfied with my reply. With all deference to you, he said, and with all deference to your legal adviser, I maintain the opinion which I expressed just now. It rests, I am well aware, on a mere assumption. Pardon me for reminding you that your opinion also rests on a mere assumption as well. The view he took of the matter was entirely new to me. I waited anxiously to hear how he would defend it. I assume, pursued Ezra Jennings, that the influence of the opium, after impelling you to possess yourself of the diamond, with the purpose of securing its safety, might also impel you, acting under the same influence and the same motive, to hide it somewhere in your own room. You assume that the Hindu conspirators could by no possibility commit a mistake. The Indians went to Mr. Luker's house after the diamond, and therefore in Mr. Luker's possession the diamond must be. Have you any evidence to prove that the Moonstone was taken to London at all? You can't even guess how or by whom it was removed from Lady Verinder's house. Have you any evidence that the jewel was pledged to Mr. Luker? He declares that he never heard of the Moonstone, and his banker's receipt acknowledges nothing but the deposit of a valuable of great price. The Indians assume that Mr. Luker is lying, and you assume again that the Indians are right. All I say in differing with you is that my view is possible. What more, Mr. Blake, either logically or legally, can be said for yours? It was put strongly, but there was no denying that it was put truly as well. I confess you stagger me, I replied. Do you object to my writing to Mr. Bruff and telling him what you have said? On the contrary, I shall be glad if you will write to Mr. Bruff. If we consult his experience, we may see the matter under a new light. For the present, let us return to our experiment with the opium. We have decided that you leave off the habit of smoking from this moment. From this moment? That is the first step. The next step is to reproduce, as nearly as we can, the domestic circumstances which surrounded you last year. How was this to be done? Lady Verinder was dead. Rachel and I, so long as the suspicion of theft rested on me, were parted irrevocably. Godfrey Ablewhite was away traveling on the continent. It was simply impossible to reassemble the people who had inhabited the house when I had slept in it last. The statement of this objection did not appear to embarrass Ezra Jennings. He attached very little importance, he said, to reassembling the same people, seeing that it would be vain to expect them to reassume the various positions which they had occupied towards me in the past times. On the other hand, he considered it essential to the success of the experiment that I should see the same objects about me which had surrounded me when I was last in the house. Above all things, he said, you must sleep in the room which you slept in on the birthday night, and it must be furnished in the same way. The stairs, the corridors, and Miss Verinder's sitting room must also be restored to what they were when you saw them last. It is absolutely necessary, Mr. Blake, to replace every article of furniture in that part of the house which may now be put away. The sacrifice of your cigars will be useless, unless we can get Miss Verinder's permission to do that. Who is to apply to her for permission? Asked. Is it not possible for you to apply? Quite out of the question. After what has passed between us on the subject of the lost diamond, I can neither see her, nor write to her as things are now. Ezra Jennings paused, and considered for a moment. May I ask you a delicate question? He said. I signed to him to go on. Am I right, Mr. Blake, in fancying, from one or two things which have dropped from you, that you felt no common interest in Miss Verinder in former times? Quite right. Was the feeling returned? It was. Do you think Miss Verinder would be likely to feel a strong interest in the attempt to prove your innocence? I am certain of it. In that case, I will write to Miss Verinder, if you will give me leave, telling her of the proposal that you have made to me, telling her of everything that has passed between us today. It is needless to say that I eagerly accepted the service which he had offered to me. I shall have time to write by today's post, he said, looking at his watch. Don't forget to lock up your cigars when you get back to the hotel. I will call tomorrow morning and hear how you have passed the night. I rose to take leave of him and attempted to express the grateful sense of his kindness which I really felt. He pressed my hand gently. Remember what I told you on the moor, he answered. If I can do you this little service, Mr. Blake, I shall feel it like a last gleam of sunshine falling on the evening of a long and clouded day. We parted. It was then the 15th of June. The events of the next 10 days, every one of them more or less directly connected with the experiment of which I was the passive object, are all placed on record, exactly as they happened, in the journal habitually kept by Mr. Candy's assistant. In the pages of Ezra Jennings nothing is concealed and nothing is forgotten. Let Ezra Jennings tell how the venture with the opium was tried, and how it ended. You've just listened to Part 2 of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, the second and third periods. With each voice, each confession, the picture grows clearer and darker. The threads of this mystery are tightening, pulling every character toward an inevitable truth. I'm Rob, your host, and this is Audible Archives. If this story's suspense has captured you, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because the next chapter may just reveal the secret everyone's been hiding.